Hey, hi, hello. What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope y'all are doing well and good. Better than me, at least. I've had a really bad day. I'm ready to maul. Let's fucking go. It's mauling time, baby. It's good to see you, Lexi. Thank you again for the follow. I feel so don't feel dumb. I do the same thing. I just followed Adrian Vixen, and I have been meaning to follow them for like months now, and they rated me like 3 times, so it happens. Glad to see you though. Glad to see you. I'm just having a rough time of it. I fucking hate the winter. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I fucking hate the winter. It harshes my whole vibe. Bad days, I can suck it. True. Fuck this whole day. It's just so cold. And it hurts me, personally. It personally offends me only. The weather is out to get me. No, but it just makes everything so much harder because I have fibro and like, I mean, no one really likes the winter, really. If people say they like the winter, they're fucking lying to themselves, okay? They're liars and they cannot be trusted. Pretty cold, so I feel you, yeah. In Washington, yeah, I can't even complain. Like, I'm not like in a super cold area or anything. It's just like, as soon as it's below 60, I can't hold my phone, for example. Like, my grip strength just goes out the fucking window. So that sucks. Just trying to like do daily shit, like brush my teeth and like shower becomes so much fucking harder. And like, yeah, a first world problem, like, oh, your house is too cold. Like, oh no. But like, yeah, I don't know. It does like interfere with my ability to live my daily life. So, got a quick question. Sure. Yeah, and like, I have so little that I can do, you know, like, yeah, I can stay in my bed all day because I have like a heated mattress pad, which like highly recommend. That's very nice. But then like, what? Am I just supposed to live there? Just be on bed rest until March? Like oh man. Excuse me? Excuse me? That's gonna be a no. I'm gonna give you 30 minutes to think about that. It's going okay. How are you, Market? I was just bitching about my day and being cold and in pain, and just generally mad at life. God, it's just like, I don't need like something that can be controlled to be like keeping me from doing my daily activities. But I have no control over the temperature in my house, so that sucks. I don't know. And then, I don't know, I just like read, I read some chats that Little Bear posted from Hassan's stream, where a chatter like lost their friend, who is also like a Hassanabi head, and he was just like thanking Hassan for the work that he does and like, you know, speaking on behalf of people like his friend, and that shit just fucking broke me. Oh wait, I don't think I specified, like, the chatter lost a friend who was Palestinian, got bombed in the genocide. So it's just like, I don't know, close to home. And those chats are just really heartbreaking. Like, not particularly because of anything they said, but like, just when it hits home. If anyone wants to go read those. Is Hassan the neoliberal dude? No. No, Hassan is a socialist. No, he is the opposite of neoliberal. He's like the biggest leftist streamer. And like leftism in America is not to be confused with, you know, Democrats. He is not a Democrat. Nah. Hassan's a pretty good dude. I have my disagreements with him on, you know, issues of race and disability, but I like to believe that he's learning. Destiny's maybe that, yeah. Pretty left. Likely voting for Cornel West this go around. Nice. Cool, cool. I like Cornell, mostly. I think the differences I have with Cornel West are much fewer than, you know, the ones I have with Biden. Fucking Genocide Joe. I forgot I had all this news I wanted to work in today. Just kind of like some highlights. I want to talk about the ceasefire protests and the arrests in the Capitol after the protests. The censure of Rashida Tlaib. Just stuff like that, you know. It's all like a few days old at this point, but I haven't got a chance to talk about it yet, so we're gonna do that. Maybe we'll start there, and then we can go into why Ethan is stopping leftovers. I watched a little bit, but he went on to Hoscord. Who let Ethan into Hoscord? What? Why would you do that? That's never a good experience, you know? Like, especially right now. Like, I can't imagine a worse time to enter Hoscord than when you're, like, disagreeing with the members of Hoscord. Like, yeah, yikes. I don't know about all that. 95% of issues. I think his messaging could be a little more class-centric to help him be more popular. Yeah, I agree. Also hope of the Dem Party being reformed immediately after AOC called Pelosi Mama Bear. Ew, I don't remember that. AOC, what the fuck? She says some questionable shit sometimes. Like, you know, she's like one of the best ones we've got, but like, still, she'll say some shit, and I'm like, why? What? Yikes. Mama Bear. That makes me want to throw up a little bit. Oh god. Oh yeah, and then we have the Israel brain rot with Brett Weinstein. He's connecting COVID to the Hamas attack or something. I'm not entirely sure what he's even saying there. I'll be honest, I do not know. But then we can move into more fun stuff like Fear, and we've got QT did an event thing with her friends, something roadshow. The 5G roadshow. It's the 5G, brother. I thought that looked fun. So yeah, that's my plan. Just gonna distract myself from all the molding. Gonna move into the White House until everyone has a house. I believe it. I dig that. Yeah, that's pretty based. I like that. Yeah, I mean, I wish, you know, candidates in general would just be more focused on, like, workers' rights and shit. Like, it seems like such an obvious W. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I have some like light tech news. Can we just do that first? Just to get it out of the way. Start off easy. I don't know, I just like to keep up what's happening in the space. So let's do
When are
that.
we gonna get the internet? You feel like, you know, a caveman because we can't access the same things everybody else does.
Until this year, Cindy Hartman and her kids had no reliable internet service. They live in rural Virginia, an area deserted by the big telecom companies like Comcast, who don't see them as a worthwhile investment. And they're not alone. About 20% of people living in rural America lack reliable internet access. And for millions more, the cost of broadband is out of reach and the service is unreliable. Now a solution could be on the way.
It's crazy that some people don't have internet at all. At all. And cities are putting in fiber. Like, come on. Can we just have a little infrastructure?
Owned municipal broadband. But big telecom giants are fighting to stop them.
Broadband in rural America is what's called a market failure. We've kind of given it to the private market, and they've picked and choose where they want to provide service. And oftentimes that means that sparsely populated areas, rural, remote areas, don't get the type of service that we'd like to see. There's just not enough people there to merit that kind of return on investment that profit-driven shareholder companies want to see.
In other words, the companies go where the customers are. And that's fine for most businesses, but it gets problematic when it comes to ones providing crucial services, like the internet.
So, like, whenever we had online school for COVID, since we had no internet and we were in such a remote location, you could not turn in the work on time ever. So I would always get late penalties, and it was basically impossible for me to get anything above like.
Yeah, how are you supposed to be on time if you literally can't control your internet connection? Like, that's just a class issue, you know?
A 70.
Even the hotspot they sent did not work well. And he ended up having to repeat half of his 9th grade in his sophomore year.
Historically, the internet in the United States has been treated more like a luxury good than a right, even though it's needed to compete in today's increasingly digital world. But it's not profitable for big telecom companies to build broadband infrastructure that reaches rural communities, or ensure connections are reliable.
After he said some stuff, I don't know what, I didn't follow him much because of that. I liked his stuff historically. The only thing I know about what he did was, like, go on, like, right-wing podcasts and shit. But, like, I don't know, when you're building a platform, you gotta kind of get what you can. Oh, he wants to disband NATO? What? Hell yeah. Probably what's getting him attacked from both sides. Yeah, that would. That's a brave take to have.
In fact, telecom giants have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to ensure broadband remains expensive and spotty. Even when the government has tried to close the digital divide and subsidize broadband deployment, the lack of public oversight and absence of competition has meant that big telecom providers are securing these funds without actually addressing the problem at hand.
So before the pandemic,
Yeah, when they're just a monopoly, they can do whatever they want. What?
the federal government was spending somewhere between $5 and $7 billion a year on subsidizing broadband deployment to rural communities, where a provider can come in, get a subsidy from the federal government, and deploy high-speed broadband. At least that's how it should be working. What we often found is that a lot of this money was being spent on deploying what we might think about now as like subpar technologies. In fact, between
US imperialism has ultimately provoked it. Yeah. Russia had nukes along with the Canadian and Mexican border. The US wouldn't stand for that shit. Yeah, 100%. React accordingly to what the US, when the US does that to them. Yeah, I mean, US imperialism is, like, such a hegemonic force. Like, of course. Of course they think they can get away with that, but no one else can. Like, American exceptionalism military version.
2009 and 2017, the GAO reports that we spent $47 billion on broadband deployment alone, and yet the digital divide has not only really shrunk, but it might be getting bigger in terms of who is connected with the best technologies and who is still kind of languishing with old telephone models, for instance.
In the most egregious cases, companies took the government's money but failed to do the work. But this isn't the first time we've seen this type of market failure for...
A company wouldn't do that. A company wouldn't just take money from the government and then not do what they said they were going to do, right? They would never. Told Russia they would never expand, and then like 2 years later, 14 countries joined. Yeah. Copium, it'll never expand. Yeah, no, never. We're never going to do continual expansionism.
An essential service. And solved it. The US faced an almost identical problem electrifying the country in the 1930s. That's when FDR created the Rural Electrification Act. The big difference between that and what we see today? The money from the government didn't go to telecom giants driven by greed and delivering for shareholders. It went directly to communities, specifically to farmers, to try and solve the problem themselves. And they did, creating hundreds of electric cooperatives across the country, many of which are still in existence today. Right now, we have an opportunity to right our recent wrongs and learn from the past. As part of the 2021 infrastructure bill, the Biden administration allocated over $42 billion with the intention of closing the digital divide. We can guess what will happen if big telecom giants secure yet more funding. But we wanted to see what might happen if local municipal broadband companies got the money instead.
Now, that funding, it goes to the states, right? And then the state determines what to do with it, if I understand correctly. So, it's completely inconsistent, you know, in the application. Another president like FDR, yeah, or better. You don't have to do the same shit to, what? If you don't do some shit to make the workers' lives better, people are going to start beheading you. Seriously, I mean... We've seen this happen before, you know?
Comcast and Verizon both have a presence in Orange County, but it's almost exclusively in areas like the two towns where there's some density of population. Their footprint in the rural area is almost non-existent, even to today. The first challenge was the recognition that we're not going to get any help. If we do this, we're going to have to try to do it ourselves.
FiberLink is a municipal broadband network that launched in April 2021 and is run by a local public entity instead of a private company. Municipal networks have been growing increasingly popular alongside some of those electrical cooperatives who are now laying fiber on the same lines, taking the challenge of wiring their communities into their own hands.
That's primarily the driving force behind the county creating the Orange County Broadband Authority.
Wait, is that how you lay fiber? You just lay it on the ground? I feel like there's got to be more to that process.
The driving force behind the county creating the Orange County Broadband Authority to say, okay, let's address this problem head on and see what we can do.
Today, FiberLink serves about 7,500 homes that otherwise might never have been connected.
For rural communities, it might mean the difference between keeping young people in your community or attracting new businesses into your community.
And businesses in rural communities in this century looks a lot different than the picture in many people's mind. And it doesn't work without broadband.
So our dairy, we used to have a parlor where people will actually have to milk the cows, hook up the connections to the cows twice a day. When we converted to this robotic dairy, actually what we do is we don't do anything. The cows milk themselves. If they produce enough milk to milk 4 times a day, that's what they do, and they can do it any time that they like.
Deanne Marshall and her husband Keith run a dairy farm in the...
They can do it anytime they like. It looks like it's just happening when they go to eat. It's not like the cow is like, oh, I need to be milked now. Like, such a weird way to put that. All right, lady.
In the country that's been in their family for more than 40 years.
We would not be able to function as a whole without a fiber link and having fiber availability in this rural community.
This is the reality far beyond robotic dairy farms.
In the next 50 years, we are going to need to double our food supply because the population is growing so much. The kicker, we're out of arable land, particularly in the United States. We need to be more efficient with our farming. And what is called precision agriculture.
Did you just say we're out of arable land? We're out of arable land? No, bro. No. We've just destroyed all of it. We've forced ecosystems to collapse, yes, but like, we can fix that. That's such a weird thing to say. Completely out of arable land. We've used all of it. Oh yeah, I love making myself.
Helps us become more efficient. The kicker, we're out of arable land, particularly in the United States. We need to be more efficient with our farming. And what is called precision agriculture helps us become more efficient. That means putting sensors in the ground. That means having sensors in your combine or your harvester. The way those sensors talk to each other, broadband.
Whoa, what?
Municipal broadband companies like FiberLink have proved they can do what big telecom won't: provide good, reliable service to communities too often left behind. But to bring projects to scale, municipal broadband networks need financial support from the federal government.
We're trying to do it as best we can with some internal funds. You know, we can only do it as fast as we generate revenue ourselves, and so it's going to take a while. That's the biggest remaining challenge, I think.
FiberLink and other municipal networks are bidding against big telecom companies to access the Biden administration's new funds.
The argument against municipal broadband often comes from the larger ISPs who say that public investment distorts, big quotation marks, the free market. Where on the other hand, what we often see with municipal broadband is that these are networks that exist because there either isn't an incumbent or the community is dissatisfied with their incumbent. And municipal broadband is often cheaper than the incumbent and faster than the incumbent. And it's become...
Yeah. What the fuck? Fuck the private networks. If the free market was going to provide internet to these people, then they fucking would have. But they haven't. Reliably, they have chosen not to.
A desirable option for a number of communities who can't find, sometimes even with funding, a broadband provider to come in and offer adequate, affordable service.
That's why Biden's Broadband Equity, Access, and Development BEAD program is so promising, assuming it falls into the right hands. And that's going to take a big public support campaign, because lobbyists for telecom giants are already spending record amounts of money to prevent municipal networks from accessing this funding and increasing competition.
Of course.
This fight isn't just playing out at a national level. 17 states have explicit prohibitions on municipal broadband. Telecom companies are lobbying heavily to maintain those restrictions.
This is one of the concerns, again, with large incumbent providers who can kind of just roll in with a lot of lawyers and a lot of really splashy applications. And we need to make sure that smaller providers are being given the same chance to be awarded funding as large providers. It's still not going to be enough to solve the digital divide, but it's going to be a huge dent if the money is spent well. Everything is online right now when it comes to...
Oh yeah, just ask the capitalists very nicely to stop hoarding the entire market. That'll be fine. We just need to make sure, guys.
Connectivity.
Thank you so much for watching, and if content...
It's like increasingly essential. You know what I mean? Like, even like doctors' offices are having like, you know, their records online, results online, registration online, like just for so many things that you want to do in life.
All right, here's a theory I've been thinking about. Someday, maybe not next year or 5 or even 10 years, but maybe someday we'll all live in a world where we all have these wearable computers on our faces all the time. And a lot of these tech companies really believe in that future. Like, I've never spoken to anyone on planet Earth who believes more
And climate change isn't being caused by humans and it's natural, but at the same time, they don't support investing in tech that would reduce the rapid heating of the planet, regardless of if it's caused by humans or not. Right. Yeah, like, we can't divest from fossil fuels because none of the renewables are good enough yet. Well, fucking fix that. Hey, what if we fix that? Hey, if we made them better, then they would be good enough. You know what I mean? It's not like it's so far off, like that's so infeasible.
More than Mark Zuckerberg that humans are on their way to spending tons of their time in some sort of metaverse. But the tech is clearly not good enough.
I don't know about that, man.
Yet today in 2023 for anyone to want to do that. Like, this is what a VR headset looks like in 2023. And this is the best we've got. And even now, the computers and pixels and batteries and everything on your face are too much for people to want to spend all day in something like this. But we're all kind of on board that maybe someday the tech will shrink down more and more and more and more until eventually it's no more than just a normal looking pair of glasses. And then maybe at that point, we'll all be cool wearing it every day. So this Quest 3, this newest and latest and greatest headset from Meta, my theory is...
Yeah, I mean, like, if my phone was in my sunglasses, you know, I'm probably wearing that, yeah. Probably.
is on this side of the scale. And on the other side of the sliding scale is smart glasses. And Meta literally is also announcing smart glasses at their event. So these things are literally called the Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses, aka the Ray-Ban Stories 2. Right now they are super
Of course it's Ray-Ban.
simple. They don't do much because they can only fit a camera and small speakers and a battery, but there are some clever tricks that enable them to do as much as possible. And maybe someday the tech will get powerful enough and useful enough for people to want to use these every day. So VR headsets are racing to get smaller and smaller, and smart glasses are racing to get better and better tech, and they're both basically racing towards each other, and companies like Meta are spending tons and tons of money to develop these things.
Okay, but even the Ray-Bans look kind of clunky. Like, those look way thicker than normal Ray-Bans.
To figure out which strategy will hit first. So, let's see. Let's start with the headset. So this is the latest and greatest from Meta, the Quest 3. And this is the year they made their big pivot to it being a mixed reality headset, which in hindsight feels like a natural progression for these things if you want to get them more comfortable for people to wear every day like glasses. So in previous VR headsets, it really felt like pass-through was an afterthought. Like, you put the headset on and you're just immediately in your own world until you take the headset off. And this new version is still built to be immersive. It still has all the light blocking and fills your field of view with screens and makes it as immersive as possible. But it now has a bunch more sensors arranged around the outside that make pass-through dramatically better than before. It's now color, stereo, very low latency, and decently high resolution. And there's immediately a bunch of benefits to having pass-through being this good. First of all, the setup
Doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very good, Marcus. Dude, it looks very awkward. Like, it's like kind of jumpy. Maybe it's like just different IRL, but
was way more intuitive. Like, you can literally take it to a new spot for the first time and just put it on, it boots up, and automatically you look down and it just maps out the floor of the room you're in. The available floor space, the objects in the room, the spots where you can stand, and to surprisingly great accuracy. So it's using a pair of RGB cameras and the LiDAR sensor in the middle. So you no longer have to painstakingly draw a play area every single time and stick with it. It just naturally feels like it plants the menu floating right in the middle of where you're standing, and you can still see everything around you. Now, you may be wondering, okay, how good though, like, exactly is the Quest 3? Is it the best? Is it better than the Quest Pro? Yes, it's better than the Quest Pro, but it is not as good as Apple Vision Pro. I would kind of equate it to, like, if I gave you a clear pair of glasses that were not exactly your prescription. But basically this one's good because it's stereo and color and nearly real time, so you see accurate colors. You look at your hands and you can find the controllers wherever they are in the room, just pick them up.
Okay, but like, look at that table. Look at the table when he walks up.
Colors. You look at your hands and you can find the controllers where they are in the room.
It just keeps moving.
Just pick them up and put them down without needing someone to hand them to you.
God.
Just so many
it's so
benefits.
like It distorts around the hands. Oh, it's so weird.
like that. There's also just a small amount of distortion with up-close objects and things near the edges of your vision. But it's not quite high enough fidelity to like pick up your phone and start using that screen. So like if you get a text, you're still gonna have to take the headset off to be able to read it. And I know comparing it to a $3,500 headset feels unnecessary, and
Why? Wait. You can't read a text message? That seems like, you know, one of the first things that you might want to be able to do. What? Why have pass-through at all? Huh?
and it kind of is, but also a lot of people have asked me about it, and I am one of few people who can actually say they've tried both. So I will say that, yes, Apple Vision Pro is still the best pass-through I've ever experienced. I distinctly remember taking notes about my experience on my phone while still wearing the headset. It was kind of insane. But for a $500 headset, yeah, this is absolutely as good as you're gonna see. And
First gen Quest, and from what I've seen here, this is ridiculously better. Yeah. I mean, probably.
combined with the high resolution of the actual menus and the accuracy of the controllers, I think it's pretty awesome. And then of course the other benefit to having way higher quality sensors around the outside of the headset is you don't actually need the controllers. Now you've always had the choice to either use the controllers or use your hands, and these controllers have gotten better over the years. They're
Ended up being a novelty. Yeah, I feel like that's like how it is for most people.
smaller, they're pretty sweet, they have better haptics than ever before. But the hand tracking has also gotten way better and really intuitive and responsive. And I think this is key again to feeling like the future. So you do this pinch gesture here to pull up the menu and move around to select things. You can literally scroll around menus by touching the digital menu and flinging them through space with your finger. Or you can grab a window and just move it around, putting it on a table or floating it in the air, and it just stays locked there, which is pretty awesome. So pretty much everything except typing is natural. It works as you'd expect, like you're typing on a virtual keyboard floating in space, but this will definitely take more practice because there's no haptic feedback. See, the other gestures I was talking about almost always have a haptic feedback of your own fingers hitting each other, which is really interesting. This keyboard here, you're sort of just poking an invisible plane in the air where the keyboard should be, so that's a little tougher. The main selling point of this headset though is still playing games. That's still what it's super good at, and it plays all the same games that the Quest 2 could play, and there are even some games optimized for Quest 3 that it's even better at. It has this next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon XR2 chip.
As it relates to gaming, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think that'll be like a better space for it to be used artistically, kind of like as intended. Although I don't know. If I could just like edit videos with like my eyeballs, that would be pretty cool. That could be cool. You mean it's getting over the hurdle of giving people motion sickness? Yeah, I get motion sickness just watching someone else game on Twitch. You know what I mean? Like if it's like a high-paced game, like I probably can't watch that shit. Natural walking movement is a no-go, yeah.
It has higher resolution per eye, it has a wider, more immersive field of view, and it's, in my opinion, slightly more comfortable thanks to this new strap that improves weight distribution. So I've been playing a bunch. I've really enjoyed this golf game that feels surprisingly realistic as someone that was expecting like Wii Golf levels of graphics and control. Also ping pong, which this has this eerie multiplayer mode online where someone else's avatar just shows up in your space standing 10 feet away from you, but with no legs. But there's, you know, the classics like Beat Saber, Super Hot, and then even some new ones like Gorilla Tag is blowing up.
This looks identical to Wii Sports. It literally looks identical. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a capital G gamer.
All this stuff is the main reason why today you'd buy something like this, to spend like half an hour in the thing. But again, the tech is shrinking down more and more and more, and will every single year until it gets close to something like these. Smart glasses. So let's talk about the smart glasses. So these are the Meta smart glasses, and there's others like it, but they're gonna start at the other end of the spectrum where there's only so much stuff that you can stuff into a regular looking pair of glasses that nobody would even look twice at. But over time, as tech gets better and more powerful and more miniaturized, these things will get more and more powerful and more able to do more stuff. So right now, this is a 12 megapixel camera with a little LED light ring to indicate when it's recording or taking a picture, a shutter button on top, and then a literal computer inside with some storage, a touchpad on the side, and then some microphones, and then these really tiny pinhole speakers that fire audio downwards directly into your ears. It doesn't sound like much, but when paired directly to your phone and the Meta View app, this thing is surprisingly capable as a little computer on your face. So you can use the camera, of course, to just take first-person pictures and videos just by hitting the shutter button. Videos are limited to 60 seconds or less and portrait orientation, but honestly, despite all that, they're actually pretty solid-looking videos. And there's some promise here. I kind of feel like I might want to use these for autofocus for like car driving footage. If I could get widescreen out of them, that would be awesome. And then you can also start a recording or take a picture just by saying, hey Meta, take a picture. And so you can see that. It was pretty fast,
Nice.
the little light there. I don't know if you want to say that phrase out loud very often, so you might just stick to one of these. But yeah, it has a voice assistant built in. So you can send it.
Yeah, that seems like harder, honestly, than this, but I guess if your hands are full or something, it's cool. It's cool.
And receive messages through WhatsApp, Messenger, Meta stuff. But it's just audio. Like there's no screen anywhere in here built in. So this really works best with experiences that can be entirely handled with just audio. So they're connected all the time to your phone via Bluetooth. So you can listen to music, and these little speakers are directional enough that at half volume, there's really not that much bleed. And at high volume, it kind of just sounds the same as someone like maybe listening next to you with open back headphones.
It's not terrible.
That's as loud as it gets. But you can also
Okay, but what's the battery life?
ask questions of the Meta virtual assistant, little AI virtual assistant built into the computers in this little pair of glasses. And you have to ask it, hey Meta, what's the weather tomorrow? And then it reads the answers directly into your ears. And so now I know it's gonna rain for our last practice of the year. Great. We can also ask it random questions about people. I asked it to write a poem and it gave me a poem. It's internet connected from your phone, so it can do a bunch of stuff. For fun, I asked it to write an acceptance speech for me as I walk onto stage wearing the sunglasses. And by the time I got on stage, I can start saying an acceptance speech as it's reading them into my ears, which I thought that's kind of a fun hack. So this is all based on Meta's new Llama 2 language model. So it's pretty fluid, and you don't have to rely on saying certain specific phrases to get it to keep going through the conversation. Now, it's not the best AI assistant I've ever heard, and it still has its limitations. It still can't set alarms or access third-party services that aren't Meta. But the fact that I could be on a phone call right now and you wouldn't even notice in public, that's kind of the point. There's 2 different styles by Ray-Ban for these. These are the headline.
Okay, but that just exacerbates the problem of people thinking you're crazy because you're like talking in your AirPod and they don't see it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe we're just like more used to that now. But like, you just see someone talking just with glasses, no AirPod. Like I might think they're kind of crazy. I just might.
Liner and the Wayfarer. The downside is very clearly battery life. I mean, this is a small battery to fit in here. So it's cool that you have this wireless charging case. So the second you take them off, you can just put them in the case and charge them back up, just like earbuds, basically. So it's more about how many times the case can charge them up. Honestly, on one charge, if I listen to a bunch of music and take a bunch of pictures and videos, I can kill these things in under 2 hours. But they're quoting 36 total hours of battery life with the charging case. By the way, the recording light is on one side, but then it's the camera on the other side, so that keeps it nice and symmetrical, like normal glasses should be. But that's the idea. This is about as much tech as you can fit in a normal looking pair of glasses in 2023 without it starting to look weird.
And like I said, like those are clunky. They don't look just like regular glasses.
With the current tech we have, but it's gonna be more and more and more stuff and still looking like this every year. So the question is, which side would you bet gets mass adoption first? And this is a question tech companies have to answer before they start investing. Now, Meta is invested in both, so maybe they win either way and they're involved. But if you're Snapchat, they've already...
obviously. obviously it doesn't matter to them. Meta's getting their bag either way. Yeah, I think it's probably like something that'll be simultaneous because they have like different uses.
Tried just the smart glasses, and maybe they'll keep doing that later. If you're Apple, they've clearly started with Apple Vision Pro, and they're gonna try to miniaturize that and shrink that year after year. But which side? And what a time to be alive for all of this, because the tech that we're gonna have on our faces in 10, 20 years is gonna look insane compared to what we have today. The same way that the tech we had 10 years ago looks archaic compared to what we have now. So all that being said, I'll leave you with this. 1, Quest 3 for $500 is awesome, and if you're looking to get a VR headset or a mixed reality headset at all, no problem recommending this one. It's pretty sweet. 2, Apple's Vision Pro is still on track to be released early 2024, and I think it's gonna be pretty awesome, so make sure you get subscribed to see the review of that when it happens. And 3, I'm pretty sure we are barreling towards this computers on our faces future at some point. It does feel like it's picking up that much steam and that much investment. So even if you don't believe we are gonna be wearing these on our faces for a super long time, it probably won't be this. It'll be something smaller, and slowly we'll get more and more face computer time. So, which side do you pick? Thanks for watching. Catch you in the next one. Peace.
Wait, listen to this. This sounds exactly like Frank Sinatra is singing Get Low by Lil Jon.
To the window, to the wall, until the sweat drops down my...
No? How about Linkin Park singing Pokemon song? Or how about Johnny Cash singing Barbie Girl?
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
These are all made using AI voice clones. Sinatra never sang Get Low, sorry. But the
Wait, really?
craziest part is that voice cloning is just the beginning of what's happening right now with AI music. AI is letting people create completely new songs as fake collaborations or generate lyrics or even melodies in seconds. That song that you're hearing in the background right now, that was made using AI, just by typing in a few words. This stuff has gotten crazy fast. And
wow, you made a basic lo-fi beat with AI? Whoa. Whoa, dude. I didn't know I could do that. Dude, I could probably do that.
people keep saying that AI is going to be the death of music. Technology causes turning points in history. We've seen it happen countless times, and I think that we're in one right now for music. The stakes are high. If we get this wrong, we could jeopardize how human musicians make money and art. But if we get it right, we have an opportunity to leap ahead in how we as humans get to express ourselves. That might sound like hyperbole, but it's not. This is an extremely complex and controversial topic, and to really understand it, you have to understand how the music industry already works and how it might be changing. So, to do that, I reached out to two people right in the thick of it. The artist Grimes and the CEO of Spotify are gonna help me explain what's really going on in the fight over AI music.
AI generated music.
There will always be a problem with AI.
It's making the music industry very nervous.
We're drowning in...
Wait, so is Grimes working with Spotify to do her AI? I thought that she was doing that, like, independently. Interesting.
music.
Elon's like... Not anymore, actually. She's filing for divorce and seeking custody of the children. So...
Will this be something that artists actually embrace? We really haven't figured out a way to compensate the creators.
How bad could this really be for artists in the music industry?
This whole messy fight over AI music really boils down to two big questions. One, what can AI music actually do for us? And two, when should artists get paid in a world where we have it? There are a lot of
I feel like artists should always get paid. You know what I mean? What do you mean? Wait, what? When can we stop paying artists for AI? What? Go ahead. Cleo sometimes with her framing.
And 2, when should artists get paid in a world where we have it? There are a lot of layers to AI music. In the style of Taylor Swift is different from cloning her voice, which is different from using her music to train an AI. And those nuances.
Okay, but like, you can quantify those things. There's data literally linking how much of an artist's style or voice or like just art in general went into training. Like, it's not like it's a fucking mystery. Like,
really matter for how the finished product gets treated. We're gonna get into all of it. But first, you might be wondering, why do we want this? Like, wouldn't having AI make music hurt human creativity and musicians? Not necessarily. I think if we get this right, AI can help us shrink what I'm gonna call the gap. The gap is the difference between the idea that's in your head, that's obviously perfect and amazing, versus what you can realistically create. Sometimes I'll try and make exactly what I imagined. But sometimes the truth is I'll shrink my idea because it's just what I can make with the tools that I have. Creativity isn't the same as technical skill. We sometimes confuse them because you've often needed one to show that you have the other. But lowering the amount of technical skill that you need to express your creativity is how we've gotten more great music throughout history.
A few hundred years ago, you needed to be a musical genius in order to create a composition, right? Someone like a Mozart or Beethoven, it was a huge cost to gather a whole orchestra to test ideas. So they had to test it by themselves, and I can only say that's a musical genius. So there weren't that many of those in the world that could do this.
I think we can agree we'd have less great music today if that were still the case.
Someone like a Avicii, who's now passed, in my opinion,
yeah, I do like the idea of it becoming more democratic, right? Like, that's a nice idea. And like less elitist in the way that like artistry is, you know, kind of like kept away for like an elite group. But that's not the way that it's being used already, you know? Like, rich record labels are just gonna use AI music to make more money and pay artists even less. Like, I'm missing the connection.
He was a musical genius too. His tool was the computer.
I see AI as a new tool, a really, really powerful one. Artists can already use technology like ChatGPT to generate lyrics or Google's Music LM to create new melodies. In fact, you might be listening to that without knowing it.
I would be surprised if we didn't have already works of that kind on Spotify.
And musicians disagree about what to use AI for.
I don't think AI should write lyrics for you. I don't think AI should be able to just automatically generate music for you. I think that is probably not good for the human mind.
I was very interested to hear Grimes say that because she's one of the first artists to come out in favor of another controversial use of AI, voice cloning.
If you press record and just saying like Old MacDonald or something.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. I was singing because Grimes was teaching me how to use a tool that she recently released called Elf Tech, which lets anyone change their voice into hers. And on that farm he had a pig, E-I-E-I-O.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm he had a pig, E-I-E-I-O.
It just transformed my singing into yours. If you go to Spotify right now and type in Grimes, 2 verified artists come up. That's human Grimes. And cool. That's the collaborator.
Gaspon and his son was so cringe. Oh my god. She kept saying same phrases like, I'm not a politician. Yeah, it was rough. I did love when she said, you're crazy for this. How do you read all those messages? You should be committed. That was priceless.
For anyone else who uses her voice on Spotify.
And like the really good ones, we're gonna go back and give them a full featuring Grimes. And then when I release my album, I'm also gonna release a competitive AI album.
So like releasing like a Grimes album and a Grimes AI made by others album at the same time.
Yes, and which one performs better?
Grimes is excited about this, but a lot of other artists are extremely not okay with people using their voice this way.
People should have consent. If you want copyright and you don't want people to use your name and likeness and your stuff, that's cool. But like I personally enjoy it.
All right, now it's gonna get even more controversial. When should artists get paid in a world with AI music?
Major concern in the music industry.
It violates copyright law.
Could lead to major legal battles. Who gets paid?
The thing to know here is that the music industry already has rules for this. The question now is whether AI can fit into that system, or if something's gotta change. For decades, whether an artist gets paid or not depends on how the industry defines what is inspiration versus what is copying. This box, getting inspired by someone and not paying them, is most music.
I was inspired by a lot of great singers.
There's so much Beatles inspiration in there.
My greatest influence was Whitney.
George Michael, Whitney.
This box, directly copying someone and paying them for it, is also totally fine. Doja Cat did that in that new song of hers that goes, walk on by.
Yeah, bitch, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead.
Now here's the original.
Walk on by.
Hey, just walk on by. This is just sampling. Doja Cat needs to pay whoever owns the original composition of the song and the original recording. Or a musician might re-record a line or a melody from someone else's song and use it in their new one. I'll use Ariana Grande as an example.
Breakfast at Tiffany's and bottles of bubbles. Na, 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 na.
And I don't know, that's so different though, right? Because you do need to have some skill to emulate Ariana Grande, for example, or, you know, do a Whitney impression. It's not something that can just be copied just like that, you know what I mean?
Na, 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 na. Does that sound familiar? Na 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 na. I'm gonna stop singing now.
These are a few of my
Classic.
That's interpolation. Ariana Grande needs to pay the original composer of the song, but she's not using the original recording, so she doesn't need to pay for that. Or an artist could re-record an entire song. That's just covering. Again, gotta pay the owner of the original composition. What Grimes is doing fits in here too, actually. People are making new songs and new recordings, but they are using her voice and likeness, so they've agreed that they should pay her. In all of these cases though, some original owner is getting paid. It doesn't matter how you made the track. If you use AI to do any of these things, you still gotta pay. And if you try not to, yikes.
I'm gonna sue you. I'll see you in court!
Copying an artist and not paying them, that's what our entire existing copyright system is built for. Copyright protects the original song recording, the master, and separately the composition of the original song itself. Like a lot of the law though, it's less a list of rules and more a
And like, how do you calculate it? You know, if you're like inputting into the AI, like, oh, I want a song that's like, Young Gravy, and Drake, and DJ Khaled. Like, you know, like at what point does it become like a different style? I don't know.
a list of lawsuits. In 2015, for example.
Thank God for these copyright systems. Yeah, they work so well.
Pharrell Williams and Robin Thicke had to pay $5 million after losing a lawsuit claiming that their song Blurred Lines copied the composition of Marvin Gaye's Gotta Give It Up. Versus,
Insane.
Ed Sheeran recently won a lawsuit over this chord progression in his song Thinking Out Loud.
Darling, I will be loving you.
Which the heirs of Ed Townsend claimed was copied from a song that he co-wrote, Let's Get It On.
Let's get it on.
Sometimes it's just messy. Like Olivia Rodrigo retroactively gave Taylor Swift songwriting credits on some of her songs, and therefore a lot of money in royalties, because other people accused her songs of being too similar. But what about an artist's vibe, like in the style of Taylor Swift? Or even making a song that sounds like two artists collaborating, but it's not their composition and it's also not their original recording. This is where all hell breaks loose. You can't impersonate someone, but you can parody them. You can't copy specific producer tags, like another one,
Another one, another one, another one, another one.
but you can copy phrases that other people have used, even if they're super famous, like Jason Derulo.
Jason Derulo!
You can't use another song's melody, but you can use popular chord progressions. The copyright
Oh, thank God for that, you know? What would we do if we couldn't copy Jason Derulo?
system is just incredibly complicated, and it's a fight every time people disagree. That's true whether it's made with AI or not. But there is a question that's specific to AI, which is, should artists get paid if an AI trains on their music? Is that inspiration?
Yes.
Or is that copying? The AI tools that we're talking about require thousands of songs in order to learn. These training datasets are just enormous, and the companies that use them aren't always exactly forthcoming about what they're using. But it's important.
Okay. But like, you could still find out who made those songs, right? You know what I mean? But then, of course, like, once you're dividing it up 1,000 times, it's like 1,000th of a penny or something. Whatever. Since, you know, the royalties they get on their actual original song is already pennies. So, I don't know. Man. We're just like watching the arts die before our eyes. And I'm just coping.
To know that these AI tools aren't really sampling or interpolating or covering. They're not taking pieces of the music in their datasets and collaging them. They're analyzing patterns and creating entirely new works based on them. Inspiration or copying? You might have noticed that right now, the way that the industry decides is based entirely on the output, not the input. In theory, you could download someone else's entire song if you then changed it enough so that it wasn't similar in the end. So artists get paid if the end result sounds enough like them, whether their music was used to make it or not. You could change that, but it would mean filling a box that so far has never been filled, paying artists for what the industry calls inspiration. But it might change. There are several ongoing lawsuits worth keeping an eye on across different art forms. I asked Daniel how he thinks about this. If I'm an artist on Spotify, does it matter what tools I use, depending on like how they're trained and all of that?
We wouldn't know what tools you're using in creating your music. We get them as audio files at the end of it, and we wouldn't know how that was generated. Every musician learned on the back of every other musician in the past. So the fact whether it's trained on or not, I respect that that is an ongoing debate, but I think the more important one is the output of that training. We want it to be really new IP, not something that's drafting off someone else's name and likeness. When it gets too close, where it's confusingly similar, what it is, that's kind of where I draw the line.
But if AI actually begins to make music more autonomously, then it becomes less a tool for artists and more an artist?
You may have totally autonomous AI agents that are creators on every platform that just generate not one song, 100 songs, or 1,000 songs, but like 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion songs, and just test their way into what may work. And that's the one I feel is harder to figure out, because it's not clear to me who owns the IP in that regard, or even how to think about it, because is it a creator? Is it not a creator? You know, the AI, we wouldn't treat as a creator, but the person behind the AI, we would, right?
I mean, it's by definition not a creator. You know what I mean? Like, the creator would be the person making the AI or using the AI. Like, I don't know. I think it just like makes me mad, like personally, that like a human didn't have to learn about music at all to then make music that is in fact historically informed. Like, I don't know, it just makes my head hurt a little bit. Eyeball. You heard your name.
Like, this is where I start to get existential. If I listen to a piece of music and I like it, if it makes me dance or sing or cry, do I care if an AI made it? But on the other hand, I really believe that music is human expression. It is awe and love.
Well, I had to do my manual labor that I don't want to do. Seriously.
And joy and fear and jealousy, all woven into waves in the air. I really think it's one of the best ways that we have to communicate between our lonely little brains what it's like to be alive. If AI is a tool to help us do more of that, awesome. There's obviously a lot that we need to do to figure out how to make sure that musicians are compensated fairly. But I think that AI can be a tool to help us form more of those connections.
There's a lot of people that may not have believed that had musical talent that all of a sudden would realize.
I keep fast forwarding, sorry. I don't know, like how would you even pay them though? Like that, I don't know. I feel like it should be possible, but I just don't know how. like, it could record, like, what inspirations it used to make the final track. And then you could pay it out that way. But like I said, like, depending on how many influences you put into a track, like, you could just be paying less than a penny, like, wild. Fundamental misunderstanding of what talent is, right?
That they actually do. And that's why I'm so excited about this technology at the end of the day.
I look around at the incredible amount of human expression that we communicate through music, and I think to myself, oh my God, like, how much more of that is out there, locked inside people's minds? And what would happen if we set it free? Thor wanted to say hi. This was a really hard episode to write.
Want to eat it out of existence. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, I don't know. She's like real high on the hopium right now. And obviously, like, that would all be very nice and good. I just don't trust it in the hands of capitalists. Especially not capitalist fucking record labels. Are you kidding me?
It was
fucking Spotify? Come on.
Really fascinating, but really complicated, and there's still so much that we're figuring out about this topic. But I just wanted to say thank you, because when you subscribe to our show, you're giving us the ability to go interview people like the CEO of Spotify and Grimes, and some of the episodes that we have coming up, I can't tell you about yet, but they're gonna be amazing. And I feel really, really grateful that you're here supporting this show. So, thank you.
No. I do like Cleo.
But first, I just want to highlight a fun Twitter poll that I posted a couple days ago, where sometimes I post Twitter polls and I kind of think that...
This is crazy. Are you guys ready for a self-driving taxi? I am not. I don't think I could do that. I barely trust a human taxi, you know?
I know how it's going to shake out, but sometimes I'm surprised a little bit. And this one I was very surprised by. I put it in the Slack and I was just trying to see if people would
I'll be back in a second.
Guess before they clicked it what they thought the results would be.
Yeah.
So I tweeted, would you take a self-driving taxi / Uber? No context about like the state of it now versus how much better it might get later. Just like, would you take one? And the results, I want you to just think about this if you're listening to the podcast right now. What do you think people would say? Would you take a self-driving Uber, yes or no? 55 yes, 45 no. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Mostly because there's two ways to think about the answer to that, which is one, do you like the idea of a self-driving car? Which a lot of people were like, yeah, I really have had too many bad experiences with Ubers, lots of horror stories about, you know, can I stop at my house for a second? Can I,
Yeah.
I just need to pick up a package or meet my friend somewhere and you're in the back of someone's car, like, what is going on?
Yeah.
People just like the idea of that never happening again, and a self-driving car solves that. But the other version of the question is, given how good the tech is now, would you currently ride in a self-driving car, or maybe wait till it's actually a little bit better and autonomous vehicles are like fully as good as a human? And I think that's another answer for a lot of people.
I think this could splinter for sure, because there's the self-driving taxis that are going through San Francisco right now, which is a small-ish metropolitan area, you know? San Francisco is only 7 by 7 square miles. So there's not a lot of space to cover. But if you're in like Los Angeles area where everything's a highway, like none of the self-driving cars in San Francisco are going 70 miles per hour on the highway.
Right.
That's a different story.
There's still like
In some
so
ways-
many variables though.
Yeah, some might say that's easier.
I would be more afraid to take a self-driving car on the freeway.
I would be less afraid.
Really?
Well,
Based on
If it's some traffic cones, cause a traffic jam in San Francisco. Oh my god, I saw that. It just like a single cone just completely disabled. I love that. I love that for, you know, 80 miles an hour.
on what I've seen about self-driving technologies, the highway, which is just laned line markers, is typically the easiest thing to do. And then the more variables you add, like slowing down and adding bicyclists and pedestrians and people walking and kids running into the street, which doesn't usually happen on a highway, that's when it gets tricky. So I feel like I'd be more likely to trust it on a highway.
Yeah.
Counterpoint, you'll be fine when it hits a pedestrian.
Well, I guess I just don't want to be in a car where anything weird happens.
I think also LA highway traffic is basically just letting it roll. So like that might be the safest out of everything.
Yeah.
And then you don't have some creepy Uber guy trying to talk to you the entire time. So
Yeah.
there's a benefit. I don't know, but I feel like I agree with you on this feels like who answered this question, I'm looking forward to it, or I don't trust it right now. I answered not trusting it right now.
Right. And I think a lot of people answered this thinking, do you like the idea of a self-driving car? Because I think if I ask, and this is also, I'm polling my audience, so it's a lot of tech-forward people, that's going to skew it as well. But I think if you just polled like a bunch of average people, you get a lot more no's.
Okay, so can we go over, did everyone here answer this poll?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm, some kind of fucking caveman, but like, I can't. I do the ghost breaking when I'm a passenger. Like, I just don't trust it, Maybe if it's like an empty road and it's like a perfect day, but I don't know.
Yes.
Can we take a really quick poll of the see what everyone answered and why they answered real quick?
Yeah, we can get a percentage.
So what'd you answer, David?
I answered yes. I remember when I sold my Subaru when I was in California, I said, I'm not going to buy another car until they're all self-driving.
Wow.
Which didn't happen because I needed to buy a car. But it's kind of self-driving, but not really. But either way, I've had like this magical image of self-driving cars in my head for a very long time. And I like the idea of just sort of being driven around autonomously. Because if I could drive to work and like sleep more or read or something like that, that'd be fun.
That'd be dope.
Yeah. Do some work.
So let's say right now.
Yeah, but like, you can't do that yet. Like, I mean, I think he knows that, but like, you can't just sleep. I don't know if there's ever going to be a point where you can just sleep. You should always like be making sure, that's crazy to me.
Now you just landed you were going to the Adobe conference and 2 taxis or Ubers showed up at the airport, one with a driver, one that's self-driving. Which one would you have gotten in? Same price, same everything?
I feel like if they are using it for consumers, it's got to be safe enough that I'm not going to get hurt.
Or it's just in the agreement, like, I cannot sue you. I sign away my rights to sue the company, which is probably the case. They're probably not liable, but not because it's just safe.
Because otherwise, it's just a complete PR nightmare. Like, from what I've heard, like, they've had the ability to do general safe driving for a while, and like NVIDIA has shown off their technology, and Tesla's shown off their technology, and Qualcomm, like every single developer conference ever, they show off their self-driving technology for the last 10 years. But nobody wants to be first, because if you're first and you kill someone, you destroy the entire industry, but mostly yourself.
Yeah, I think that mentality works for this because especially...
Yeah, Tesla has done a lot of damage on that front. Like, I've seen so many fucking horror stories of like near misses or just full on crashes, or they hit a car, or, a person or a dog, or fucking just so many terrifying things.
Especially with self-driving cars, they have to be so much safer that they're comfortable putting it on the streets.
And even though they're safer than human drivers, as soon as one thing happens, it all gets thrown on the fact that it's self-driving.
Yeah, I think it still has like, I answered no because I feel like now, I can just,
I mean, okay, yeah, no, that is true. That where like, yeah, like humans get in wrecks every day, all the time. But like, I don't know. I probably just need to look at the safety data, like, actually. But, like, I don't know that it is so much safer. Based on what I've seen, which, again, is biased, I admit that, I just don't know if it is.
I can loop off of what you're saying, though, is, like, I think, like, in general, in a lot of ways, it's probably safer than most drivers, but I still don't know, and I know it has at least a decade of information it's gathered, but there are just still so many variables you don't know what's coming on in these, like, all these different road, like, scenarios out there. Like, isn't there that one highway in San Francisco where the line was painted kind of weird and there were, like, 5 or 6 Teslas crashed in the same, like, couple months?
And they literally repainted it because
they repainted. This was further.
Yeah, well, like, that's the case for all American roads. All American roads are dog shit. They have to be able to deal with a shitty paint job. Are you kidding? Hello? Are you gonna rebuild every road in America before you release self-driving cars? Because that's what we would need to do.
Back, like, just to be clear, this is much further back, but there's just stuff that then happens. I don't know enough about where I'm driving, if I'm picking up a taxi or an Uber. I don't think I would feel, and especially because in self-driving cars right now, there's a person behind the steering wheel that it can be like, whoa, you take over, I don't got this. If it's a taxi or an Uber, that's just an empty ass seat right there, and I'm not jumping forward and doing it. Like, I don't think I've got the trust on that yet.
It's crazy that as a society, we're like, instead of just laying down a few train tracks, let's try to recreate
We've got
the
a whole
human
nother
brain, but stronger and better at driving.
That's a whole nother topic.
We will climb to biology's greatest achievements.
Literally just give me trains, please.
And surpass them instead of like, bus stop.
Men will literally simulate consciousness before going to therapy.
Before literally just building a train.
Yeah. Okay. So you said no.
Yes, I said no. Ella said train as the third option.
What did you actually say, Alice?
I probably would not. Like if a self-driving car pulled up to this office to take me somewhere in today, right now.
Man.
No.
I'm out of touch with the...
I've been in...
I've done it already.
Yeah.
Driven it or been out of touch?
No.
Okay, Brad.
I've been in... We did the self-driving Yandex pre-mapped route in Vegas.
Oh, right.
So I was in the back seat of a 10-minute ride with nobody in the driver's seat, and I would do it again.
If you are driving from this office, and if I
again.
accidentally dox us, tell me to stop. But when you're driving from this office to New York City, when you get on the freeway, there's this really tricky maneuver where you have to get on a bridge and you're merging into a lane that's sort of coming from your back.
The one that I've
the
almost
fast
been
lane
hit
also.
At.
Exactly.
I've almost been hit by that like
Jesus.
20 times.
What would a self-driving... There's no way the car can see backwards around
It
the
can.
blind circle.
So-
all it has is a yield sign.
Yeah. So here's what it does. This is the biggest downside I've seen with these out in the world self-driving cars. The number one problem with human drivers is they're too aggressive and they will often crash. The number one problem with these self-driving cars is they sit at the yield sign and wait for 40 minutes until there's a big enough gap for them to go, and they will hold up traffic for a mile behind them because of it.
Yeah.
And that's annoying from the passenger seat, but it's technically safer.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest difference I found. If you read a lot of the headlines in San Francisco, it's like...
It might be safer, but like, bro, that's not a feasible solution. Is there not like a middle ground? Like, what?
It's not that these cars are mowing through intersections or whatever. It's just that people like, they come up to like a stop sign with like a car too far in an intersection and then they just freeze and don't do anything. And then they cause traffic to be held up for like the entire day.
I care about my image just as much as I care about my physical body. So I don't want to be the guy that everyone's pointing and laughing at why my self-driving taxi can't figure out why there's a basketball in the road and just stops for an hour.
That's more likely, yeah.
But no, yeah. I still think the biggest thing here is that the difference between a self-driving taxi, Uber, and its current self-driving is a person in the front seat and not a person in the front seat. And taking over.
Yeah.
I think even just the taking over part scares me. If that couldn't happen, I don't think I want to be the guy in the backseat when that happens.
The one Waymo, is it Waymo? Yeah, the one Waymo that got in that really bad accident had a human driver that was supposed to take over, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So
and that's also a lot. That's why I say it's psychological. It's because it's basically like, how good does the tech get and how much do you trust it?
Yeah.
You just put Tesla bot in there.
Well, then do you trust Tesla bot?
Tesla bot is the redundant like takeover if something's a problem.
It's like we just need a button to stop. Like we have the robot and we just have the big red button. We just need to be sitting in the back seat with a button just like ready to press it at any point.
Yeah.
That's kind of all I need.
Would you get in a self-driving airplane for a cross-country flight?
Yeah.
That pretty much happens.
Airplanes are already
but but no pilot in there to do anything.
Yes, 100%.
I don't know enough about how much pilots do.
No.
I know
100% no, definitely not. I've only seen one flight sim, and that's all I need to know. That's all I need to fucking know, okay? Shit can go wrong. And then what? And then what?
a lot about how we drive, but I don't know enough about what pilots are for.
I could be I could be convinced. I don't know. Anyways, Adam, what is your thought process on this?
In its current state, I would not do it. I could see it getting there in the future, and I'll do it. I also did a BMW self-driving demo in Vegas.
Yeah, for CES.
And that was terrifying.
It was.
And it was like...
But exhilarating.
Like everything at CES.
Yeah.
I got more exhilaration than terror.
Well, yeah, because you were like, am I going to die?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who
I
knows?
enjoyed that.
So it was a fun experience. But then thinking about like if an Uber just pulled up right now to take me home and there's no one in the front seat.
Take me home to...
Not a
Don't you
chance.
feel like if it's like publicly accessible and on the road and gonna pick you up, that it's safe enough to take you home?
No.
I guess
we have many things that are on the road right now that are not safe.
Like people.
Yeah.
Like the Hummer EV.
Well, yeah, like the Hummer EV.
It's a great point. But yeah, there is an element of like, are we being beta tested on? Like sometimes there are real technologies that are
San
out.
Francisco, yeah.
Yeah, in the world where I'm like, just because it's out doesn't mean it's good. They're absolutely racing to be first, and I don't want to use this just because it's out. And I think it interestingly with the self-driving cars, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like they could have been out a while ago and probably.
Yeah, like fucking Elon Musk got approval for Neuralink. I don't think that shit's safe. It killed a bunch of monkeys. A shit ton of monkeys. Brutally. Made them fucking claw their eyes out. Like, hello?
They've been just as good as they are now, but they have to be so sure
careful
that they're really careful to not ruin everything with one mistake that they probably are even safer than you think.
It's kind of like how Tesla takes the heat with all the negative press that electric cars get.
Yeah.
Right? Like anytime anything happens to a Tesla.
Every car fire.
Yeah, every car fire. Yeah, I mean, there's a million car fires, but anytime it's...
Okay, but a Tesla car fire is not like a regular car fire. It burns for weeks, dude. Yeah, that's a little different.
The Tesla, the headlines are, Tesla catches fire, and it's like...
Yeah. I do think we'll see more EVs just in that light in general, now that there's more of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big oil.
I just want to throw one more idea out there. Maybe let this idea marinate in your brains. I don't think people are unsafe. I think cars are just inherently unsafe. Like as a concept.
Tricky.
True.
That is tricky.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Just throwing that out there.
I feel like the only problem with posing that question is it makes it feel like all people are safe, where like there are plenty of people.
No, there are plenty of drivers I hope to never encounter on the road.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong.
I just want to clarify that.
I think...
But it's not fun unless it's a one or the other.
Yeah.
No context.
Cars are... It's not that they're unsafe, it's that the way that we drive them around right now is unsafe. Like if you flip the switch tomorrow and every car became a self-driving car, I think that would be a lot more safe.
Yeah.
Than
If every car was a self-driving car, it would be way more safe.
Versus a mix of people and self-driving
That's the real challenge.
Yeah.
I was just on another podcast talking about this. I'm not going to spoil it too much,
and, like,
but the idea of every car being a self...
So much of the way that you drive depends on the way other people drive. Like you kind of predict traffic based on the way that humans drive. So when it's a self-driving car, you can tell, and it's fucking annoying as hell. Everyone is passing them. It's just fucking not good.
Driving car. I'm
5G.
pretty sure we've also talked to Neil deGrasse Tyson about this, possibly. But you can picture like a superhighway of just cars going 100 miles an hour, and they all talk to each other, and they all can like immediately make moves, all computer controlled, and just like get you as fast and as safe as possible to your location. But there's no way to get to that future without getting through all the complexities of some cars are self-driving and some are 10 years old, and they're humans, and you can't get there without going through it.
Ironically, this analogy is like the Windows versus Mac analogy. Or the Android versus iOS analogy, mostly Windows versus Mac.
I'm listening.
Because so Windows has to be like backwards compatible with a ton of enterprise software, right? And and government software and all this stuff. So none of it, you can't really like switch to a whole new development platform and be like everyone has to change. But Apple can literally be like, if you don't update your app to support this or like be based on this, we will just take you off the App Store.
Yeah.
So you can't take every car and be like, you have to retrofit your car.
We'll take you off the road.
5G thing so it can talk to all the other.
Fair.
Yeah. But I do love the theoretical where every single car is a self-driving car, because you can literally like not have...
No, give everyone a government subsidized brand new EV right now.
roads and just have like one big plane and everything's just weaving through each other at like 150 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Seems pretty sweet.
No.
Yeah.
Where would the buildings go? You can't just have one big plane.
You could, and the buildings are on the perimeter.
That sounds like a terrible place to live. A big ring of buildings filled with a autonomous car deathmatch.
Like, hypothetical, okay?
What are you talking about?
That sounds like literal hell.
The point I'm making is that you don't have to have everything go like straight or sideways. It can just they can weave between each other without slowing down at all.
I hear that.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
But we've also built lots of roads already.
Yes.
So we kind of just
we don't need any more.
Yeah.
Aim to fit the roads we've built.
Yeah.
Also, David, this is America.
Also, Marques hasn't given us his answer on this yet.
I would take a self-driving Uber.
Okay, well, no one cares.
I mean, you knew my answer already.
Wait, so I kind of do.
I mean, he already has.
But you didn't say it, and I didn't want to skip
Fine
it.
with us. So it's 40-60. Me and Marques versus all you
Interesting.
freaks. Little freaks.
See you on the perimeter of the plane.
Mad Max over here.
But then you try and stumble upon it, and you have to put an invite code in.
Oh my god.
You can X out of it.
Oh, you can?
I have the invite code right here while I was looking it up. Do you want it right now? It's LIKEANDSUBSCRIBE. It's like and subscribe if you want to take the time.
Not in the podcast. I thought you were spelled.
Okay. This isn't really technically tech news, but we'll just get into this real fast.
President Joe Biden is
Biden is on Truth Social.
President Joe Biden is launching his in his next bid for re-election, apparently taken to Truth Social to try and get to some more eyes, ears, and maybe even voters. Is it serious? We're going to find out. To truly reach non-traditional Democratic voters, candidates need to step out of their box, obviously. So this is what this first post was from the Biden-Harris HQ as they then signed up for One Truth Social. They even have the red check mark because it's Truth Social. They said, well, let's see how this goes. Converts, welcome. That's a pretty welcoming opening there. The Biden campaign announced this on the other awful right-wing site now. It's called Twitter. I'm sorry, it's called X, where they then posted this saying that they then jumped on Truth Social. It says, we just joined Truth Social, mostly because we thought it'd be...
The way that they're using the Dark Brandon meme as the fucking profile picture, I can't.
Be very funny. Follow us there for truths and retruths, or whatever they call them. And I even linked to a Fox News article that was talking about the fact that they're over there. It's all fun and games and gags right now. We'd mentioned Truth Social specifically only for Donald Trump's truths and retruths out there, but apparently now we may have other things to go after. Here's some of the things that they've been posting right off the bat. This is where they might be changing my mind about how ridiculous this could be. It said Nikki Haley on Trump suggesting that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff should be executed. Quoting her, I think it's irresponsible. They even have a video in case you didn't believe it. So you'd have to listen to her say it right there. There's another one. Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, confirms that Trump called American service members suckers and losers, refused to visit their graves, and that he didn't want to be seen with amputee veterans because, quote, it doesn't look good for me. Again, there's a video there too. So I'm sure lots of people are listening and watching these things.
Oh my God. It's just an agitprop. They're just firing off misinformation missiles into Truth Social. That's great. I love that. Oh God, I'm scrolling through, and it's literally all just like shit, like attacking Trump. Which, like, sure. I just don't know if the MAGA platform is the place to do that. I don't know who you're reaching, really. Two old guys on Facebook having a meme war, yeah.
And maybe the converts are coming over and they're like, I didn't know that about Donald Trump. I didn't know that Nikki Haley was criticizing Donald Trump for
I don't think that's happening.
saying these things. Maybe I'm on Nikki Haley's side. Maybe they're actually converting people from MAGA over to maybe another Republican candidate. Enough of a change there.
Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way. They're bringing back his bangers. I've been right about everything. Also, Trump telling Americans to inject bleach on national television.
And did you ever hear the expression, Trump was right about everything? Right, and then I see the disinfectant. where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection? If you look back, I mean, I don't want to brag here, but I've been right about everything. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty. I've been right about everything. Our veterans don't have cell phones, do they?
What? Wait, what? Oh my god. Fox praises President Biden's speech. Quite beautiful. What?
Gave a speech here in which he said a few things that were quite beautiful at the beginning. He talked about...
Oh yeah, because he's praising genocide, and Fox News liked that. Is that really a W for you? Is that a W? We watched the Bears.
About having met with the families of people who had lost loved ones, and he said that you'll know you're going to make it when you walk by a window and you see something that your loved one would have remarked upon, and that a smile will come to your lips before a tear comes to your eye. He talked about understanding the rage that they feel, but that he urged them not to let rage consume you. He also went through a long list of the things he's going to be asking Congress for. He again reiterated to...
Yeah, like $10 billion in immediate aid to Israel. Like that. I wonder why Fox News liked that so much. It's almost like it's not very liberal of you.
But unlike any other speaker we've had, he's had the courage to talk about a long-term plan. And
fucking Jim Jordan shit. Oh god. Oh god. You have a view of Jim Jordan's current campaign. I ache for him. That was actually kind of funny. A sarcastic Joe moment. We're dysfunctional right now. I don't know if this is gonna be bringing anyone over, you know? I just don't. Is the Republican conference broken? McCarthy, yes. We're in a very bad place right now, yes. You're just slandering the GOP, like, yeah, it's pretty easy to do, you know, but like, who is now voting Biden because of this? Like, oh my god, this is funny as fuck too. Donald posted MAGA Mike Johnson. Couldn't have said it better ourselves. I don't know if that's the own you think it is. All right. You're just agreeing with Trump. Yeah. Okay. You know what MAGA stands for, right? Because they're just controlling your house now, so thought you might care about that.
Here's the Biden campaign talking about Trump's record on protecting auto workers over on Truth Social as well too. See that?
If I'm elected, you won't lose one plant. You'll have plants coming into this country. You're going to have jobs again. You won't lose one plant. I promise you that.
Operations at GM's Warren transmission plant end today.
All the people that are left inside know this is their last shift here. Those jobs have left Ohio. They're all coming back. They're all coming back.
A large American factory stopped production today after more than half a century. 1,600.
I do like this. Like, the juxtaposition. I think those are like the strongest posts. But
workers at the General Motors plant in Lordstown, Ohio are affected by this.
It's hard to even fathom that I'm not going to be coming back tomorrow.
Well, that's some of the truth that have been truths over there. And mostly folks have been interacting. Of course, they're probably very upset about this whole thing, about how Biden is on Truth Social. That's supposed to be our place where we can spew all the racism that we want. One person did warn others about interacting with this particular page. Relentless Truth says, please stop engaging with this account. Whoever created it is trolling you, and you're wasting precious energy commenting on the
they blurred their at. They blurred their at. That's so petty. That's funny as fuck.
Trump posts. By the way, why am I not shocked that Truth Social verified this count immediately? It literally fits none of the guidelines for receiving a check mark. More.
What do you mean? It's Trump's site. It's Trump's site. Don't you think he could have like stopped that if he wanted to? He's the president of the United States. That's why it's verified. Yeah. That. Hello?
Upset because
it is going to make the MAGA heads very angry, and I do like that.
Other folks over on Twitter or X, when check marks are being tossed around, or Elon came in and started changing all the narratives and approaches to how they even do normal things, and many libs and normal folks were like, "Yo, this is really destroying this site that I like to interact on," and they complained, and you know what folks said? Cry more, libs. So I guess the crying is taken over to Truth Social. By the way, how about those parameters for becoming verified on Truth Social? The Biden campaign meets the criteria for that red check, because what you need is a profile picture, confirmation of contact information, and that you post content actively, and of course, that you're a notable individual. I think he's notable, even if you don't like him. It's just kind of one of those things. It's how this thing works. But I guess the bottom line, David, is cry more. It's just a joke, bro. And sometimes they drop you these nuggets of truth.
Well, I love that the Biden campaign has done this, and good for Truth Social that they're willing to play ball. For some reason, I thought Truth Social, maybe it was Rumble, one of them is like going out of business or is losing money, whatever it is. This is great.
Both, I think.
For liberals and progressives, go on Truth Social and have at it. If you've got the time and you got the resources to troll people, have some fun.
This is what I wonder. This is where I think, not that I surprised myself, but I saw something useful potentially from this. They said it's just a gag. This should be fun. They start dropping all these videos and comments that are based in reality, which maybe aren't seen that much over there. And I said it before when I think Aaron Rodgers was talking about Travis Kelce and he's mad at him for doing a Pfizer commercial for the COVID shot. What's the objective in trying to convince people of anything? Is it you just want to say I'm the smartest guy in the room? You dummies over there taking that shot, you're going to turn to zombies at some point in the future. Who knows when that's going to be? But you're going to turn to zombies. And what I want to do
any day now
is help you. Do you want to help folks, or do you want to say how stupid they are? And this crosses to libs too. As many times libs will talk to other folks and you just call them dumb and stupid. And then there's not much of a conversion thought process. I hate debates. I hate political debates, when they're not politicians. So if one pundit wants to debate another pundit, I don't get it. Why? Was someone being convinced? Is someone then going to go, you know what? I hadn't thought about that. I'm going to rethink my entire position on this subject now that you gave me those salient points of view. No one ever says that. But maybe if you're on Truth Social or any of these sites and you drop some actual information that leads to some people rethinking what they've seen as reality, maybe outside chance, they'll go, yeah, I love that guy, Trump, but I didn't know that. Maybe, although it starts as a gag, maybe it could lead to actual thought processes where people say, I never saw that because I've avoided it. I've plugged my ears.
I mean, they're still plugging their ears, like that post that said, like, don't interact with this account. They're just trolling you. I think that's how most, Republicans are going to take that. Like most truthers. What are they called? I don't know. I think that's hopeful as fuck. I think it's mostly a troll.
Just closed my eyes and shook my head like Donald Trump tells me to do. And the time that I actually come across it and I have to fight against someone who's giving me some small smidge of truth, maybe in the back of their brains, they start rethinking and go, I don't want to be that guy. I don't know. Maybe.
Or even maybe there's just one area of agreement. Maybe there's just one salient point that people agree on when Joe Biden is posting in Truth Social and people realize, okay, I don't disagree with Joe Biden on everything. And then maybe it becomes, instead of hating Joe Biden, 90% of him I think is terrible, 10% is good. Maybe in the Truth Social crowd, it becomes 75-25. And even though that's still crazy, you've made a little bit of a difference at the margins. And sometimes making a difference at the margins is all it takes to really start to change things.
You never know.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is in 25 lawsuits for all the shit that he's done wrong. If all of that isn't stopping somebody from voting for him, I don't think a little truth is gonna do that. But what do I know? Okay, it's time to get into some Israel updates. And then we can do the brain rot. And then we can, wait. Actually, we should do the Ethan thing. See why he quit Leftovers after that.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
On Capitol Hill, police arrested at least 300 activists Wednesday as they held a non-violent sit-in protest in the Cannon House office building to demand lawmakers press for a ceasefire in Gaza. The arrest came as thousands of people rallied on the National Mall for a demonstration organized by the groups If Not Now and Jewish Voice for Peace. Organizers called it the largest ever protest of Jews in support of Palestinians. Among those who spoke was the only Palestinian-American Congressmember, Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah, so motherfuckers are calling this an insurrection when I don't see the weapons. I don't see flagpoles being used to break into windows. I don't think they had any intent to murder people. You know, I'm not seeing the correlations.
I wish all
not trying to overturn an election. Yeah.
Palestinian people would see this. I wish they can see that not all of America want them to die. That they are not disposable. They have a right to live. They didn't ask to be born in occupation. And so I just want to thank you on the bottom of my heart. The dehumanization has chipped at my soul, and I can't imagine what it's made so many other people feel. So you all being here to speak truth, because the warmongers are out, y'all. They are ready. They want to kill and not stop. It's pure insanity. I still remember the cry of Maya, who's being dragged out of that festival, crying for her father. But just like poor Shama in Gaza, who is #1 in her scores. I don't know if you know anything about Palestinian culture, but it's a big deal that somebody from Gaza could score #1 on her. You know, it's like the valedictorian for the whole Palestinian people. And both of them are victims. They're victims of the oppression.
No, your pain is invalid because of Hamas. Yeah, but in this speech calling for ceasefire, have you condemned Hamas?
The violence! They both deserve to live. I don't care what their faith is or their ethnicity. Maya didn't deserve to be targeted. Neither did Shama deserve to die. And that's the common humanity that we all have to remember, because they're trying to take it away from us.
Yeah.
And we have to make sure it doesn't happen. Not on our watch. I'm going to be real with you all. My colleagues, many of them, I usually don't talk smack about them. No, I'm usually considerate because I don't like them policing me, so I don't police them. But as an American, not just as a member of the United States Congress, I am ashamed. I am ashamed that they're saying, not yet.
The only fucking sane response that we've had. You know, like the one of a handful of sane responses.
Maybe next week. Not yet, Rashida. Maybe in a couple of days. How many more have to die?
That was the only Palestinian-American Congressmember, Rashida Tlaib, addressing Wednesday's historic Jewish-led protest of thousands in Washington. This is the award-winning author and writer, Naomi Klein.
Thank you.
Yeah, this protest is led by Jewish groups. Like, you cannot say it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. You can't.
All for being here. I have never seen anything like this in my history of Jewish anti-Zionist activism. It's been decades. We used to be tiny. We are huge and growing. We have a sacred responsibility to engage with our parents, our grandparents, our uncles, our brothers and sisters, and try to save their souls, to keep them from indulging in this quest for bloody vengeance. We are here because we will not let our fears of anti-Semitism be manipulated in this way as cover for war crimes and colonial land grabs, and to foreclose on the possibility of a political solution, which will only come with an end to occupation, with an end to apartheid, with true Palestinian freedom and self-determination. We will not use the fact that many of our parents and grandparents and great-grandparents were refugees from genocide to justify making hundreds of thousands or even millions of new Palestinian refugees. These are not our...
Yeah, to justify another genocide. You know, call it what it is. You're not just making Palestinian refugees. You're doing a genocide on Palestinian people. Like,
leaders, not in the Knesset with its so-called unity government, and not here in Congress, which reconvenes now in part in order to approve new money and new weapons to send to Israel for its genocidal attack on Palestinians.
The award-winning author and writer Naomi Klein.
I'm Amy Goodman. Holy shit, sorry. Oh my god.
So hundreds of Jewish American activists have been in DC, in the Capitol, and surrounding buildings, protesting the US's support for the ongoing violence in the Middle East against Israel and Hamas, calling for a ceasefire. Those groups are If Not Now and Jewish Voices for Peace, some of the leading organizations, but so many people are taking part in this, saying not in our name. Some really inspiring words. Well, let's get into it. Of course, Capitol Police arrested 300 people. They were protesting inside of that rotunda on the Cannon House office building, demanding Congress pass a ceasefire resolution in the Israel-Gaza war amidst an intensifying humanitarian crisis. And just...
Of course they did. You know, if you ever had any question which side fascists support, there you go.
To be clear, this is the Cannon building. It's not the Capitol building. But look, let's listen to American Jews. What are they saying? They're saying, and specifically the ones in DC, American Jews and allies, they're worried about the Palestinians in Gaza, and they rallied on the National Mall saying so. They held a banner with writing that said, "Our blood is the same color," and waved Palestinian flags, raised posters that read, "My grief is not your weapon," and "Never again for anyone," and "Zionism is racism." There were Jewish people wearing prayer shawls and kibbut, young activists sporting tattoos and nose rings, and people in headscarves and Palestinian checkered black and white scarves. Those are called keffiyehs. Thank you, Washington Post, for explaining these activists. So again, there were rabbis there, 25 rabbis who were against the occupation. Calling not in our name. Just an update, the death is only rising in Gaza, and this is of course on the other side of the bombing of the Baptist hospital that Israel has now blamed on Hamas, which is interesting considering they regularly target hospitals. But about 3,875 people, Palestinians, have been killed in Gaza.
This one fucking hospital. It's like, I don't know, like kind of irrelevant at this point. Like, Israel has gone on to kill thousands of people. Thousands of people. And even if it was like a misfire, like, yeah, that was a fucking accident. Because guess what? They're using improvised explosives. One of a series of historical violent events. Yeah, exactly.
Including 500 in that hospital, about 12,500 wounded. There are still about 200 Israeli hostages being held by Hamas, and there's not clarity on what is being done, if anything is being done, to release them. Just this morning, however, Hamas did claim responsibility for 30 rockets that were fired into Israel from southern Lebanon. So it's getting worse. People, leaders of Egypt and Jordan have met, and they're warning against this wider regional war. And they're also saying, look, we're not going to.
Yeah, this is a few days old, 6 days old. That's already happening. Israel's firing into Lebanon and Syria, I believe now.
Absorb the Palestinian refugees, the injured, the people who have no home to go back to given this evacuation for northern Gaza. We're not going to accept 1 million refugees, not because we don't, have hearts and home and whatnot, but like because this is the making of.
This is ethnic displacement. You're doing genocide. Yeah, I'm not going to clean up after your genocide.
Of a war. This war needs to end.
President Biden, not all of America's with you on this one. And you need to wake up and understand that.
Yeah, basically nobody is with him. Like, so many people are protesting. Like, millions of Americans are protesting against this. But do you think he gives a shit? No, he doesn't give a fuck. Not a single fuck. Like, the Defense Department is already, they've got fucking money signs in their eyes. They're drooling.
We are literally watching people commit genocide and killing a vast majority just like this, and we still stand by and say nothing. We will remember this, but all of you need to know, I swear to God, Allah, you are on the right side of history. You are. You're doing everything possible to save lives. What is wrong with that? Stop it with trying to politicize this. One goal, save lives. That's it.
Yeah, just be against saving lives. Oh, what are you, some kind of communist? Huh.
You just heard a snippet from Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib's heartfelt speech where she calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Now, we're going to see more of that speech in a moment, but first, she's making this call as organizations like Human Rights Watch warn that Israel's total siege of the Gaza Strip has put more than 1 million children at grave risk, depriving them of access to basic necessities and leaving hospitals without sufficient fuel to treat scores of Israeli airstrike victims.
The hospitals are now out of fuel.
But despite that warning and other warnings, the bombing has not stopped, resulting in protests in D.C. organized by Jewish Voice for Peace, who is reporting that 500 Jewish peace activists were arrested at the Capitol on Wednesday for civil disobedience, and also 10,000 in total took to the streets to also call for an immediate ceasefire, along with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and others. Now, in the speech from the Congresswoman, she basically echoed the same sentiment as the peace activists. Now, her and just a few other members of Congress.
The children in IDF custody for throwing rocks. God, yeah. Yeah. Those IED rocks. The crazy, they were throwing pop rocks, actually. World top Ukrainian war civilian deaths in 2 weeks. Fuck. Yeah. The number of rockets that Israel has fired is already fucking outpaced all of the rockets America fired in Afghanistan in the first year of occupation. Which is fucking insane. That's so many fucking missiles, dude. 400-ish dying a day. Yeah, I think that's a conservative estimate.
Congress, including Cori Bush, Ayanna Pressley, and others, have had the courage to call for a ceasefire publicly. And in doing so, they've been labeled as terrorist sympathizers and they've been smeared and attacked relentlessly. Images like this are being shared under her tweets, calling her part of the Hamas squad. Marjorie Taylor Greene is now ironically accusing her of organizing an insurrection, claiming,
You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This bitch, the bitch that was on floor telling people where Nancy Pelosi was, that bitch, fuck you. Hey, fuck you.
that she coordinated a global intifada and is demanding that she be held accountable. On top of that, Greene is announcing plans to censure Rashida Tlaib over the protest. But to be clear, it's not just Republicans going after Tlaib. It's also Democrats as well. In the politics subreddit, dominated mostly by liberals, many self-identified Democrats condemned Tlaib as well, with one writing, "I'm embarrassed by her as a Democrat. Hamas told you who they are, and
Hey, why don't you go vote for Trump then? Hey, just go join the GOP. Hey, fuck you.
And if you don't clean them out, it's a guarantee that their murdering will happen again." Another person chimed in saying, "As a liberal, she is an embarrassment to us all." And this just really goes to show you that history always repeats itself. And there are so many parallels between
Palestine is not Hamas. Yes, come on.
now and the post 9/11 days. So let's go back to September 14th of 2001, when Congress voted on whether or not to give George W. Bush authorization for military force. Now, at the time, there was only one member of Congress who was against it, and that individual was Barbara Lee. The Washington Post explains, Representative Barbara Lee agonized over her vote. She said later, until that morning when the California Democrat listened to the prayer of one of the country's most prominent clergymen. It was 3 days after the September 11th terrorist attacks, and like nearly every other member of Congress, she was attending a memorial service at Washington National Cathedral. In his opening invocation, the dean of the cathedral, the Reverend Nathan Baxter, said, "Let us also pray for divine wisdom as our leaders consider the necessary actions for national security, wisdom of the grace of God, that as we act, we not become the evil we deplore." When she quoted him on the House floor later that day to explain her vote against giving the president a broad, open-ended authorization for military force, she was called a terrorist, a traitor, and close to treasonous. The House...
Hey, when we're fighting terrorism, we should, like, not become terrorists ourselves. Is a terrorist thing to say? You know, like, make it fucking make sense. Make it make sense.
vote was 420-1. The Senate vote was 98-0. And fast forward to today, and Spectator Index reports that the U.S. Senate voted 97-0 to pass a resolution in support of Israel. Now, I'm going to repeat some of the smears used against Barbara Lee. She was called a terrorist.
97-0? 0? Bruh.
A traitor. Close to treasonous. Sound familiar? Hamas squad. Terrorist sympathizer, and embarrassment to Democrats. History repeats itself. Now, at the time, giving Bush authorization for war was not controversial, even if you were a progressive, even if you were anti-war generally speaking. In fact, it was more controversial to not give him that authorization because September 11th just happened. And so to not give the president broad authorization to conduct war, well, it was implied that you sympathized with the terrorists. So some of the people in Congress who we now recognize as the most vocal critics of Bush's war on terror, like Bernie Sanders, even he voted to give Bush authorization for military force. And at the time, he didn't know that he was in the wrong. None of them did. But Barbara Lee did. And she was crucified for it. But 20 years later, she's been thoroughly vindicated. But unfortunately, her worst fears have come to fruition. 3,000 people tragically died on 9/11. And in response, more than 1 million Iraqis who had nothing to do with that tragedy also perished. That is happening in Gaza right now. History is repeating itself. Innocent civilians who had nothing to do with Hamas's attack are dying. More than 1,000 children have died. And even though I believe that Rashida Tlaib, like Barbara Lee, will also be vindicated in 20 years, that does...
It's like 4,000 children now or something? Or is it the total deaths are over 5,000? I don't have the current numbers.
Doesn't negate from how difficult it is right now to be the voice of reason in a moment when nobody wants to listen to reason, when everyone is out for vengeance and everybody is just thinking emotionally. But even though it's difficult, being courageous and defiant in the face of persecution is needed now more than ever, when human lives are literally on the line. So to be clear, Rashida Tlaib is not calling for a ceasefire because she's sympathetic towards Hamas. She is calling for a ceasefire.
6,500? Fuck. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Shit. It's like dizzying how fast it goes up every day. And it's just getting worse. The ground invasion hasn't begun yet, right? They're still just firing missiles.
Fire because as the sole Palestinian American in Congress, she knows that her people are not responsible.
Is Israel really not going to try to get any hostages back? They just don't give a fuck?
For the crimes of Hamas. And violence against innocent Palestinians is not going to stop Hamas. So let's listen to her and a few other lawmakers explain why a ceasefire is so necessary right now.
We have doctors in Gaza treating babies. They say we can't evacuate the South. It will be a death sentence for these.
Yeah, how the fuck do you evacuate a baby in an incubator? You know?
Babies. They said 50,000 pregnant women are unable to obtain basic health services right now. Entire families are being wiped out. All while President Biden and Secretary Blinken and the majority of Congress fail to even hint to the need to de-escalate or facilitate a ceasefire. And that, to me, is a failure.
If we affirm that all lives have dignity and value, as people of faith, we cannot stand by while civilians are indiscriminately murdered. Vengeance should not be a foreign policy doctrine. Our shared humanity is at stake, and we must move with urgency.
With a full-scale invasion of Gaza likely imminent, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of lives hang in the balance. And it's not only happening right before our eyes, it's happening with the support and the power of the United States government, and it is shameful.
It's more than shameful, you know? Like, it's fucking disgusting, repulsive, like heinous.
In addition to sharing my grief and sorrow, I want to affirm my strong belief that all, meaning all human life is equally precious. A belief that above all else, we must save lives. We must lead with love and solidarity. We must fight against violence and human suffering. As a pastor, I'm reminded in this moment of Matthew 5:9, which says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." This biblical call to facilitate reconciliation, not violence, could not be any clearer to me.
If you take those words and you apply them to any other conflict, it's completely uncontroversial. But because Americans have been conditioned to view Palestinians as inferior to all other human beings and less than human, that call for ceasefire has been met with fierce.
Yeah, it's inseparable from white supremacy. Like, very clearly.
Fierce pushback, not just by Republicans, not just by Democrats, but by progressives as well. Take John Fetterman, for example. A typically progressive member of the Senate took to Twitter to effectively call for a genocide with his full chest, writing, "Now is not the time to talk about a ceasefire. We must support Israel in efforts to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who slaughtered innocent men, women, and children. Hamas does not want peace. They want to destroy Israel. We can talk about a ceasefire after Hamas is neutralized." Now,
come on, Fetty Wap. So disappointing, dude. So fucking disappointing. Where is your humanity, man? It's always the time to talk about ceasefire. There's never a bad time to talk ceasefire.
For a moment, let's just put aside the fact that Israel's far-right, fascist, ultra-nationalist government funds Hamas in order to undermine and divide Palestinians. Put that aside for a moment. But I just want you to fully comprehend that this is what he's calling for. Fathers and mothers burying their innocent children who are now dead because Israel is bombing Gaza. They are bombarding them with bombs, and there is nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. So they sit there and they take it. They wait and they wonder if they're next. It's estimated that more than 1,000 children have already been killed. And bloodthirsty politicians like John Fetterman don't think that that's enough. So my question to John Fetterman is, how many dead children will it take to get you to say enough is enough? 2,000? 10,000? 100,000? How many children have to die for you to think it's time to talk about a ceasefire, you fucking piece of shit? How many? I mean, you're a father, for fuck's sake. Imagine if you're...
Yeah, and like, are those babies fucking Hamas? Obviously fucking not, you know? Like, what are you saying? Neutralize Hamas. Dude. Hamas is the de facto government. You're gonna go into every building that houses a government official? Are you serious? Are you really? Are you gonna invade the tunnels and get all of them? Because it doesn't look like that's what you're doing. It looks like you're just leveling the whole fucking city of Gaza.
Your kids were in danger. Where's your humanity? But the answer is that there's no humanity. There is no humanity. We're already to the point where liberal celebrities are defending collective punishment openly, and they're saying that it's perfectly fine if Israel denies food and water to Palestinians who had nothing to do with Hamas's attack. Take Sarah Silverman, for example, who wrote this on Instagram. PSA, there is a very strange thing happening. Many are saying that it's inhumane that Israel is cutting off water and electricity to Gaza. Israel made it pretty simple. Release the hostages and we will turn it back on. Instead of pleading with Hamas to release civilian hostages, which include...
and definitely they would do that. They would totally definitely do that, for sure. Israel would never promise something and then not deliver on that. Sure.
Babies and toddlers, there are politicians, cough, cough, AOC, calling Israel inhumane. If that isn't enough for you, Israel does not need to supply Gaza with these resources, which they do for free. If Hamas...
They don't need to supply them, but they do have the right to take them away.
Didn't spend billions of dollars on terrorism, they would be able to build infrastructure to support themselves. So this is what people mean when they say scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Here you have a liberal defending the war crimes of a far-right Trumpian government and unironically defending collective punishment, which is a war crime. If you don't believe that's a war crime, don't take my word for it. Look up international law. Now,
she released this excuse. Oh yeah, she said she was stoned. Yeah. Unbelievable.
If you don't believe that's a war crime, don't take my word for it. Look up international law. Now, first and foremost, building infrastructure is not an option. As Stimson explains, in 1967, Israeli authorities issued Military Order 158, which states that Palestinians are not allowed to construct any new water infrastructure without obtaining a permit from the Israeli army. Such permits are nearly...
Yeah, and the existing infrastructure has been destroyed.
Impossible to obtain.
By Israel, on purpose.
And Palestinians are also denied access to the Jordan River and freshwater springs. But putting aside the practicality for a moment, imagine if Mexico, for example, controlled access to the water of all Americans and the electricity of all Americans, and the US government decided to kidnap Mexican hostages, and then Mexico shut off our water in response. As a US citizen...
Well, funny thing about that, we take every last drip from the Colorado River before it reaches Mexico. So it's actually quite literally the reverse.
Even if you wanted to, you would not be able to negotiate on behalf of our government, and you could demand that they release the hostages, but our government would not listen to what we had to say. We'd be completely powerless in that situation. We know because our government never listens to what we have to say. So ask yourself this question. In that hypothetical, is it really moral for you to be punished for something that you have no control over, to be punished for the actions of your government? The answer is, of course not, because we're Americans and thus we are fully human. Whereas if you are a Palestinian, you are not fully human. You are less than human. You are inferior according to these liberals. That's what Sarah Silverman is effectively saying. She does not view Palestinians as human beings. which is why she can't comprehend why it's bad to punish all of them. 2.2 million people, 50% of which are children, for the crimes of Hamas. But as egregious as this rhetoric sounds right now, even from liberals, it's permissible, and people aren't going to see how genocidal they sound until years pass and public opinion turns against it, right? The same.
I can't imagine being so stoned that I'm suddenly like, oh yeah, 2 million people don't deserve to have water. Israel doesn't have to supply them that. Just like outright excusing war crimes. What strain is it that makes you support genocide? Because I haven't found that yet. I'd like to avoid that one.
Happened with the Iraq War. Everyone was out for blood until it became.
Who said the stoned one? Oh, Sarah Silverman. Yeah. Here, he had her tweet real quick. I can go back. Where was it?
War crime.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I took that down because I put it in the story somewhere. Realized it was a mistake to post the stoned fury of wondering where all the hostages are in this madness. NASA gave Sally Ride 100 tampons. Wait, what? Huh? Is she still stoned? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who was going to Sarah Silverman for their geopolitical takes in the first place, but at least she deleted it.
Do with the crimes against us isn't the best idea. So the people who are going against the grain right now, they deserve a lot of credit. And there are a lot of them. There are White House staffers who are challenging the United States' disregard for human life. And on top of that, you have State Department officials like Josh Paul resigning in protest of the Biden administration's transfer of weapons to Israel.
The State Department. The State Department. This guy regularly oversees war crimes, acts of genocide. You know, military black sites. But this was too much. Okay?
Which we all know they will use to slaughter innocents. You also have Adam Raymer, the political director for so-called progressive Congressman Ro Khanna, resigning over his refusal to sign onto the squad's resolution that calls for a ceasefire. So, I mean, even though it's rare, you do see people within positions of power doing the right thing right now. And they absolutely deserve our respect and support and appreciation. And decades from now, we are going to look back at this very moment and be shocked at how inhumane so many people were in this moment, including many so.
I will never forget. I will not ever be able to forget the people just supporting genocide on Maine. Just outright, full chest supporting genocide. I'm speechless.
So-called progressives, the lack of humanity they are expressing. But thankfully, we actually have people in Congress right now who are being courageous and defiant even in the face of persecution and even death threats. Take Cori Bush, for example, another brave voice who is not afraid to call out the crimes that her government is complicit in.
Less than a week ago, only a handful of members of Congress dared to utter the word ceasefire. We were called by our administration repugnant. They called us disgraceful for pushing peace. But I tell you what, there is nothing repugnant and nothing disgraceful about saving lives. War is repugnant and war is disgraceful. And so we are right. And so on Monday, 11 more members joined us in the introduction of the Ceasefire Now resolution. So the momentum is building. Our push for peace is working. You being on the street.
11? What? So what is that? 17? Fuck. It's just, it doesn't feel real. It's surreal.
Over the last 11 days is working. Don't stop the phone call. violence only leads to more violence. And so together, you all, we must be bold. We must stand. We must stand on the side of humanity. We must stand on the side of justice. We must stand on the side of equality. We must stand on the side of self-determination. We must stand on the side of love. We must stand on the side of safety. And we must stand on the side of peace. And we must be willing to speak out against war and violence and against our government's complicity in it.
Beautifully put. And she mentioned the ceasefire resolution. And these are the members of Congress at the time that I record this video currently that are brave enough to go on the record and explicitly call for peace. Note that 4 additional members added their names. Now, if you're for
That's not enough. Not enough, man. You know, like, I'm glad, good for them. It is something. That is a thing. I can't understand how anybody could sleep at night not supporting a ceasefire.
Peace. Note that 4 additional members added their names. Now, if your representative is not here, I would highly encourage you to call them and urge them to join Cori Bush's call for a ceasefire. And I understand to viewers how depressing it is to see only a handful of names there, but think about how much worse it was before. September 14th, 2001, there was just one voice of reason calling for peace. Now, in 2023, we have 16 Barbara Lees, including Barbara Lee herself, calling for a ceasefire. Even though most Americans have not learned anything from the Iraq War and the death and destruction that caused, some have learned, and they're using what they've learned and that experience to try to do better in the future, and I think that's really important. And those who have learned, I think they are making a difference. It might be a small difference, it might be marginal, but it is a difference. Unlike the early 2000s, we have Democrats in Congress who are actually calling out their own party's complicity in war. That's important. That matters. So I want to go back to Rashida Tlaib's speech.
Yeah, I guess. That's good. Oh, hi. Hi, Raiders. Hi, Dalton. I hope you had a good stream. We're just doing a little Israel updates. Talking about the handful of good Dems speaking out against, well, good, you know, critical support, speaking out against the occupation and the war, the genocide. But I hope you're well.
Because I want to play a different portion for you, because what she says here is very important. These types of voices were not in Congress previously, but to now have somebody in Congress saying this, I think that is cause for optimism.
Really thought Americans hated us. Like the fact that you got elected, like she just even that, like, oh my God, so they don't, I said, no. The majority of Americans are literally against oppression. They're against occupation, they're against human rights violations. If you just tell them the truth, they will be on our side. So we have to speak the truth. We gotta stop allowing people to police our words, to target what we say. At the end, Maya and Shama should be alive. And if we don't get back to our shared humanity, I don't think we're ever going to be able to come back from this. And to my president, to our president, yes, he's still on, well, hold on. I know, I want him to know, as a Palestinian American, is also somebody of Muslim faith, I'm not going to forget this. And I think a lot of people are not going to forget this. And it's not,
yeah, Brandon is so fucking cooked.
It's not a threat. It isn't. They think we're joking. I mean, I think the White House and everyone thinks that we're just going to sit back and let this just continue to happen. No. The fact of the matter is, our lives are not safe with you or the forever impeached president. When are we going to feel safe? When are we going to stop funding continued, literally, oppression what is starting
Well, that was your first
to
mistake.
get really, really, really clear and very loud is that somehow many of us in this room, because of our political opinions, because maybe our faith is a certain faith, maybe because our ethnicity is a certain ethnicity, that somehow we're subhuman.
That was great. Seeing thousands of Jewish activists and the only Palestinian American in Congress stand in solidarity on this issue and call for peace, that is poetic. That is a genuinely beautiful thing to see, especially considering how difficult it is to speak up and open yourself up to Islamophobic vitriol from conservatives.
Yeah. Insane. And like, they might lose funding for their next campaign. There's a very real possibility of that. Also, Republicans are trying to make it illegal to do BDS. So, you know, it might literally be a crime soon.
Conservatives and liberals, right? And to all of these Jewish peace activists, I absolutely commend them because they're also being smeared, right? If you speak out against the government of Israel, you're oftentimes labeled anti-Semitic. But if you're Jewish and you condemn the government of Israel, you're often labeled as a self-hating Jew. It's just despicable and anti-Semitic, but this is what we've seen. But as Rashida Tlaib said in the first clip that we played at the beginning of this video, all of the people who are speaking up right now, they're on the right side of history, and it doesn't always pay to be right. But in my opinion, the cost of being wrong is...
History will exonerate you, you know? No matter how much shit you have to put up with, like, it's not worth compromising on, you know? There's no fucking compromise to be had besides stop the occupation. Like, that's it. It's pretty simple. And like, yeah. Even if I get fucking locked up for supporting BDS, like, I would rather that. Israel's making my cult sense legal. Yeah, they're doing some real culty shit.
Much, much higher. So don't be like most people in power currently. Be like Rashida Tlaib. Be like Cori Bush, who are learning from the mistakes of the Iraq War, who are learning from the mistakes that our government and all other Western governments made.
September 11th changed the world. Our deepest fears now haunt us. Yet I am convinced that military action will not prevent further acts of international terrorism against the United States. Some of us must urge the use of restraint. Our country is in a state of mourning. Some of us must say, let's step back.
We spent so much fucking money and time and energy defending ourselves from all the terrorists in the world who didn't even have weapons of mass destruction, that we didn't pay attention to all the fucking domestic terrorist cells fomenting right here at home, which is now the #1 threat to national security. Is domestic terrorists, white supremacy.
Back for a moment. Let's just pause just for a minute and think through the implications of our actions today so that this does not spiral out of control.
Real terrorists were inside us all along. Maybe the real terrorists were the defense contractors we made along the way. Please, I'm dying.
President Joe Biden is very much going to the wall for Benjamin Netanyahu and supporting Israel in every which way in their assault on Gaza right now, leading to the mass exodus of Palestinians as well as their death It seems that people in his own cabinet are actually sounding the alarm, specifically within the State Department. State Department officials told HuffPost that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and his most senior advisors are overlooking widespread internal frustration. Some department staff said they feel as if Blinken and his team are uninterested in their own experts' advice as they focus on supporting Israel's expanding operation in Gaza, where the Palestinian militant group Hamas is based. This is from a State Department official saying there's basically a mutiny brewing within state at all levels. Two officials told HuffPost that diplomats are preparing what's called
a mutiny
cable, which is a document criticizing American policy that goes to the agency's leaders through a protected internal channel. So that's a huge step. Apparently there was a call to have a dissent cable during Joe Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. One was never issued, but now in fact it looks like imminently there will be a cable issued from dozens of State Department officials saying they disagree with the direction that Joe Biden is taking when it comes to its support, US support of Israel in this war. This is after a man named Josh Paul, who was an 11-year State Department veteran at the Bureau of Political and Military Affairs.
I can't get over that. Like, even the State Department is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down a little bit there, buddy. Like, wow. Today I learned the White House is a pirate ship. Pretty much. Pretty much. IMAT.
Resigned over Biden's handling of Israel's war. And he thought he was going to be a pariah. When he resigned, he thought, that's it for me. No one's going to support me in this. And in fact, the opposite happened. He said, quote, in the last 24 hours, I've been getting an immense amount of outreach from colleagues with very encouraging, really encouraging words of support, and a lot of people saying they feel the same way, and it's very difficult to them. Again, more from the inside of the State Department. One official described peers as, quote, depressed and angry about it, while another said some staff are experiencing resignation. That official recalled a colleague in tears during a meeting over their view that, quote, the US policy statements emphasize support for Israel over the lives of Palestinians. Now, this matters. And it has mattered for many, many decades when it comes to this issue. I want to turn to a former Pentagon and Department of Homeland Security official, Sarah Harrison, who we can jump down to graphic 7, who tweeted, this is an environment that has been cultivated by Democratic and Republican administrations alike, Harrison wrote.
Yeah, there is bipartisan support for the war machine. You know, they obviously, as we saw, only the 16 people speaking out against this.
You work in federal government and question anything Israel does, you are silenced and sidelined. Sideline and silence, I can read.
Yep.
Now, I think before I kick it to you, Brett, I think that's important given not just what's happening in Israel-Palestine, but given the implications that this war could have for the broader Middle East. And this is getting not that much coverage, but in the last few days, there has been attacks and attempted attacks on American targets and American troops, specifically in Syria and in Iraq. So drones and rockets targeted on Thursday evening the Ain al-Assad air base, which hosts US and other international forces in Western Iraq. Multiple blasts were heard inside the base, two security sources said. Thursday's attack is the third in less than 24 hours against air bases which house US troops in Iraq. And they were targeted in two separate drone attacks, with one causing minor injuries to a small number of troops, even though the US military managed to intercept the armed drone. And this was actually after militant groups inside Iraq said, there will be retaliation for the US's support of Israel in its war on Gaza and the Palestinians.
Literally entirely predictable. You know, I mean, this is gonna be such a fucking disaster, dude. Like, it's already way too late for Biden to like withdraw support or, you know, even like cut back some. Like, you can't walk it back now, dude. You gave them 10 billion. Now you can reap the consequences. Like,
look, however you feel about what's going on, I think it can be questioned as to whether or not,
colonize me, Captain,
as President Biden said, this war will pay dividends to American security. I'm sadly old enough to remember 9/11, be in New York and Manhattan on 9/11, and wonder, why the hell is this happening? what is going on, and lo and behold, learning a whole history of the United States' work, the United States' support of actors, dictators, and yes, is Israel, that ultimately led to atrocities and things like 9/11 and everything that happened after it. Again, does anyone say that I'm supporting or not?
Yeah, America literally caused 9/11. Am I, supporting terrorists? Fuck me. Eating cereal, yup. Yeah. It already happened by the time I woke up. But we were late to school, which never fucking happens. It never happened. Literally never. And I was like, yo, like, are we going to school? What's going on? I like go in my mom's room and see the TV. I'm like, yo, what's that? Hey, what the fuck?
Condemning bin Laden? No, I was blocks away from ground zero. I just don't want this to happen again. Oh my God. But Brett, just reactions to that. Interesting to see this dissent within this administration.
I mean, hopefully there's dissent in every administration that yields actual conversations with each other, that yields smart decisions. I don't like to hear things like, listen, everybody's had a job where they feel like they submitted their idea, no one liked it, and they feel like they're being, alienated. That's possible, but it's also very possible that in the same way that there's general power dynamics in many offices, people have their whole career set up and it is very obvious how to get to the top, and you can't say certain things along the way that are not illegal to say, but they're probably not advantageous for you to say, but they are important to say. Yeah. And you should not have an environment in the Pentagon or anywhere else that discourages people from sharing vital information. You should be able to have all of these conversations, and whether the decision goes your way or not, there should not be this feeling.
The operation of your State Department shouldn't hinge on the desires of another state, let alone a fascist apartheid state. That seems pretty obvious to me. Frankly, it's kind of un-American.
That if you, as an expert on an area, share your expertise on this area, you should not feel like you're sidelined for that just because that's what you're doing.
Yeah. And it's crazy because I feel like when it comes to the Middle East, this has been decades, right? It's like the people who tell you the thing you want to hear get promoted, and the people who tell you the reality on the ground, are the ones who get sidelined, and it's very frightening. And I don't think there are radicals in the State Department. These are sort of career bureaucrats who understand the region, and yet they're saying, yeah, this president is moving in the wrong direction.
And they're supposed to be I don't know, apolitical, right? Or at least they get vetted for being extremists. You know what I mean? You're not getting a far leftist in the State Department. That's simply never going to happen.
Direction, and they're worried. So we will stay tuned for that cable if and when it comes.
For more political news breakdowns, interviews, stories of
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report.
Okay. This is just an analysis on how an assault on Gaza could destabilize the region, which we're kind of already seeing in full swing. But I think Sam always has interesting points. I'll be right back though.
Leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like sizing up? I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop his ass up, size it up. I'm gonna haul him up back chain. Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass. It's the last thing I do. I'm gonna get my hands around your throat.
El martes 11 de septiembre del 2001, siendo las 8:46 de la mañana, Estados Unidos sufrió la mayor ofensiva de su historia que culminó con la destrucción de las Torres Gemelas en Nueva York.
¡No puede ser! ¡No!
Wait, what is this? I forgot about this.
Todo el planeta se conmocionó. Dios mío, ayúdame. Cuando te fui a buscar, no creí lo que estaba viendo. Las torres en llamas.
What is this? I don't know how this got on this playlist.
De humo negro. Y tú en ese lugar. ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Ay, ay, ay!
I'm dying!
Desde Ecuador, Sudamérica, te canta Delfin.
Any Spanish speakers?
A Nueva York, pensé encontrarme con mi amorcito. Ella vivía en Nueva York y trabajaba en Torres Gemelas. Una llamada la recibí, solo me dijo adiós mi amor. Un mal recuerdo, yo la viví, los terroristas lo exterminaron. ¿Quién sabe la verdad? ¿Quién lo hizo? ¿Y por qué lo hizo? No puede ser, Dios mío. ¡Ayúdame!
Ayúdame? Wait for me. I knew that one.
Ni el dinero ni la religión. Sé que te quedas ya sepultada en los escombros de Torres Gemelas. Cuánto quería estar contigo, nunca pensaba que vas a morir. Diosito lindo, no puede ser, solo llorando podré olvidar. Rindo homenaje a todos los compatriotas que perdieron sus vidas el 11 de septiembre del 2001 por buscar un sueño americano.
I do not know where this came from, but it's such a banger. I really want to know what he's saying. He said something about death.
Para todos los amigos en los Estados Unidos, escúchelo con fuerza, compadre.
16 years ago. It's just like I had to manually add this. Did I black out? Like,
Nos vemos. Chao.
well, that was an awesome little surprise. I love that. Delightful.
I want to welcome to the program Trita Parsi. He's the Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Trita, thanks for joining us.
4 years after with no regrets. Oh my God, you're right. I have to know those lyrics.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's talk about the sort of the, I guess, the the peripheral aspects of this, and whether they stay on the periphery, I guess. Who are in terms of this conflict widening, and we have no idea, we have a good sense, but we don't really know what further actions Israel's going to take in terms of invading Gaza. But with the assumption that there is going to be some type of incursion into Gaza by the Israeli forces, give us a sense of the sort of the peripheral players who may get involved at that point. Like, what is the first sort of like domino, I guess, that could fall in this instance?
Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me. I think this is a very dangerous situation. It would require a tremendous amount of discipline by a lot of different players to
Okay, this was only 3 days ago.
ensure that this does not escalate into a region-wide war. You have already now some skirmishes up in the north from Hezbollah and Israel. 5 Israelis have been killed. Now, those are not necessarily unusual. They tend to happen. It's become more intense. It's still within the rules of the game that the Israelis and the Hezbollah has established for themselves. I think the big concern is this. If the Israelis go in by land, which at this point seems, almost inevitable, and it ends up becoming extremely bloody, which also seems to more or less be inevitable, and potentially leads to a significant weakening of Hamas. At that point, there is a risk that Hezbollah may step in because of not necessarily saving Hamas, because I don't think that's, their relationship is close enough to that, but in order to save themselves, because there are fears, and there's some Israelis that are already making the argument that since more than 300,000 reservists have already been gathered right now, that Israel actually is ready for a war with Hezbollah. So why not go there? I'm not saying it's a majority opinion, but it's an opinion that is being expressed inside the Israeli government. And if Hezbollah does this, if we end up having a war, not just skirmishes towards the north, with Hezbollah being involved, the argument that Iran is involved takes on a completely different meaning, because Iran's relationship with Hezbollah is much, much tighter and coordinated than it is and ever has been with Hamas. Some of those early reporting about an Iranian war with Hamas, we cannot completely rule it out, but what was the basis of that was highly unconvincing to me, given the nature of that relationship. If the Iranians are more directly involved, it's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure on the United States to take military action. We've already seen that the administration's strategy by moving warships to the Mediterranean, by the president himself.
The U.S. base that got attacked, or I mean, the base where U.S. troops were, that's just going to be used as further justification to go in and fucking attack Iraq. Like, where have I seen this before? We're just doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Curious.
Clearly telling the Iranians don't, is seeking to deter them from getting involved. My critique of that is, while I think it's absolutely correct to deter the Iranians and others not to get involved, I'm not really sure how that's going to work out if there at the same time is very little restraint, if any, that is being asked of the Israelis. Because if the Israelis don't show restraint, if this then ends up becoming a true bloodbath in Gaza, then it's very difficult to
It's already a bloodbath.
expect that even the deterrence of an American attack will ensure that there will be restraint shown by Hezbollah.
Can you?
Let me just. I just want one follow up on this. So, in terms of what will I guess motivate Hezbollah? Will it be the idea that the loss of Hamas as a potential threat to Israel will make Hezbollah like the sole threat that Israel at that point, who has now amassed, hundreds of thousands of extra troops, will be sitting there and they'll just continue on? Or is it is it possible, or does Hezbollah feel threatened and therefore that they need to begin to engage merely because they're reacting to perhaps the carnage of civilians?
I don't think it's so much of the carnage of civilians. That will definitely put pressure on them from below. And those images may not be shown on American TV stations, but they will be shown by Arab TV stations, by Al Jazeera, etc. And it will inflame the entire region. But I think it's more that you have to put yourself in thinking, how do they perceive this situation? And we may think that it's clear Israel is not going to be, on a war footing and actually extend the war into Lebanon. If you're sitting where Hezbollah is, you're not necessarily going to count on that, particularly when you see more than 300,000.
Yeah, I mean, they already have. I mean, right away. I think it was like the 10th or 11th that they started, at least I saw reports of white phosphorus being used in Lebanon. So, yeah.
Reservists being gathered and equipped for war right. So it's about what their perception is of what the threat picture to them will be if they are sitting and not intervening and allowing Israel to have a successful raid in Gaza that more or less decimates Hamas. Now, first of all, I'm not so sure that even is going to be the scenario, in the sense that I'm not so clear how Israel actually would succeed in doing so. They can damage Hamas tremendously, but to truly defeat it, as the Israeli objective is, seems very difficult to achieve. But the point being that their perception is that if Israel is not...
It can only be achieved through genocide. To completely neutralize Hamas, you would have to do a complete fucking genocide. Like, there's no two ways about it.
If it doesn't have to deal with Hamas, if Hamas more or less has been taken off of the playing field, then Israel will then move north, and Hezbollah will be in a much more precarious situation. And as a result, it is more rational for them to intervene prior to that and not save Hamas, but at least try to see if that victory of Israel becomes a Pyrrhic victory, which then would disable it from moving north and taking on Hezbollah.
Makes total sense. I'm wondering just if you could zoom out for a second, because our audience may have heard the term Hezbollah before, but may not have a full understanding of what Hezbollah is. Can you explain that, its connection to Lebanon and then Iran as well?
So Hezbollah is a Shia Muslim movement that was created in the early 1980s in Lebanon through the explicit help of the Iranians. This is early in the Iranian Revolution, when the Iranians were trying to spread the Islamic Revolution. To some extent, Hezbollah would never have been successful in its creation had it not been for the Israeli invasion of Lebanon back in 1982, which actually kind of galvanized opinion there against the Israelis, not initially, but after a couple of months. Now, Hezbollah's relationship with Iran is very, very close. They're both Shia. Hezbollah essentially are seeing Iran's supreme leader as their spiritual guide. They're all within that same ideology and ideological view of the region. The Iranians have armed, trained, equipped Hezbollah. They view them as their first line of defense against Israel. Part of the reason why I don't think the Iranians were looking for a nuclear bomb to deter Israel is because through Hezbollah, they believe that they already have a pretty effective deterrence. We saw the war in 2006 when Israel went into southern Lebanon, ultimately failing in defeating Hezbollah. It ended up becoming a success or a victory for Hezbollah by virtue of essentially surviving that fight. And that was after 34,000 Israeli troops invaded southern Lebanon. Their relationship is completely different from that of Iran's relationship with Hamas. Hamas comes out of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, a Sunni movement.
Oh shit, hi. Hi. Thank you for the raid, Adrian. I hope you had a great stream. Everyone should definitely go follow Adrian. They're very cozy and very sweet and welcoming and intelligent. Sorry, trying to multitask. Doing a multitask. Shout out. Adrian. I can spell. I can spell words. That should work. Wonderful. Thank you. I hope you had a great raid. Great stream. Oh my god. We're just closing up my my updates on Israel Palestine, and then we're gonna get into why even leftovers. Serious this time, not clickbait. Actually, not clickbait. But welcome in, everybody. I'm Lainey, leftist. Go by she, they.
Its original founder, Yassin, that the Israelis assassinated in 2004, absolutely detested the Iranians and the Shias, and did everything to make sure that Hamas did not move closer to Iran and kept a very significant distance from. After his assassination, things have changed between Hamas and Iran, but not to the extent in which the Iranians and Hamas have the same relationship as with Hezbollah.
Give us a sense of Mohammed bin Salman's interest, I guess, and you know, what they're doing in this situation. Israel and Saudi Arabia were, I guess it depends on who you were talking to, you know, at least pursuing some type of normalization. But within the past couple of days, the pressure seems to be on the Saudis to at least indicate, you know, some relationship with Iran. I mean, how does that work out? Is Saudi Arabia going to be any type of substantial player in this?
Well, let's take a step back and talk about the normalization first, and then we can get to.
Yeah, well, let's talk about America's relationship with Saudi Arabia. It's a little complicated, isn't it?
The last part of your question. For the last couple of months, Saudi Arabia and Israel, through the mediation of the Biden administration, have had very serious and advanced negotiations about Saudi-Israeli normalization. This is essentially the extension of the Abram Accord that the Trump administration put together when they managed to get 4 Arab countries to normalize relations with Israel without any clear, significant, or meaningful concessions on the Palestinian issue. This, in their view, was an important shift in the region because it essentially showed, they argued, that you can have reconciliation between Israel and the Arabs.
Hey, Adrian, I hope you're well.
State without resolving the Palestinian issue. From the other perspective, it meant that these countries abandoned the Palestinian issue, betrayed the Palestinians in order to improve their economic relations and security relations with Israel. The Biden administration tried to expand that by making sure that Saudi Arabia, a much, much more important country than the UAE, for instance, who was the first to normalize, would also normalize with Israel, and then continue the path of essentially trying to get normalization agreements without any major changes on the Palestinian issue. The thinking essentially being that the region was now ready to move beyond the Palestinian issue, not to resolve it, not to fix it, not to achieve a two-state solution, which has been a long-standing American goal, at least ostensibly, but instead move beyond the Palestinian issue. That fundamental idea and the assumption behind it, I think at this point is in ruins. Because while the world may have forgotten the Palestinians, the US certainly did, the Israelis were happy to, and some Arab regimes were happy to.
Well, the world, you know, like if we're talking about states that don't recognize Palestine as its own state, you know, it's a handful. It's a handful. Like England, Australia, America, I think that's like most of it. Like, those at least are like the big players in upholding Israel's power. But like, it's not like the world forgot about Palestine. The Western hegemonic powers have, sure.
Forget about the Palestinians. The Palestinians did not forget about the Palestinians. And unfortunately, through a very horrific attack, they have reestablished their relevance and the impossibility of ignoring their plight and their situation, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. In that context, MBS is now in a rather precarious situation. He had really banked on the idea that he could normalize and that the Palestinian issue was not that important any longer, and that he could become the leader of the Islamic world without resolving that issue, but actually helping to put it in the margins. That's failed. And now he is, I believe, scrambling. He needs to be able to regain some sort of irrelevance on this issue because the Arab world clearly cares about it. And his past position and his silence on these issues are not going to play particularly well, particularly when the Arab public are watching and seeing thousands of Palestinians being killed. So, for instance, he ended up having a 45-minute conversation with the Iranian president, the first one that they've ever had, even after they normalized the relationship. And I think at least one consideration from the Saudi side there was to re-inject itself into this issue in order to prevent the Iranians to have full ownership of being the main sponsor of the Palestinian cause, something that, of course, is a negative in the Washington context, but is a significant positive in the regional context. So I think he's playing a bit of a catch-up at this point. Exactly where he wants to go or where he will end up is unclear at this point, but I think the geopolitical landscape that he had bet the normalization strategy on has shifted so dramatically that he needs to shift a lot of these other positions.
And that big shift is simply that there was a sense that you could just simply ignore the Palestinian, the existence of Palestinians, and eventually.
And to be fair, I mean, that has been the status quo for, you know, all of Biden's life. Like, of course.
Nobody, it wouldn't be an issue whatsoever. And let's talk about Egypt here. There is essentially two doors, if you will, out of Gaza, which has been, considered.
No, there are 0 doors.
Considered an open air prison for almost 2 decades now. One is to southern Israel. The other is to the Negev desert, across the Rafah gate, I guess, into Egypt. It is unclear that Israel has said for Palestinians, I mean, to head to the Negev, although it sort of seems to be what they're suggesting, although they're at first they bombed Rafah gate multiple times, as far as I can tell. But what is the ability of Egypt to absorb refugees at this point? I mean, and what are their interests here?
All right, Sam. I know that Sam knows the answer to this question, and he's just like getting an expert opinion, but like, I think phrasing matters. Like, these are leading questions, and it's like kind of open-ended. Like, it's not a matter of can Egypt take refugees. It's a matter of whether Egypt will be complicit in the genocide of Palestinians. Simply just accepting the refugees does not stop the genocide. Cries of babies are nature's alarm system. Attend to the wailing siren coming from the Middle East. Free Palestinians. Yeah. 2 more raiders. Another one? Another one. Hi, the rest of the raiders. Hello, welcome in.
Well, Israel doesn't, the Egyptians don't have much of a capacity to absorb. And we're talking about the Israelis urging about 1.1 million Palestinians to flee to Egypt. Egypt doesn't have that capacity to handle it. Egypt is partly standing on its own as it is right now, given a tremendous amount of mismanagement and economic corruption and economic difficulties that they face. Moreover, there is a fear because of past history, that if that mass exodus of people leave what is currently Palestinian land, it will create an opportunity for Israel to conquer and annex Gaza. And then you have another problem, which is you already have several million Palestinians living in refugee camps in Jordan and in Syria, and who are asking for a right of return. Egypt would now also then be a host of a very large number of Palestinian refugees that they would not want to completely integrate into their country, who wants to return to Gaza, and you would have a deepening of that conflict.
Yeah, I don't think we should be just outright saying like, oh yeah, Egypt is hostile to Palestinian refugees. They don't want them there. That's not the case. They just They opposed the occupation.
At a moment where the public in Egypt is going to be completely up in arms about what's happening in Gaza and very strong anti-Israeli sentiment. So the Egyptians are not crazy about this idea at all. This is a very bad situation for them. And I think there's a frustration on their end, of course, that some of their considerations and concerns, legitimate security concerns, are not being considered in Washington in the same manner that Israel's concerns are currently being taken into consideration.
Let's talk about.
Yeah, that part's true. That is true. Yeah, when has America ever given half of a fuck about Egypt?
The U.S. role in
Not to say that it's right, but I could have predicted that one.
this, and you've been critical of the administration's. I mean,
the perpetual raid train. Let's go. What is happening? Twitch is acting up.
It has seemed to me that Biden's foreign policy has been largely, let's just pretend things aren't happening in certain places and maybe it'll go away for the most part. That's not happening, obviously, here. What do you make when you, and I think you've written, it is, speaking of this administration, aside from the moral bankruptcy of calling for restraint, and we know that
not calling for restraint.
Excuse me. Yes, of not calling for restraint, and we know that it's been reported that there were specific sort of phrases around the concept of restraint that the State Department has been specifically prevented from using, which is rare. Frankly, I mean, I don't recall a time where the U.S. didn't at least, feign some notion of restraint. But you write, it's the strategic malpractice of giving Israel carte blanche to act as it wishes, despite knowing and understanding the tremendous risk that Israel's unrestrained actions in Gaza can drag Washington into a wider regional war that neither serves the interest of U.S. nor Israel.
Yeah, I mean, drag America into the war? No, like, America inserted their whole bussy into the Middle East decades ago. I mean, they're not being dragged into anything. We don't have to do this. We don't actually have to fund genocide. It's crazy, I know.
Talk about that, because it seems that...
No, not again. Oh, man.
To the extent that things have really, particularly with Gaza, it seems to me that starting with the Bush administration was the first administration to...
It's not me. I believe you. I don't know. It's just a glitch, just switch things.
Not function as the ballast against the worst of Israel's inclinations. And, prior to that, there was some role of the U.S., acting as a restraint on the Israeli government that the Israeli government could, sort of fend off the most sort of hawkish impulses that it had. Now, I don't think the Israeli government's interested in that, but certainly the U.S. has stopped playing that role. Really, it feels like for at least 20 years now. But talk about Biden's reluctance or refusal to do that. It seems to be very...
Good old genocide Joe.
Well, certainly short-sighted. But and aside from the moral implications, from strategic implications, walk us through that.
Yeah, I wrote a piece in the New York Times a couple of months ago, 2-3 months ago, about how the United States, by and large, not just in this arena, but by and large, have given up on the idea of being an honest broker. In this specific issue, we shifted from wanting to be seen as an honest broker to actually shunning the idea.
An honest broker? Broker? I'm not sure what he means by that. Interesting.
Shifted from wanting to be
Brought the blankets. Let's go. What's up?
seen as an honest broker to actually shunning the idea. Politically, it didn't look good for politicians to be an honest broker. They were pressured to be seen as Israel's ally in this. And that's truly how we have acted in this arena, in the sense of trying to pave the way for the Israelis to pursue their interests or how they define it, rather than necessarily think.
Wait, so someone actually came on that ride? It's weird. We had like 4 raids. So, you know, whichever one you came in on, welcome in.
Thinking, okay, what does this do to the larger objective that we say that we have, which is to achieve a two-state solution? This deference, decade-long, to the Israelis on this issue is a key reason as to why the prospects for a two-state solution are next to nil, and has been next to nil for quite some time right now. Because this has enabled the Israelis to continue to create facts on the ground, expand settlements, etc., and make any type of a continuous Palestinian state more or less possible, while at the same time creating a massive political obstacle to close down those Israeli settlements now as they have become facts on the ground. So in this context, the Biden administration has gone very far in trying to show as much support for Israel as possible, which I think to a certain extent is quite understandable because of the horrific attack that Israel suffered at the hands of Hamas. But I think
infinite land glitch, let's go. Oh my god. It's pretty much like that's like what imperialism is, right? Just infinite resource glitch. Let's go.
It is a combination of putting very little pressure, if any, on the Israelis to, for instance, even things such as making sure that what Israel does is within the confines of international law. The way the administration is doing it is that they're talking about international law and Israel in the same speech. They say that democracies follow international law, but they never say Israel has to follow international law in order to have America's. That message may be implicit, but I think it's actually significant value to make that explicit, because we want, on the one hand, the Iranians and Hezbollah to show restraint and not enter this arena, to do so without at the same time being clear that the United States is also doing something to make sure that Israel is showing restraint. I don't think.
Yeah, ain't no fucking shot. Ain't no shot. Like, America refuses to recognize the ICC at all. You think they're gonna make Israel obey it? Like, I just don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, I wish it would. I wish someone could make America obey the laws internationally, but you know, no real enforcement power there. So Twitch be twitching.
I think is a winning strategy. I think if we had a much clearer message to the Israelis that they have to follow international law, they too have to show restraint. The fact that they have been subjected to what likely is war crimes by Hamas in terms of kidnapping civilians and children, etc., does not justify or give a free hand for Israel itself to commit war crimes through collective punishment.
Yeah.
I think a message.
Yeah, war crimes are still war crimes when you had war crimes done to you, actually.
Of that nature may have been politically more costly for Biden, but would have been far more effective in ensuring that this does not escalate into a larger war. That very likely would also suck the U.S. into it. And this is where I think it's particularly problematic to see how the administration has instructed diplomats not to talk about ending the bloodbath, ending the violence, calling for a ceasefire, calling for de-escalation. These are languages or terms that the State Department no longer is essentially permitted to use. Early in the conflict, the State Department had issued 2 tweets in which it talked about ceasefire and de-escalation. The State Department deleted those tweets. And then we saw also how the White House spokesperson treated members of Congress who had done, again, something very natural. They're seeing this horrible violence and they're asking for a ceasefire and a de-escalation. And they were called, I think, repugnant or reprehensible for having done so. That's a very, very odd situation for us to be in, a position for us to take.
Yeah, fucking ass backwards. Imagine America just being bloodthirsty. Yeah. I fucking hate it here.
If our objective is to actually make sure that this violence ends and that it doesn't escalate into a larger war.
I mean, it really does feel like the Biden administration has about a 13-month horizon in terms of what their strategy is here, specifically to get to the other side of the elections. And do you think that the Biden administration, I mean, I may be wrong, but it really does feel like this is almost wholly driven by domestic politics in terms of the Biden administration's response. There is nothing, I don't think it's consistent with I don't think it's consistent with U.S. foreign policy to not even mouth the words restraint, other than like these domestic politics. But do you think that the Biden administration?
I mean, America isn't known for restraint, Sam. What? I mean, this is bad, but like not unusual. I expected exactly this, no less, from America.
Misunderstood the domestic situation in this country in terms of like how that would be received, because it feels like they've had to sort of tack back to, call for a little bit more restraint. I mean, it's a little bit less implicit.
It is a little bit less implicit, and I think that perhaps hopefully, there's a bit of a recognition that if they calculated that this position is such a big political win for them, or politically beneficial or less costly, that the calculation may not have been as clear-cut as they thought. I think that if we start seeing a tremendous amount of violence in Gaza and suffering, and we are all increasingly seeing other Western countries starting to issue much stronger statements, then it's also going to be more difficult for the United States to stand increasingly alone in not calling for a ceasefire, not calling for an end to violence. Keep also in mind of how this plays out in the Ukraine context, in which a lot of countries in the global South were very, very negative to the idea that the Ukraine war was not just a war between two countries over a border, an infected conflict, but it was actually about the future of the rules-based order. That this was about whether we live in a country of law or in a world of laws, or if it's might makes right. Well, in this situation, it is quite shocking that the State Department has been forbidding its diplomats and spokespeople to even use the language of restraint, acting within international law, etc., etc. In the eyes of a lot of countries in the global South, this is exactly what they expected. They were so cynical because they thought that the arguments about rule of law is just something that is being used in this specific case because it serves the interests of the United States and Ukraine and Europe, but it will not be applied consistently.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, of course. America doesn't give a shit about rule of law. What? Not really, Talk a big game about fucking democracy and freedom and fucking, free speech or whatever. But like at the end of the day, no. Fucking bloodthirsty imperial power. Colonial expansionist project. And yeah, we'll say whatever is fucking convenient. Someone else does imperialism, we're like, hey, that's bad, Might doesn't make right, but when we have the might, it's like, yeah, no, that's right.
And it will certainly not be applied in countries in which the United States' sympathies lies with an actor that is acting outside of the realm of international.
All right. Well, lastly, I guess, are there any other players that we should be watching for what they may or may not do that might have wider implications in terms of broadening this out regionally?
I think one other thing that we are likely going to see more of, we've seen a little bit, is that we may also end up having an explosion in the West Bank. The West Bank is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. That's not where Hamas is strong or is having the type of a governing capacity. But tensions there were already rising because of the expansion of settlement, because of how settlers have been attacking Palestinians, as well as Palestinians, in some cases, attacking Israelis. So tension had already been brewing there. It's likely going to get much worse, particularly as the fighting in Gaza intensifies. And again, there's so many unknown factors. It's so difficult to control so many of these different variables. It makes it extremely explosive. And in that context, not to be more active in calling for restraint and de-escalation, to me, is just an extremely dangerous strategy, particularly mindful of the fact that the manner in which the Biden administration has moved troops into the Mediterranean, et cetera, it's going to put pressure on itself to intervene militarily if things get much worse.
Right. The ease in which it can be done at that point lowers the threshold for what the expectations are of people of the U.S. Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate it.
That's crazy. Yeah, you wouldn't want one U.S. proxy war to interfere with its ability to support a genocide in its favorite apartheid state. You know? Can't have that. Can't have that. Oh yeah, okay. I think that was all of my Palestine news for now. Oh wait, no. Just one more
Ayanna
thing.
Pressley, Summer Lee, Ilhan Omar, and at one point, Ayanna Pressley is giving her remarks, and someone, some reporter, calls out to Ilhan Omar and asks why she doesn't want the Israelis to go after Hamas, who committed atrocities against Israelis. And this was her response.
Tortured, killed their babies and children, and still have them hostage. Why don't you want the Israelis to go after the terrorists that did that?
How many more killings is enough for you? Is it 1,000 more? 2,000 more? 3,000 more? How many more Palestinians would make you happy if they die? Will you be fine if all of the people of Gaza were gone? Would that make you happy? Would that be the thing that makes you proud? And maybe that's the question you should ask Richie. Is he okay? How many more Palestinian lives is he comfortable with?
Yep.
Because I'm not comfortable with any more.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
This is
Literally, how many fucking more until it's appropriate to say the word ceasefire?
The question must have been prefaced by remarks or something that Richie Torres from, I'm not sure which district it is in New York, represents, who has been about as bloodthirsty for Palestinian lives as one could imagine.
Yeah, before this crisis, he was going after that valedictorian at one of the CUNY schools who spoke about Palestinian rights.
Yeah,
because that's a good use of time
Johnson,
as a Democratic member of Congress.
Adam Johnson had a good piece on him. He represents the poorest district by a long shot in this country, and all he does is tweet about Israel all the time, including most recently like calling the Jewish Voices for Peace and those sorts of organizations like fringe, and he really wants to make sure that they're not seen as representative or legitimate.
Hey, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. No, dude. I don't think that the majority of Jews are Zionists. I just don't. That's crazy. And also kind of racist.
And Representative Omar, I think, had to leave at that point, the press briefing.
She's a refugee. She was a refugee.
Yes.
She's both Muslim and then also somebody who is the victim of a crisis where she had to leave her home, and understood what that horror is. And there are going to be many Palestinian refugees, and those same forces who are saying, okay, it's fine for Gaza to be bombed to smithereens, are also saying, well, we can't take those Palestinians as refugees when they come to the United States. So, like, there are many layers of how this is personal for a lot of people in Congress. I know that those voices, they prefer them to be marginalized, but that's why it's so important to have someone like Ilhan Omar there, because she understands what the pain of this is.
There's another person, Josh Gottheimer, who Ryan Grimm reported that at a
And that's why it's so gross that Rashida Tlaib got censured. Like, is she not also an American? Was she not also elected to represent her district? I mean, it's just clear racism.
them meeting. This was on the 11th. Susan Wild said that she was working to organize interfaith gatherings, but worried that Muslims in the Lehigh Valley may not feel comfortable. And Josh Gottheimer shouted, because they're guilty. And like that
Muslims in general.
And like that sort of like rank bigotry, that's the sort of thing like we see a lot of policing of Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. They would never think that about Jewish people. They would never they would much less yell it out amidst a meeting of their caucus. And we've just moved on from it. Because
well, they might have thought that about Jewish people 50 years ago with the dual loyalty thing, right? I mean,
no, I'm talking specifically these representatives today.
Now, but it is a very old trope for people who are speaking out for a minority group that they have dual loyalty. It's an anti-Semitic trope too, right?
Yeah, well, it's just bigotry, and like we've just moved on from it. I think because Hakeem Jeffries shares some of that. Like the Democrats are on trial, in my opinion, right now about Islamophobia, and like that we haven't heard really any peep from that. Besides Ilhan, I think complained about it again recently. Like how is that allowed?
Yeah, it's amazing. Gottheimer is just a horrible.
And
It's just so fucking normalized and like ingrained that like of course there's no like rules in Congress about being Islamophobic, you know? It's so fucked.
Also, Grimm also reported he took made a $15,000 purchase of Northrop Grumman stock in September.
I mean, he is so odious, both as, I mean, in so many different ways. At least there's a certain consistency.
I guess. At least he's consistent. At least. All right. That's all I have on updates. Now we can get into why the fuck Ethan is stopping his political coverage and leftovers, from what I understand. It's like a huge moment. Yeah, he went into Discord, you know? And that would kill any political commentator's career instantly. I don't know why he did that.
I'm Anakin about to go slice up some younglings.
Beautiful. You look like Anakin when he just fell to the dark side.
Yeah.
He's about to go slice some younglings right now.
That's actually a good segue, Abby. That's how people are talking about me.
Oh my god.
They think I'm Anakin about to go
Oh my god, the fucking segue.
slice up some younglings. All right, there's something I have to say about. I'm gonna say there's been conversation. Thank you, Dan. That is surprisingly accurate. Is he drooling? Not
I think
drooling.
so, yeah.
Okay.
Or it might just be the Vaseline pooling.
I am not
at the
yet
bottom of his
drooling, but
it's like in Raiders of the Lost Ark when that one guy melts to death, you know, from looking at the Ark.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's me. Did he have lupus?
Honestly, I've had a reaction to come that looks a lot like this. Unironically, it can do that to you. You want to wash that shit off right away.
He might have, dude.
It may not have been the Ark. It may have been undiagnosed lupus.
Just lupus.
So hold on one second. So I'm going to touch on this fast, and I'm going to try to be calm. Okay, I'm going to keep it together. I'm going to do this. You can turn off chat too, because I don't. Thank you. I don't need people arguing in the comments. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to try to express myself calmly. So, when talking about this conflict between Israel
All right, it's not a conflict, it's a genocide.
and Gaza, Palestinians, because I mean they bombed the West Bank too, so kind of everywhere
Silence
now.
the person.
But when talking about this, I've noticed a strange phenomenon, and I want to explain to you what I see so that you can hopefully empathize with what I'm trying to convey when I talk about things that happened in this conflict.
All right.
So
look, I'm gonna try to lead with empathy here. I really am. I saw Gremlo tweeted about this. Let me just pull that up real quick. It's a good tweet. W. Gremlo. We should be open to change, and that means being patient with people. Changing your perspective takes time and care. Considering Ethan's connection to Israel, I'm sure it's not easy right now. Dogpiling doesn't help people who are trying to learn and grieve at the same time. Be kind to people and ruthless to institutions. If we don't operate with empathy at the forefront of our perspective, we have we only have spite and become insufferable. I hope Ethan can grow from this and mourn properly. I think that's a very measured response. You know, Ethan still has family in Israel. This is deeply personal to him. And, you know, I think he is like in the process of coming to terms with the fact that all Palestinians are not Hamas. And collective punishment is bad. And like, you know, he condemns genocide. He's already there. He just has like some internal contradictions to work out, I think, about Israeli nationalism. Phenomed your mom last night. Got him.
When the massacre happened on October 7th, and terrorists came into, you know, Israel and slaughtered 1,300 people. Horrible. There was a lot of people, though, that were cheering on Hamas explicitly. A lot were doing it explicitly, just saying like, hey, this is what a revolution looks like.
All right. That was one poorly phrased tweet, and you're like taking the absolute worst meaning out of it possible.
And there was a lot of people who said, as the bodies were, you know, still being counted, Israel hadn't done anything in response. It was the same day. I mean, you know, they were still cleaning up the massacre. And people were saying...
But Israel had already planned their response. They were already saying we have to completely wipe Gaza off the map. Immediately they said that.
And as the news broke, people don't want to hear about timing, but I'm just telling you my perspective. As the news broke, before expressing condolences or like horror, it was Free Palestine. Now I'm Free Palestine. You can say Free Palestine, but the timing to me made me uncomfortable. It seemed like they were cheering on Hamas. So when
it seemed like, but did you ask them? Did you ask them what they meant? Because I haven't seen Frogan on the show. Curious? I never saw that conversation. Israel was chanting for the death of all Palestinians. They have lawn chairs set up to watch the bombings. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like there was that one settler woman who was like, oh, it's like music to my ears listening to the airstrikes.
When I try to convey that, there's so many people that go, oh, come on. Saying Free Palestine as terrorists are in kibbutz killing people, that's not cheering on Hamas. That's just, you know, us. We just really rooting for Palestine. The timing doesn't matter. I
think he mixed that up. I think he meant to say the reverse.
Okay, fine. I'm not going to argue that anymore. But when the bombs start dropping, right, when Israel does retaliate a few days later, or I don't know if it might even been the next day, I don't remember the timeline. Then all of a sudden it's insensitive to talk about it because it doesn't matter. Because
I don't think anyone said the Israeli deaths don't matter, man. I think if you're a leftist, you have to care about the deaths of the Israeli people, you know? Death is always bad. Murder, bad. War, bad. But in context, those 1,000 deaths are now being used to justify thousands. Man, I know I said I'm going to try and lead with empathy, I am trying.
Israel's bombing Gaza. Okay. So as the bombing continues, the next thing I start hearing is, the Hamas terrorists who went there, they were just there to take hostages. They didn't kill they weren't there to kill as many people as possible. They didn't rape anyone. They didn't kill.
They weren't there to try to kill as many people as possible. They weren't. Three-quarters of attacks were on military, on the IDF, okay? And yeah, they were trying to get hostages so that they didn't get genocided, which is happening anyway.
Kill kids. They didn't behead anyone. And this
Man, he's still running with the beheaded babies thing?
Became the new thing. Where they're trying to, almost like, hey, dude, Hamas isn't that bad. Like, we're exaggerating what they did there. There's,
No. No one said Hamas is not that bad. Everyone said Israel and the IDF is significantly worse.
What I mean? And so when I see people saying that and I want to respond to it, I say, yeah, actually, Hamas did kill babies. They did rape women. They did decapitate people. They did burn families alive. Okay, you know what? Now's not the time.
The IDF is doing those things right now. They're doing all those things right now.
It's not the time. You're being insensitive to what's happening in Gaza. Now's not the time. I say, okay, now's not the time. Bombs are falling. It's not the time. Then when this hospital gets blown up and there's a whole day of hysterical coverage of it, people saying upwards of 900 people died. Horrific. The result of which was mass riots around the world.
Okay, peaceful protests.
And
King Spider-Man pointing me. Yeah.
Escalation of tensions with neighboring countries. So at the time, it's like, listen, let's wait and see, let's wait and see and let the news come out, because this is all reported by the Palestinian or the Gazan Health Ministry, which, by the way, Gaza Health Ministry is run by Hamas, terrorist organization that killed 1,300 people. So they said, dude, how dare you question it? How dare you? You know Israel bombed it. You scumbag. How dare you?
I still believe they did.
It doesn't even matter if they did. That's the new thing. It doesn't matter because Israel's bombed lots of other hospitals. Israel's bombed 15 or damaged 15 hospitals in the last 10 years. So it doesn't matter that this...
In the last 10 days, dude, what?
One of the biggest hospitals in Gaza the story was blown up and killed 900 people. Let's wait for the information some reasonable people said. Scumbag, they say. Zionist. Okay, fine.
I mean, yeah. Sure. We should wait for a third-party, independent investigation. There's a genocide happening. Israel's not going to let that happen, dude. If we want to talk about who's controlling the flow of information, it's not just Hamas.
Now's not the time. Now's not the time. The next day, when you find out the hospital was undamaged, the explosion was from a stray rocket. Okay. That was...
Yeah, this is all from Israel. You're just relying on Israel's account. The people carrying out genocide.
Shot by terrorists in Gaza, specifically the jihadist, the Palestinian jihadist group, something like that. Not Hamas, interestingly, but I guess another terrorist organization. So when it comes out, and please, let's not debate it. It's almost certain at this point that it was a rocket from Gaza.
Just from what Israel has said. You're just going to trust the IDF 100% right now when they're doing genocide. Man. I'm digging deep. I'm digging deep within my heart for the empathy. You know, something, no one is immune to propaganda.
Gaza. That what caused this. So what actually happened is a rocket was misfired or malfunctioned. It fell in the parking lot and it killed 300 people. Approximately, we don't really know. The truth is there was a lot of people who were taking refuge around the hospital because they thought it was a safe place. As well they should be. You know what I mean? They should assume that. But, and unfortunately, this rocket malfunctioned. It was a massive rocket headed to, you know, the heart of Israel. It was full of fuel. And so when the rudder malfunctioned and this rocket full of fuel dropped down into the parking lot, it exploded into a ball of napalm, scorching the parking lot and killing a ton of people tragically. Horrible. Horrible. And so now when it's like, actually, the Israelis didn't blow up the hospital and kill 900 people. Actually, it was the terrorists there who were shooting a rocket from over a fucking hospital.
Yeah, does that make sense to you? Does that seem like a good strategic point to fire rockets from? Does that really make sense? Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
That malfunctioned and they killed 300 of their own people. It doesn't matter. You can't.
It was also coming from the direction of Israel. So, I mean, that doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense. So
Talk about this because now's not the time. It's not the time to talk about this. How dare you?
why do you only want to focus on Hamas, dude? Like, there's quite literally bigger fish to fry right now. His name is Netanyahu.
Dare you for even saying it? Israel has bombed other hospitals. So, like, you know what I mean? Who cares if it was true or not? Who cares? First of all, it does matter. In this specific case, this was...
Dude, Ben Gvir is handing out guns to settlers like fucking candy during a genocide.
Reported, the initial reporting of this was one of the most horrific war crimes, acts of terror of all time. Okay? And when it turns out it was actually terrorists that killed their own people, then it doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter when it would cause mass riots. Now is, or how about this? You know what? Now is not the time.
The hospital was not the thing causing the protests. The protests are because there's an ongoing genocide. Genocide. It wasn't about the fucking hospital, dude.
Time. Now's not the time to talk about it. Okay, now's not the time to talk about it. And today, the Israeli government released the GoPro footage from these Hamas terrorists who, they had a press conference for foreign press all to come watch the clips because so many people are denying what happened at this point. And the stuff that's described there is everything people said and worse.
Wait, is he talking about the recording, the phone call? I thought it was just audio. Are there video clips? Because I'd like to see that if someone has those. And also, yeah, everyone is saying that the sound clips are obviously manufactured. The accent is not like a native accent. It's just like sounds weird. It's stitched together. Like it's fucking so fucking sus. Like, and it's also like, hey bud, how about those war crimes we did? Yeah, that was pretty bad, huh? Oh yeah, the war crimes we did right there at the hospital? Oh yeah, those ones. Yeah, we're in the parking lot. Are you sure? Yeah, I was sure it was in the parking lot. Like, No one does crimes like that.
It's beheadings, it's killing babies, murdering children, burning families alive.
Okay, so when the beheading baby story comes out as false, you don't have to update your take or, take in any new information. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, every ounce of empathy is leaving my body. Fuck. Man, he's just seems to be really digging his heels in. And I'm not sure exactly why. If you're Free Palestine, then act like it. Like, you're just repeating IDF propaganda over and over again. Israel says 40 beheaded babies, you think that's real. Israel says it was Hamas that blew up the hospital, you think that's real. Is that the only information you'll believe?
Desecrating corpses. Taking photos of, dead civilians, taking their phone and sending it to their family or posting it to their Facebook.
All shit the IDF is doing.
And so I go, listen, I want to tell the people who are talking about Hamas.
The IDF is fucking coating bullets in pig fat. Hello? Nothing to say about that?
Hamas, they're freedom fighters and revolutionaries, or that they were actually were there just to get hostages, and most of them didn't want to hurt civilians. I want to say, hey guys, listen, let's stop saying that because it's not true. You know what I mean? Let's not say that. And I get a huge response from people that most of them didn't want to hurt civilians. I want to say, hey guys, listen, or that they were actually were there just to get hostages, and most of them didn't want to hurt civilians. I want to say, hey guys, listen, let's stop saying that because it's not true. You know what I mean? Let's not say that. And I get a huge response from people saying, how can you be so insensitive?
I mean, there's no good or worse war crime. You know what I mean? I don't know why we have to continually bring this up. Who is honestly saying, oh yeah, Hamas they never hurt a single civilian? I just don't. The shadow boxing. Don't give a fuck about what a 16-year-old said on Twitter. Yeah. Seriously. Hoscord is not representative of, everybody. I don't know. Seems to be, just a little too online with this one. And, normally, that's good because it's, his job, but gone too far. He stared into the abyss too long, and the abyss stared back.
You don't care about what's happening in Gaza. Now is not the time. When is the fucking time? When is it the time to address stuff, incredibly harmful misinformation?
40 beheaded babies? Because you haven't addressed that harmful bit of information, which was the beginning justification for genocide. For the genocide of 2 million people. Why don't you address that harmful misinformation? Because it helps your point? Interesting.
When is it okay? And the thing is, like, the way people, I'm not denying, I'm not defending the IDF. I'm not at all. I've donated money. I've supported them on this show a lot more than I've spoke about Israel. I'll be fucking, that's
simply not true.
That's goddamn true for sure.
You haven't talked about the genocide without bringing up the harm against Israelis. Not a single time. Not a single fucking time.
But somehow it's never the time to dispel this really violent anti-Semitic rhetoric that's causing riots. Synagogue leader over the weekend was stabbed and killed. So it's incredible.
Okay. But what about the 2,000 people that died over the weekend? We're talking about that. You know, I don't want the synagogue leader to get stabbed. That's also very sad. But let's keep it in perspective.
To me, that people think I shouldn't care about these things because now's not the time. I believe that the time is good for all spaces of offering civilians your empathy, your caring, your understanding. I don't believe that, I need to wait for you all to tell me now's the time. And whenever that is, probably never, frankly. Probably never. Here's some of the threads that I've been seeing nonstop on my own fucking subreddit. Let's see. Here we go. Let's take a look. This is just sorting by new. It has a lot of upvotes. I don't know the exact number, but people are flocking here. Peace and love. Someone take Ethan's phone away. I got to emphasize just how my story.
I mean, true. True.
That I'm showing are so,
I mean, with peace and love. They said with peace and love. They're looking out for your own mental health, dude. Holy. No one will let me, as a cis white man, speak about this issue. Right. White people sad. Oh. My platform of millions of subscribers, they're pushing back a little bit on my take, and I hate that.
It's so much not defending the IDF. It's literally just talking about this anti-Semitic, violent misinformation that continues to be peddled and is having real consequences in the world. I'll show you examples, actually, before I get into it. Maybe that will help to tell you guys how I don't think what I'm saying should be controversial. And if you do think what I'm saying is controversial, I do think there's a moment of introspective for yourself. Where's the album, love? I'll show you everything I've been posting over the weekend so that you guys can judge for yourself what kind of Zionistic pig fucking genocidal maniac. People go, he's a genocidal maniac. People go, I cannot support him anymore. Here's the kind of stuff that I've been storing about. Here is a tweet with 100,000 likes. You could look. 14 million views. She says, interesting. What's interesting? Jewish people in the high levels of the government. Now, why is this fucking insane? I said we should make them wear little armbands so we can identify them easier. I saw even a lot of people saying, how is this anti-Semitic? Which alone is concerning. First of all Jewish people are not Israeli. All Jewish people do not support the IDF. I'm one of those people, actually, believe it or not.
Okay, if you don't support the IDF, then why do you only respect the IDF's account of events? You're saying everything the IDF says is true, but everything Hamas says not true. But you don't support the IDF. Curious. Curious.
And also, one of the things you often hear people say is like how, Zionism is not the same thing as anti-Semitism. A lot of fucking people who use the word.
And those who demand instant perfection, the day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms? The passion that some of our liberals feel, the day after the revolution, the passion and concern they feel for the fascists, the civil rights and civil liberties of those fascists who were dumping and destroying and murdering people before. Now the revolution has got to be perfect. It's got to be flawless. Well, that isn't my criteria. My criteria is what happens to those people who couldn't read. What happens to those babies that couldn't eat, that died of hunger? And that's why I support revolution. The revolution that feeds the children gets my support. Not blindly, not unqualifiedly. And the Reaganite government that tries to stop that kind of process, that tries to keep those people in poverty and illiteracy and hunger, that gets my undiluted animosity and opposition.
Based parenti, as always. But will there be civil liberties for the fascists?
Zionist, like a slur, will say that. And yet at the same time, they'll like this post that says, actually, being Jewish is the same as being Israeli. So Zionism actually is the same as just being Jewish. Do you see why this is insane? Okay, good. Here's another one. This one, I don't, it probably was a lot more at the time, but 21,000 likes, 2 million views.
Bro, I feel like he's just missing the entire point, like, on purpose. It feels willful at this point.
This statement, which has literally no evidence to support it. Meta is shadow banning content that supports Palestine according to Palestinian accounts from Gaza. And in case anyone was wondering where Facebook, Instagram, Meta stand on the current genocide of Palestine enacted by Israel, I don't know anything about that. This is just one person.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah. I mean, obviously. They don't allow any content that's like divisive or, like current issues. Inflammatory shit. They just don't want it.
But the response was Mark ... Zuckerberg. What do you think the implication is there, guys?
Okay. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to hate Zuckerberg, but not because he's Jewish. Like, I'm not saying that there are no anti-Semitic people in the world. I don't think anyone was saying that. That's an obvious anti-Semite. Oh. Can I see something? Say something? Sure. Every post he has, I have 10 that are against Muslims and Palestinians, depicting them as monsters or killers. 100%. 100%. Yeah, and like, I doubt those things are being shadow banned. I don't think they are.
That because Mark is Jewish, that he's going to censor and defend Zionism, defend Israel, because he's Jewish. And as you guys know, not all Jews are Zionists, unless, of course, only in memes. In memes, all Jews are Zionists. But when I'm actually being confronted on anti-Semitism, then no. Basically, I'll have it both ways, please. I also said, it would be nice, maybe he should wear a nice little flare around his arm as well. Zuckerberg. All
right. Okay. He's conflating every anti-Zionist who is also anti-Semitic with all of, like, Free Palestine. Like, anyone who supports Free Palestine has to be anti-Semitic. Because this one Facebook post. Bro, what?
So here's what I says. This bombing story's been driving me crazy because I just think it's incredible. People say it doesn't matter when.
Let's see what the most reputable news outlets have to say. Oh, you mean Western propaganda outlets? Yeah, the outlets that are responsible for manufacturing consent for our war machine? Shocking. I wonder what they have to say. Curious. Our famously Islamophobic media. Yeah, I can't imagine what they have to say.
That dominated the news cycle for a whole fucking day. One of the worst war crimes / acts of terrorism of all time. And people say it doesn't matter, or now's not the time. This has been, at this point, and it's more and more every day, the Associated Press.
The AP. Literally a government organization. Literally a publication associated with the U.S. government. Hey, you know what the U.S. government supports? Zionism.
The AP analyzed more than a dozen videos from moments before, after, and during, as well as satellite imagery and photos. Associated Press analysis shows that the rocket that broke up in the air was fired from within Palestinian territory, and the hospital explosion was most likely...
Every single one of these reports is based on the IDF report. That's all there is right now.
...caused when a part of that rocket crashed to the ground. Okay, that's AP. How about...
Lord, help me find some empathy. Lord, please, God, have mercy. Yeah, okay, so maybe, like, imagine if I, like, never used any critical thinking and never questioned anything American news has to say, then I too might support genocide, you know? Sure, I can empathize with that. I could also have no powers of critical thought. Yeah, BBC, another state-run news organization in England. You know, the guys who founded the British occupation of Palestine and then Israel. Those guys? Yeah. Oh, I can't imagine that they would want to blame Hamas for something Israel did.
About BBC. I don't need to read all these. You can read them all. But they're basically all saying that it was likely, some outright just saying it was.
Reuters is center-right.
This is Reuters, you know, these are all pretty reputable, I think. Blast at Gaza hospital was not the result of an Israeli missile strike, but likely the cause of a misfiring Palestinian rocket. The French military intelligence said about it.
The French military intelligence? Oh, you mean the same French government that just made it illegal to protest for Palestine? Those guys? Surely there's no bias there. Very reputable.
Intelligence said about it. New York Times, who was one of the early offenders who wrote, you know, the really hysterical, you know, headlines about 900 people dying and hospitals being blown up.
Reuters also condemns the IDF. Yeah.
Israel did not bomb Gaza Strip hospital, said the unclassified intelligence assessment drafted on Wednesday. We judge that Israel was not responsible for an explosion that killed hundreds of civilians yesterday at the Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza Strip. The United States has infrared sensors, which are both satellite and aircraft based, that can determine the launch sites of a variety of rockets and missiles. That technology has proved critical to the U.S. assessment, which does not place blame for the blast on Israel.
I wonder why. The U.S. military might run cover for Israel. Okay. Associated Press is a nonprofit co-op ownership, but it is not private nor government funded. Wait, really? I thought for sure it was government org. Hold on.
Wall Street Journal. Says, you know, experts say that Israel wasn't responsible for the blast. Analysts say it is unlikely to change the minds of the Arab world, which largely support the Palestinians and are hostile to Israel, whatever that. that part. CNN, I know it's not that reliable as the other ones I noted, but they also did their own forensic analysis and said that the rocket came from Gaza and not an airstrike. Politico said the same thing. NPR said the same thing. And, you know, it disturbs me that so many people ran with this headline. From these sources, citing them. And now when these same sources are saying, actually, it probably wasn't Israel. It was almost certainly a rocket from Gaza. Then all of a sudden, we don't care. It's not the time to talk about it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, since that bombing, I think like 2,000 people have died at the hands of Israel. So, I mean, it doesn't really seem like the time, no. You know? Like, let's say it was Hamas, then it was an accident, whereas the genocide that Israel is carrying out is very much on purpose.
We don't care. It's not credible. They're not credible, really. So people who ran with the headline that Israel airstrike the hospital cited these exact publications. Now that they've put the blame on Islamic Jihad, these same sources are not credible. Why does it matter when the IDF has already confirmed killed thousands of Palestinians? Again, because I anticipated it, and people don't read what I write. I said, and I'm here saying, yeah, the IDF has killed thousands of Palestinians. Horrific. The bombing marked an enormous escalation of the war and risk bringing Hezbollah and others. The outrage caused by this was felt globally, and rightfully so. However, truth matters, and we must bear in mind that while the IDF is not a reputable source for news, either is Hamas. Once again, who reported these mass casualties and the hospital being exploded? Health Ministry.
Why they zoom in so much on one specific thing. Right, yeah, like, he's literally doing the same thing that the IDF is doing. If you don't support the IDF, then why are you, like, running propaganda for them? You know what I mean? Like, whether or not it's the time to talk about it is irrelevant, you know? Like, you're just copy-pasting, like, Twitter memes from Israel just as fact. Like, even it was Islamic Jihad, this one time, IDF has lied and hit hospitals before and will again. Exactly. Israel declared too much about hospitals. They would not cut the damn power to the hospitals. Right. Yeah. They would supply fuel to run generators at least, like some fucking thing.
Of Gaza, run by Hamas. And that is a fact. You can look it up. Health Ministry of Gaza is run by Hamas. And just to be real, when you see the press conference at the disaster that happened at the hospital, you can see, you know, the doctors there, they're talking about how horrible it was. And right off the fucking screen, there's photos of a Hamas dude with a gun, just making sure everyone's staying in line. You have to understand that Hamas and Israel are both going to be participating in bad faith propaganda. If you don't understand that, and if you believe everything Hamas says,
So you know better than. Right. Oh, but they have fuel. Yeah, ask Hamas. Like, how about you don't shut off supply routes and water for an entire population? How about that? Wanted to say that I agree with your coverage. Thank you.
then I don't believe that you are the one that's being objective, actually. I think you're being deluded. Then I apologize. You know, I'm sorry that I care about Israel and Jewish people. People go, you're biased. No fucking shit, I'm biased.
Yeah.
I lived there for 5 years. My wife's Israeli, my kids, my wife's entire family. Of course I have a bias. Nearly everyone I love is affected by this. If you're in...
I asked the UN human rights experts. For some reason, Israel won't let them in, right? Curious. I wonder why. I wonder why.
Capable of understanding that if this post enrages you, then I'm afraid you are nothing more than an unwitting conduit of Hamas propaganda, an organization whose stated goal is to kill me and my family. Now,
Okay, bro. Okay. Kill you specifically and your entire family specifically? That's what Hamas stated? No, I don't think they give a fuck about you and your multi-million-dollar home in Calabasas or West Hollywood or whatever the fuck it is. Like, sorry, what? I know he has family in Israel, but like, he's just really centering himself here. And like, yeah, you can have bias, you know, you can care about your family and, you know, Israel, which, you know, saying your kids are Israeli is kind of strange to me. Are they? Is that how that works? I don't know. You can have that bias of like wanting your family to live and also not repeat every single thing the IDF says. Just, you know, like a little bit of critical thinking is like what we're asking.
maybe that was a little inflammatory to say that if you're angry about these posts that you are a conduit of Hamas propaganda. But technically it is true. If you were saying that the IDF blew up that hospital and killed 900 people, and then now that it's basically been revealed that that's not what happened. If you are A, unwilling to acknowledge that it was terrorists, or B, saying that it doesn't matter, let's move on, you are doing Hamas propaganda. Maybe you're okay with that. I don't know. But it's just a fact. You know, and if you ask me why I'm not critical of Israel, which everybody's saying, why I'm not critical of the Israeli government, then you haven't been watching. Go watch the first 2.5 hours of our Leftovers episode. If you think that, I don't know how to help you. I don't know what to say to you. So I don't know what exactly I've said.
Identification with state, you know, that thing Palestinians don't have, right? Yeah, like, he's really taking it so personally. Like, an attack on Israel is an attack on all Jewish people everywhere, which is like exactly what Zionists want you to think, you know? It's not that.
To warrant this insane response of people saying that I can't support you anymore. They says, I can't support you anymore because you care about dispelling really harmful and eventually anti-Semitic propaganda. Again, I'm not even defending the IDF at all. That's the crazy part. Channel 4 and Al Jazeera did, in my opinion, really silly.
I can call Hamas terrorists, but can he say Israel's an apartheid state? Yeah. Seriously. Like, if you're looking for compromise, then yeah, you're gonna have to say the G word.
Videos trying to blame the explosion on IDF. Neither of them relied on analysis of impartial, qualified military demolition experts. All the articles above cited do. People that is their expertise. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Very impartial. Very impartial. You know, like the France military, or like the IDF, or the US military. All very reliable. Have never lied.
Expertise. Further, disapproving Israel's propaganda claim is not the same as proving Israel caused the explosion, which I think is something a lot of people misunderstood. You might see something that the IDF posted and say like, oh, they removed the tweets, so they're lying. Well, the data that was used from third-party video, satellite footage, geolocating, etc., none of that information came from the IDF.
There has been no third-party analysis. What the fuck are you talking about? What third-party videos? Are you talking about America? Because that's not a third party, baby. That's not a third party.
Yeah, it's all public, sourced. And here's some of the comments I got in response to what I was saying. And
They didn't cause that explosion. They caused the other 22, right?
yet he was running with the same propaganda that Hamas was beheading babies, canceling my membership. This is really disappointing. I said, does it make you feel better knowing that they were sprayed with AK-47s instead? As if that's a more humane way to kill a baby.
It's not about humanity. It's about like dehumanizing the other. You're like dehumanizing like the Hamas soldiers in such a way that like you think that justifies a genocide of 2 million people. Like you're doing like just like scaremonger shit. It's just like an evocative image.
The videos are out. Again, Israel just did a press conference putting out the GoPro videos because they had to, because people are not fucking they're shitting on these civilians who were murdered and saying now's not the time to care about them. Hamas was actually, they were actually being pretty okay down there. Again, just go see what international reporters are saying.
Wait. Wait, the clips that Israel showed of beheading babies, wasn't that the IDF? Wasn't that IDF footage? That's what he's fucking talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, dude. Men really will just believe anything as long as Israel says it. As long as Israel.com fucking tweets it out, like, then it's real, I guess.
Babies burned alive, babies murdered, corpses beheaded, women raped.
Like, you literally just need to portray Hamas as, like, these fucking, like, savage, brutal, heartless fucking monsters. Like, that's the only way that you're okay with genocide. So you think, it evens out. It evens out.
People burned alive. Little girl, one of the videos, it's a fucking little girl under a table by herself hiding. 2 terrorists walk in, talk for a moment, and shoot her. They fucking kill her. But now's not the time. When people are saying that didn't happen, they're saying that's a lie. That didn't even happen.
Okay, Ethan. But what about the 6,500 people that have died since? All those deaths aren't real? Didn't happen? Not the time to talk about those?
There's a video of that if you want to go watch that. All right. I don't want to get emotional. Give me a sec. People are saying this didn't happen. That to me is important. And I think that now is the time to talk about this and everything. And if you feel like I'm overemphasizing the Israeli part, listen, everyone in my periphery, everyone in my circle, all the leftist people that I watch, that I'm part of, that watch this show, because I consider myself a part of that side, are all pretty much uncritically accepting of Hamas propaganda and unfucking caring.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hamas is fucking fighting for their lives right now. They don't have time to spin propaganda the way Israel does.
About the rewriting of history right before our fucking eyes about this stuff. So I'm not seeing a lot of people, even though you might look at the popular media and say, everybody's supporting Israel. The popular media's defense
Just say you hate Son, right?
of Israel is cartoonishly dumb and evil. They go, burn them all to the ground. They have a right to defend themselves. Bomb Gaza, like psycho shit, okay? But on the left, I don't see anyone saying what I'm saying right now. I just see the opposite. And so that's why I feel that I need to say it.
Oh, I just need to be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. Don't you think there's a reason? Don't you think there's a reason people are talking about what they're talking about on the left, Ethan? Come on! You're not smarter than all of them.
If you're going to extrapolate from this that I don't care about Palestinians.
Your crow behind him is perfect representative of the straw man arguments. Real though. Real.
Dying. then you're definitely reading way too fucking far into this. And you're also, in my opinion, really callous. Here you go. This is before the videos were released. This was
Man just not, like, has to condemn Hamas with every single sentence. There's no, like, nothing after the condemn Hamas. It's just condemn Hamas. A condemn Hamas sandwich with condemn Hamas bread and condemn Hamas meat and cheese. And it's condemn Hamas start to finish, and that's it. And that's it. Scarecrow has more brains.
I get it. I don't think. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. There was like a charred body there that I didn't even think about. Oh, thank God. There was a chart. So let me just scroll down and I'll just read the top. I was saying this was been known since before all these GoPro videos were released today by the IDF. But this organization, or here, just go ahead and read it for me, Dana. Can you erase that picture, love? Just read. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to read. Forensic pathologists and other experts from Israel and abroad work at the National Forensic Pathology Center in Tel Aviv to identify the victims of October 7th. Here's what they found. And again, this is even before the GoPros, when people are saying
My brother in Christ, it is almost 20 days after the 7th. Do you understand that? A genocide has been going on for like 20 days. Oh!
This stuff didn't happen. Proportions of bodies we received to our chart is high. Many have gunshot wounds in their hands, showing they put up their hands to their face in defense. Many were burned alive in their homes. We know they were burned alive because they're slit in their throats, meaning they were still breathing when set on fire. She also explains that the age of victims ranged from 3 months to 80 or 90 years old. Many bodies, including those of babies, are without heads. Asked if they were decapitated, Kugel, the doctor, answered yes, although he admits that given the circumstance, it's hard to tell if they were decapitated before or after death, as well as how they were beheaded, if it was from cutting or blowing it fucking off with a RPG. So...
Okay, but what about the Palestinian babies who are dismembered by airstrikes? Is that not also heinous?
There's people who are really obsessed over this 40 baby thing. There's babies without their fucking heads. But if it makes...
Obsessed? You're the one who won't fucking stop talking about it, dude. We're telling you that it's propaganda, but you just have to find every Israeli source that says it's real. For what? For what?
Makes you feel better that they were just shot with AK-47s and exploded their little fucking bodies, then
It doesn't make me feel better, but I do think that's significantly different. Yeah, I think it's different. And I think you know it's different. Otherwise, why would you cling to the beheaded babies thing?
I guess that I'm happy for you if that makes you feel better. Wait, what the fuck, AB? What the fuck? Did you show that? Oh, I thought you said you removed it. Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. So everything else after this is fine, right? Okay, cool. Thanks. Here's another comment. And this is a response to everything I've shown you guys up to now. What is upsetting to me is he completely ignoring most people didn't get the idea that the hospital was bombed by Hamas, but from the hospital itself. To frame believing the victims, the doctors, first responders, is the same as believing Hamas propaganda is just inaccurate. I think what bothers people so much is that he digs his heels in to dispute any possible misinformation against Israel, but he doesn't do any fact-checking before repeating anti-Palestinian misinformation. It's frustrating.
Literally. He's just verbatim repeating everything, every single thing Israel says. But, you know, like when it goes against Palestinians, just nothing. Just nothing. Silence. Crickets.
Misinformation against Palestine is infinitely more harmful. So I'm going to just say that this person's ignorant. And, you know, I think a lot of people are all too happy to...
You're being ignorant, you fucking asshole! Bro. Do I have to play the Parenti bit again?
Came from, with all its imperfections, and those who demand instant perfection. The day after the revolution, they get up and say, are there civil liberties for the fascists? Are they going to be allowed to have their newspapers and their radio program? Are they going to be able to keep all their farms?
Does Israel get to keep their Twitter account so that I know all the misinformation that they're spewing? Oh my god. I'll be right back. Balding too hard.
I tell you what to do, you gotta talk to the workers in the shop with you. You gotta build you a union and make it strong. Yeah, if we all stick together, it won't be long. We'll get shorter hours, better working conditions, vacations with pay. Yeah, we can go to the seashore. It ain't quite this simple. I better explain just why you got to ride on the union train. Cause if you wait for the boss to raise your pay, yeah, we'll all be awake till the judgment day. Yeah, we'll all be buried and gone to the heavens. And old St. Peter, he'll be the strong boss then. Now you know you're underpaid, the boss says no way. They speed up the work till you're about to faint. You'll be down and out, but you ain't beaten. You can pass out a leaflet and call a meeting. You can talk it over and speak your mind and decide to do something about it. Yeah, you got a union now and you're sitting pretty. Put some of the kids on the steering committee. The boss won't listen when one guy squawks, but yeah, they gotta listen when the union talks. Oh, they're gonna be so lonely when the union decide to walk on them. Suppose they're working you so hard, it's just outrageous. And now they're paying you starvation wages. You step up to the boss would yell, before I raise your pay, I'll see you all in hell. Now they're puffing a cigar and feeling mighty slick. Now they think they got your union licked. Well, they look out the window, what do they see? But 1,000 pickets held by you and me. Oh, now baby, it's the hardest time. The boss will try to bust your picket line. They'll call the police. They'll call the National Guard. And they tell you it's a crime to have a union card. Amazon labor union, here's what they found. Starbucks workers united, here's what they found. Amazon labor union, here's what they found. Starbucks workers united, here's what they found. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win, take it easy. You'll win.
No, not God bless America, God damn America, that's in the Bible.
Sorry, I should have paused. Did you hear it? I can play it again. Yeah, honestly, we could just listen to that whole thing. It's a fucking great speech.
In one of
the angels in heaven were singing, God!
The
president,
including Tucker. No.
controversy started with words spoken by the Reverend Jeremiah Wright in his sermons. In one of them, he blames America for a long history of military policy.
We bombed Hiroshima, we bombed Nagasaki, and we nuked far more than the thousands in New York and the Pentagon, and we never batted an eye.
Most Americans would not normally have heard about these sermons without Reverend.
But I want the whole thing.
No, no, no. Not God bless America. God damn America. That's in the Bible. Prior to Abraham Lincoln, the government in this country said it was legal to hold Africans in slavery in perpetuity. Perpetuity is one of the University of Chicago words. That means forever. From now on. When Lincoln got in office, the government changed. Prior to the passing of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, the government defined Africans as slaves, as property, people with no rights to be respected by any whites anywhere. The Supreme Court of the government, same court, granddaddy court of the one that stole the 2000 election.
Yeah, this is like actually so relevant. Like, America basically had an apartheid system. You know, we called it segregation, but it's basically apartheid. And we never did the work to dismantle our apartheid, and now we're just doing the same in Israel. Come on, they're 3/4 people. Oh my god. But yeah, like, of course, the fucking apartheid America would, you know, embolden an apartheid Israel. Of course.
Supreme Court said in its Dred Scott decision in the 1850s, no African anywhere in this country has any rights that any white person has to respect at any place, anytime. That was the government's official position, backed up by the Supreme Court, that's the judiciary, backed up by the executive branch, that's the president, backed up by the legislative branch, and enforced by the military of the government. But I stopped by to tell you tonight that governments changed. Prior to Harry Truman's government, the military in this country was segregated. But governments changed prior to the civil rights and equal accommodations laws of the government in this country. There was back segregation by the country, legal discrimination by the government, prohibited blacks from voting by the government. You had to eat in separate places by the government. You had to sit in different places from white folk because the government said so. And you had to be buried in a separate cemetery. It was apartheid American style from the cradle to the grave, all because the government backed it up. But guess what? Governments changed. Under Bill Clinton, we got a messed up welfare to work bill, but under Clinton, blacks had an intelligent friend in the Oval Office. Oh, but governments changed. The election was stolen. We went from an intelligent friend to a dumb Dixiecrat, a rich Republican who has never held a job in his life.
Dumb
is
Dixiecrat.
against affirmative
Hey, Lassie, welcome in.
action, against education, I guess he is, against health care, against benefits for his own military, and gives tax breaks to the wealthiest contributors to his campaign. Governments change, sometimes for the good and sometimes for the bad. But I'm fitting to help you again. Turn back and say, he's fitting to help us again. Where governments change, write this down, Malachi 3:6. Malachi 3:6, thus saith the Lord. Repeat it after me. For I am the Lord, and I change not. That's the King James Version. The New Revised says, for I, the Lord, do not change. In other words, where governments change, God does not change. God is the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. That's what his name, I am, means, you know. He does not change. There is no shadow of turning in God. One songwriter puts it this way: as thou hast been, thou forever wilt be. Thou changest not. Thy compassions, they fail not. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. God does not change. God was against slavery on yesterday, and God, who does not change, is still against slavery today. God was a God of love yesterday, and God, who does not change, is still a God of love today. God was a God of justice on yesterday, and God, who does not change, is still a God of justice today. Turn to your neighbor and say, God does not change. Where governments lie, God does not lie. Where governments change, God does not change.
Yeah, and then you have the audacity to say, in God we trust, in all your fucking money, but there's no fucking godly principles here. America is fucking godless, okay? Our only god is money. You know? Like, I'm not religious, but if I was, I'd find that kind of offensive.
And I'm through now. But let me leave you with one more thing. Governments fail.
And it ain't God, yep.
The government in this text, comprised of Caesar, Quirinius, Pontius Pilate, Pontius Pilate. The Roman government failed. The British government used to rule from east to west. The British government had a Union Jack. She colonized Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, and Hong Kong.
Yeah, the kingdom where the sun never sets.
Her navies ruled the 7 seas all the way down to the tip of Argentina in the Falklands. But the British government failed. The Russian government failed. The Japanese government failed. The German government failed. And the United States of America government, when it came to treating her citizens of Indian descent fairly, she failed. She put them on reservations. When it came to treating her citizens of Japanese descent fairly, she failed. She put them in internment prison camps. When it came to treating the citizens of African descent fairly, America failed. She put them in chains. The government put them on slave quarters, put them on auction blocks, put them in cotton fields, put them in inferior schools, put them in substandard housing, put them in scientific experiments, put them in the lowest paying jobs, put them outside the equal protection of the law, kept them out of their racist bastions of higher education, and locked them into positions of hopelessness and helplessness. The government gives them.
And when the people of America asked its government to stop funding a genocide, America said, no, fuck you. We're gonna fund it more, actually.
The drugs, builds bigger prisons, passes a 3-strike law, and then wants us to sing God Bless America? No, no, no. Not God Bless America. God damn America that's in the Bible for killing innocent people. God damn America for treating her citizens as less than human. God damn America as long as she tries to act like she is God and she is supreme. The United States government has failed the vast majority of her citizens of African descent.
Two-based. Incredibly rare based creature. Incredibly rare. Very good. Nice Tuck and is getting ready for Canada. Yeah.
Not look too deep into these things, but again, Gaza Health Ministry.
Oh, is that... Wait. Oh, toque. Oh, you mean hat. Yeah. Yep, I'm ready with my toque. I'm walking there right now.
Ministry is Hamas. So your comment is just ignorant. I don't know what else to tell you. You just don't know what you're talking about.
God, I just remembered how hard I was mauling at this. I was having such a good time during that sermon. Oh, fuck. Oh god. Got snow dress real warm. Fuck.
About. Okay. Moving on. Here, by the way, I was sharing another one. The Canadian government put out an independent analysis. We are deeply saddened by the loss.
Yeah, Canada. Yet another ally to Israel. My guy. My guy. You cannot just prop up every Western institution and media outlet and be like, yep, that's true. 100% uncritically, I believe everything they say. Hey, why aren't you showing Al Jazeera? Hey, what did Al Jazeera have to say?
Of life at the hospital. In order to determine what happened, the Prime Minister asked me to make a task force.
Impressive mental gymnastics. Yeah, he's really, he's going for the gold. He's doing Olympic level mental gymnastics.
With preparing an independent analysis. Today I'm releasing his finding. Analysis conducted independently by the Canadian Forces Intelligence Command indicates with a high degree of confidence that Israel did not strike the hospital. The most likely scenario is that the strike was caused by an errant rocket fired from Gaza.
Still, the only source is American military and Israeli military. I don't trust either of them, and neither should you.
If you need more. So far, the only evidence that it was Israel is that Channel 4 put out a video analyzing the phone call, saying that it was manipulated, and then Al Jazeera
and it is
saying, I don't even remember what they said, but it was all pretty silly, in my opinion. So,
oh, you don't even have to show Al Jazeera. You don't even have to show Al Jazeera. You just think it's crazy and stupid and wrong. Oh, okay. Good point. Good point.
There was a few erased tweets by people in the government, and that's proof that it was Israel, I guess.
Yeah, because they changed their narrative. They made one story, changed their mind, told a different story, and now you're just running with that new different story. The media literacy is nowhere to be found. My conclusion is Ethan, this is dumb. I'm going to bed. All right, sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. More consistent with a bombing than a rocket blast. Right, that's what I understood. It's hard to keep up, but it seems, to us at the very least, especially considering the siege and bombardment of, 6,000 bombs and counting. I think it's like a 1,500 bombs, but 6,500 dead. I think. I could be wrong there. It is hard to keep up. But yeah, that's what I understood. And it also looked like it was like a rocket blast specifically from the direction of Israel. Like it only could have come from Israel based on like the blast radius. Crazy. 6K bombs, mass loads dead. Wait, what? Fuck. Yeah, I mean, the last thing I saw was like a few hours ago. It was like 6,500 confirmed dead. I know that it's probably way more than that. All the button animations from the fans are kind of my favorite.
Dude, all right, I'm going to refresh. Hold on. It's gone, right?
Bomb the shit out of
I just
Gaza,
showed it
West
again.
Bank.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just refreshed the fucking
So many people.
document. Yeah.
Really
I think
condensed space. Yep.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, like the satellite footage, like aerial photos are just devastating. Devastating. They're literally clearing the city from the center out. All USA back to bombs, yep.
Sorry, I buttoned out again because I showed that fucking charred body. Blah, blah, blah. Where was I? I don't know how much got cut off. Okay, is it? It's after this one. No, it's gone. Okay, good. So yeah, this person said that I'm spreading genocidal rhetoric. I've had it with him. I'm spreading genocidal rhetoric. Which part of this? Which part of this? Okay.
Hello? You're repeating everything the IDF is saying. The IDF has genocidal rhetoric. They're saying things to justify their genocide. So when you repeat those same points, you are also justifying their genocide. Like, okay, sure. Let's say it's real. Yes, 40 beheaded babies, whatever, okay? Then what, motherfucker? Then what? Then you think the genocide is fine? You think it's justified because 40 babies? Fuck.
I shared this video, which was really sad and horrific. I don't know if the video's here. Because it does matter to me. I saw this on TikTok. Actually, let's show it. I mean, let's pull it. It shows a before and after of their neighborhood in Gaza. It's horrific. It's so sad. So horrible. How indiscriminate, how fucking little the IDF cares about casual.
Oh, so you do know. Oh, so you do know what you're doing. Oh, so you're repeating IDF talking points. What, for fun?
You know. Here is an Israeli person who left a message that they're disgusted
Wait, you didn't show it.
by my support of the Palestinians. They says, here's an Israeli who no longer supports because I donated $6,500 to Palestinian charity. Guess I better choose a side. Here's the translation. Dear friends, you're all wonderful, but Ethan is...
Sleeping out and heading for bed. Yo, take care of yourself, Nightingale. That's valid. I'm proud of you. Sleep well. You know, get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you. Sending love. I appreciate that. Thank you.
simply profoundly ignorant.
CIA IDF misinfo plant. I don't know if Ethan would be a great target for that. You know, he's a little bit of a wild card. I think it's genuine because he's just so biased because he has family in Israel. And, you know, he lived there for 5 years. He probably consumed a lot of Israel propaganda. No one is immune. I am trying to be empathetic. I really am. Because I think that's like our strongest point as leftists. But, you know, like his personal bias, it definitely does not justify the rhetoric that he's repeating. I want to allow him space to grow and learn, but it has been just one lie after another.
As an American who moved here after years of experiencing anti-Semitism is currently serving the IDF, I can no longer tolerate Ethan's views without delving deep into the matter and seeking the truth. After 5 years, I no longer follow them. The money I pay him every...
Damn. Wait, an American moved here after years of experience... moved to Israel? And is currently someone currently serving in the IDF can't support Ethan. Holy.
Every month goes to support Palestine, which will
If that doesn't wake you up, dude, what does?
inevitably arrive and fund Hamas. Meanwhile, I am hurting and have lost 3 friends and another one who was abducted with her entire family. No one to this day knows what happened to them. I'm so sorry for your loss. I think it matters. I actually do. And I think now is the perfect time to acknowledge that. And I'm very sorry that happened.
Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, I misunderstood. This person is mad that he's supporting Palestine, which is like barely. He's barely supporting Palestine. Oh my God. Wow. Yikes, dude.
Happened to you. But I'm standing by my convictions regardless of who is going to piss off. That's part of the problem I'm having right now. Here's the video that I shared. Is this it has this really beautiful song. I don't know if so I'll just mute it. Yeah. So here, you know, beautiful neighborhood actually. It looks really nice. And, you know, this is just fucked.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Does 40 babies justify this, Ethan? Is it time to talk about 40 babies right now when you're looking at this fucking city that's been leveled?
You know. So I understand people seeing these images. I mean, it's horrific. It's just fucking horrific. Horrible. Senseless. Sad. Tragic. This is the stuff I started posting this morning that I guess caused a new flurry of people to get so angry at me. They said, take Ethan's phone away, they said. Now, I really want you to listen. This is the stuff I shared that really pissed people off. I said, please, at least stop calling Hamas freedom fighters. I don't think that's asking for a lot. Although I understand now is not the time. This guy said, I saw
Do you fucking understand? Because it doesn't seem like you do.
indescribable raw footage of Hamas massacre along with 100 other international journalists. Here's what I saw. Hamas terrorists screaming Allah Akbar as he frantically beheaded a dead man with a shovel. It's reported by other journalists that he was alive at the time. But doesn't really matter, does it? Two sons are screaming for their dad, saying they're going to die. A Hamas terrorist casually and calmly takes a bottle of water from the family's fridge and drinks it as the two boys weep. Hamas terrorists enter a house where a small girl is seen hiding under the table.
All right, but what about the hostage who said that they were very polite, treated her very well, and asked if they could take a banana to eat? What about that account? Are you gonna show that one?
After some talking back and forth, they shoot and kill her as she hides under the table. It's hard to say how old she is. She's 7 and 9 years old. Hamas terrorists setting fire to a house in a kibbutz. A beheaded Israeli soldier, photo of a dead baby, and a child burned beyond recognition. Scores of dead people on the road after Hamas executed them in their cars, yelling Allah Akbar. Hamas terrorists calling his parents, I killed 10 Jews with my own hands. I'm using the dead Jewish woman's phone to call you now. The mother says, may God protect you. So many more scenes, but I hope you get the gist. The authorities asked not to film it out of respect for the relatives. There's other reporters with other really horrific accounts. Too much to share and too horrific, frankly, to continue to read. Is now not the time? I genuinely wonder. Now is not the time to care that people are saying this didn't happen? Am I not?
Yeah, what about the hostage who shook the hand of the Hamas dude who fucking handed her over? What about her story? You don't care? Well, you don't care about an old Jewish woman's story?
Not allowed to care about this? I'm only allowed to care about Palestinian civilian deaths. Not allowed to care about these people. That's what you're saying, I think. You know. I got fucking
No, I think you can care about both. I think you can care about two things at the same time.
mad. I said, look how fucking dumb you look, Hamas apologists. And I quoted specifically the one of the little girl that was murdered while hiding. Here's another one. Oh, no, this is the same one. This is a story that's been running, and I says, listen, there was a massive round of bombing last night, apparently, in northern Gaza. And at least BBC, and this is a breaking headline, they're at least now, after the last time, at least, giving important context that Hamas-run ministry says 436 people were killed. I'm not even disputing those numbers, because by all accounts, there was mass bombing there that was horrific and fucking terrifying and just wanton disregard for civilian life. He said, I mourn the constant tragic loss of life in Gaza. There has been so much civilian death. It's heartbreaking. This is another reporter who was there. Images are put up of the burned babies, so small you could cradle them in the crook of your arm. A journalist who is also a parent tells me the blanket was a swaddle. It's given to babies who are either newborn or close to it. There are many broader issues around occupation and the need for humanitarian assistance and proportionality. Israel must do everything to protect civilians of Gaza. But what I saw today has nothing to do with resistance. It was all about wanting to kill Jews. If you don't...
No, dude, no. How many years of resistance have you been blind to? Have you paid zero attention to? The resistance has been going on for half a century.
Don't believe me? Go watch the videos. So this is it. This is what I said. This is what I posted today. Now look at the reactions I'm getting. And I guess maybe I'm fucking crazy. Maybe I am genocidal against Palestinians for caring about this stuff. I must be. Here's this. This is the post that's getting lots of likes. I'm going to be calm.
My guy is going to Reddit and Hoscord. First mistake.
Here, let me go to the page because here you can see the amount of likes it's getting. Here it is. Oh, can you see the likes? It doesn't show. Here, I can show on my phone. Or, actually, I can't tell if it was... It says 220. I guess it got a lot of downvotes now since I'm covering it on the show, but... I think a lot of these people are brigading from other communities too, probably. Including, by the way... Hassan's Discord, which is not associated with him. He's not in there. He has nothing to do with it. But the people in there... Oh, it's at 550 upvotes. Okay, great. So 500 people. So there's lots of people coming here saying that I shouldn't be talking about this, and I'll read it. Hassan's Discord, and by the way, to the people who
Don't go in the Discord. Do not go there.
are in that Discord, I saw everything you guys said. It was recorded, sent to me during our whole episode on the Gaza-Israel conflict. What I saw in that Discord was near universal praise for Hamas, near universal saying people deserved it, near universal people saying dudes who was like, the hang gliders came in and showed him what's up. People saying he's spitting facts. Near universal. People near universally calling me a Zionist pig, fucking mass murdering, genocidal freak. And if you want to know the truth, that shit fucked me up seeing that Discord. Because it made me realize that a lot of these people are watching this show and it...
My brother in Christ, Hoscord is not representative of Hassan's entire audience. That is a very small minority of ultra fans. Many of them, like, I don't know, like hardcore communists, okay? That's a very fucking insular conversation they're having where they know they're not gonna get any fucking Zionists in there. Like, that's not like an open forum where like every Hassan community member expresses their true feelings. It's memes and shit posts and like just shit. Like it's not that serious, dude.
frankly disturbed me. And I want to make it clear, Hassan doesn't support that stuff. I had a private conversation with him and I told him, like, this stuff is really
Nuke the Hoscord.
upsetting to see. And Hassan sat down with his mods and he sat down with his team and said, this stuff's not acceptable. So again, it's important to emphasize he is not responsible for this. But I will say that seeing that, oh, and here, just again to just speak well of my friend, he posted this same post I did and says it's straight up anti-Semitic, which it obviously is. So the reason that I canceled the show on Friday, frankly, is because I read that Discord, and it was. I don't know what's the word, but frankly, it was. I don't know what's the word. I mean, I was horrified. I felt
The Discord is horrifying on the best of days. I don't know what he expected to find there. It's a Discord.
used in a sense that these people were watching this and like they didn't actually care at all. They saw me as like a vessel to spread what they believe is true. They don't care about what I'm saying at all. They're not listening. In fact, they fucking hate me. They hate me. It was I couldn't do the show on Friday. I was so upset by it. I don't even know how to express it. I don't know how to express it. I guess you just have to go read it. But I was like, man, this is pretty heavy, man.
I am kind of curious, just out of a sick curiosity, what's going on in Discord now. I mean, this was yesterday, or 2 days ago. So I don't know if they're still talking about all this, but I am curious.
And so that hit me hard as anything, and I was really fucked up from that. And so I do think a lot of these people are brigading from these types of communities, but I do think there's a lot of people in this community.
Hummus enjoyer Sabil says, I can't believe we killed leftovers because we unequivocal support Hamas. Which motherfucker said Ethan canceled leftovers because of Discord? Post proof or get in the contraption, homie, for real. No, he did though. He did. I'm so confused about leftovers though. I thought they literally went on a podcast together and declared that they will always be besties. Why did Ethan stop it anyways? Yeah. I mean, this point, it doesn't really seem like it has anything to do with Hassan at all. It's his audience. Which is kind of fair. That's kind of fair. I don't think he should have looked at the Discord, but I understand why he would end the show after looking at it. You know?
Because listen, I've been doing a leftist show for over a year now. I have leftist politics. I follow leftist shows. I do think there's a lot of people in this community who feel that now is the time, never. These people, right? I've expressed myself. I don't need to repeat, but these kinds of people. So let me read this. Peace and love. Someone take Ethan's phone away. 550 people came and liked this post. The Israeli citizens who died or were injured on October 7th attacks deserve empathy, of course, but
I condemn leftovers for its unaggravated assault on Discord. I condemn leftovers.
Ethan posting an entire thread of horrible things that happened to them, followed by a post that basically says, and what's happening in Gaza is also horrible. Talking about war crimes and a literal ethnic cleansing is just so tone deaf, they said. So they says, the Israelis deserve empathy, of course, but just not right now. Not right now, they don't. Now's not the time. It doesn't matter that there's tons of people lying and saying it never happened. People saying that Hamas is actually they're actually nicer than you would think. They're actually not that bad. Despite all that, now is not the time to express empathy for 1,300 slain civilians. We don't, now's not the time. I also find it interesting. They says, They go, and what's happening in Gaza is also horrible. Like, if I don't say anything.
Oh shit. Someone made an entire video syncing the Discord to the leftovers when they were talking about Israel. I want to see that. Where's that?
Then they say he didn't post anything about Gaza. If I do fucking say anything, then it's like he didn't say enough. Now is not the damn time to talk about slain Israeli citizens whose deaths are being forgotten and minimized. I understand Ethan feels more connected to Israel because he lived there, but I think he should take a step back and really think he needs to take a step back and think about how he'd view what's going on if he had no ties to Israel. Honestly, I don't even think he'd be this defensive if it were America doing the same thing as Israel. What am I defensive about exactly? People lying that Hamas fucking killed babies and kids in cold blood?
All right. I gotta see this.
A much more ruthless how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his
This
home
I'm pretty
and
sure is
family.
all second thought.
No, the one who said...
No, I know.
Yeah.
Here.
Sent files also very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So
I told y'all we knew we would do both sides.
wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
So Jover for Ethan, Lamau.
Okay, so second thought's the one who says, I don't care, and laughs.
Wait, say it.
I don't care.
This
No,
guy.
that's Hakim.
I don't.
The guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second thought is an American.
So second thought is the guy who's asking the question.
No, Hakim is the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen to the clip.
The occupiers
I don't-
are
I do
not
not.
Fuck's sake, Ethan, what is your goal here?
civilians. That is what it comes
Yeah.
down to. Like, if imagine
French-
like
Usage of the word tanky about to go stomps in a minute. No one likes Hamas, and by the way, they never shown them babies footage, and no one's seen it. Right. Yeah, he was saying they brought the footage to the UN or someone, but they couldn't, publicize it because it's too horrid. But like, you can't show it to any independent source to verify. I don't know. I just don't know. But we've seen the ones with the Palestinian ones. Yeah. There's more than enough evidence of the Palestinian deaths.
if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non.
That's him, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals.
I'll be honest. The Hawkscourt seems kind of tame right now.
That is, there are no civilians there. And
So according to second thought, he says that every Israeli
Son, condemn your friends here, please.
is an occupier, and there are no citizens there. In response to,
okay,
good.
they're
Okay.
babies.
So I just want to say,
listen.
I just
I
want
have a
to
question
say,
for you.
More Ethan asking CNN type questions. How to fight Nazi Germany fascism. Create Jewish fascism. How to fight Israeli fascism. Create Palestinian fascism.
that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can we
condemn this?
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me finish the
Okay,
video.
we'll finish this, but I do have a question for you because I think you're going to agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just.
So those are not civilians, they're terrorists. Who is even talking about babies being not civilians? What is he talking about, this moron?
Finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home.
So she did everything right and Ethan indicted him. And those babies grow up to be IDF soldiers, Lamau.
and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they
These are the settles who moved in and displaced you, forcing you into an open-air prison. Where's your fucking sense of decency? Yeah. Ethan always trying to dumb down on the argument too, is thing bad or not? Yeah.
take your home, they
Condemn
murder
the
your
babies.
grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house.
What the fuck does Ethan mean? How does he construe it that way? Like, what statement did Hakeem say? Yeah, just the worst possible interpretation. Worst
Are
faith.
those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Ethan fully doing debate lord shit. Ethan, why I left Klein.
Yeah.
Fuck you,
So
Ethan.
that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to fucking even believe just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not.
Ethan trying to use Hassan as a scapegoat for his Twitter wars. Yep. Yeah, no, none of this seems very bad. I don't know when he looked at the Haas cord. But I mean, that all seemed fine.
Beheaded? Burned alive? Yes. I get defensive when people say that didn't happen. Is that a problem? Do I get defensive when people say that
It did not, in fact, happen.
Israel's doing wanton massacre of Palestinian civilians? No.
Wonton murder, bro. Wanton. You say wanton. Wonton is the tasty treat. Bro.
No, I do not get defensive about that. In fact, I agree with that. I've said it a lot. In no uncertain terms, I've said it. So much so that you've seen Israeli fans now are turning against me. So you say, I wouldn't care if I wasn't. I'd like to believe that I would care. I'd like to believe that I would care. And I think that people who don't live in Israel should care as well. You said at the beginning of this that they deserve empathy, but at the same time you say not now, and also stop getting defensive about them. I don't think Ethan is apathetic to Palestinian suffering, but I feel like he really cannot see this clearly and objectively. Again, speaking up for the dead Palestinian or the dead Israeli civilians somehow in so many people's minds is equated to defending the idea.
Dude, the entire world is speaking up for them. The entire world is screaming at the top of their lungs for the genocide of Palestinian people because of the Israeli people who were lost. Nobody is speaking up for Palestinians. That's the point. Oh, the kids are also Hamas. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Yep. He just, like, can't see the contradictions in his own fucking takes.
IDF, which is insanely fucking crazy. You say, if speaking up for the slain civilians is the same as supporting the IDF. That's insane. I mean, that's fucked up. You should really think about that. Think about that. Seems like he traded in Twitter for Instagram.
He's so horny to, like, make other people feel bad. Like, no one's goal is to make Ethan feel bad. That's not the fucking goal. But, like, no one is doubting or underplaying or denying the deaths of Israelis. That happened. Yeah, very sad. Incredibly sad. But it does not justify the ongoing genocide. It doesn't. And continually bringing it up, it seems like you are trying to justify genocide. What oppressors do.
Stories, that's the top comment. That's fair enough. Also, by the way, I'll read the last one. She says, Ethan, if you see this, I'm a fan. I know you're not trying to be cruel. I just think you should take a step back. Please don't post this to your story. Oh, well, you posted this. This thread is getting a lot of traction, so But they said this isn't a hate post, just food for thought. Okay, I mean, listen, I appreciate that they didn't come out so hot, although can't say it. He's clearly hurting bad right now, but he needs to get off the internet. It's affecting him. Okay, this is about, I posted about Shredder. It's just not good. Get offline. So, I mean, who's saying this to people that care about, who are just, you know, are you saying this to Hassan? Are you telling?
Bro, no. Because Hassan is clearly not, like, being personally affected by this to the point where he can't see events clearly. You know? Like, Hassan's not being affected to this to the point where he's just, like, lashing out at random people online. He's not posting takes he disagrees with from much, much smaller accounts and putting them on blast. You're doing that. You, Ethan, have targeted Frogan with Islamophobia during a genocide on Islamic people. Hello.
Him to get off the internet? Because he's, hey, you're obsessing, dude. It's time to get off the internet.
Yeah.
I don't think you guys understand what it means to look at the mass.
Dude, you've been talking about 40 beheaded babies, which is, again, unverified, even by the IDF, for 25 days. 25 days straight, you've been talking about the same fucking event. Do you think that's not obsessive? I think that's kind of fucking obsessive.
Murder of Jews and say it didn't happen. To say it was exaggerated.
Make your victim to blame for everything, literally.
I'm ready to skip the live if he goes into another hour-long unchallenged rant. I have no problem hearing his opinions as much as I'm disagreeing with a lot of the nuance, but the place for that is leftovers or someone else giving additional options. His rants during the other eps end up being screaming at chat and the
Yeah, he literally won't let Hassan talk half the time.
crew just sitting in silence.
He needs to touch grass. Yeah, no, he's way too online on this shit. If you're so online that you're going on Reddit and Discord, it's time to step away. It's time to step away from the Hoscord. Put the Hoscord down.
Fair enough, I guess. Ethan is someone who needs incredible amount of validation in his opinion to feel like it's solid. This is incredibly nuanced discussion, and he will never get the total validation he's looking for. That's why he won't stop talking about it.
True.
Literally, only
Based.
all I've ever done since the beginning of this is
Literally. You're acting a little defensive, my guy.
advocate for civilians.
You are literally going through Reddit comments one by one, trying to justify your stance. Personally, I don't feel the need to do that, you know? Because I have a moral consistency.
That's it. The disagreements I had with
Thank you.
Hassan in our original one was literally just trying to get some fucking crumb of empathy. And that's the same as wanting to kill every Palestinian. How is that possible? How can so many people be drawing that conclusion?
Because you're repeating IDF talking points. Because you're saying the same shit that Israel's Twitter account is putting out.
He gets all of his info from Twitter, which is not great. I don't know what that even means. I've been reading nonstop articles. I literally posted headlines to every major news article.
Every Western news article, which, you know, might as well not post anything at all.
I'm skipping H3 for a while. That's fine. Understand. But essentially, there's been this. You know what? I'll be honest. A lot of people in this thread aren't being super nasty, and it's fine. I think it's totally fine for them to share their opinions on it. However, I will say that there are certain assumptions being made here that are really so unfair that I need to get off because I'm being emotional, or that I.
Read this comment instead of highlighting it over and over. Read it, Ethan. Read it. I've canceled my membership for now. I think I'll be coming back eventually, but it just feels like he's trying to dunk on anyone who doesn't agree with him 100%. People are dead, families are destroyed, and Ethan is bragging about being right.
I need to, not now. Not now is not the time.
Never the time to brag about, having IDF talking points be justified with murder. Like, oh, hello? Yeah, it's probably never a good time to do that, actually.
As almost 3 years as a member, I've canceled my membership for now. I think I'll come back eventually, but it feels like he's just trying to dunk on anyone who doesn't agree with him 100%. People are dead, families are destroyed, and Ethan is bragging about being right. I'll stay sub for now. Okay, I appreciate that. I can't keep paying to see him post so callously. How is it callous? How is it callous?
How is it callous to only care about Israeli deaths? Why is it so callous to only care about 40 beheaded babies and not 5,000 dead Palestinians? How is that callous? Last time you looked in the mirror, because those red marks around your eyes speak so loudly. Yeah, I mean, he's been having this eye rash for quite a while, but it is kind of, I don't know, poetic? Symbolic in a way, His eyes are clouded.
How is it callous what I posted? I really... Advocating for dead civilians, for truth, is callous.
You only care about the dead Israelis. That's callous, dude.
I don't need to keep reading, but whatever. There's another one that was getting lots of points. Ethan, please understand Ethan's bias towards Israel, but to use your platform over and over again to promote the same narrative that most mainstream media have been promoting since this started, I just don't understand. I think Ethan should step away from the topic for a while and really reflect about how he's gone about this.
True.
Mods will remove this post. They keep
Where is the lie?
moving it. It's not cool. Stop censoring us.
I mean, yeah. Every post that disagrees with H3 gets removed on the subreddit. That's no secret.
I'm trying to be calm, and I'm coming out here, and I'm expressing myself as honestly and sincerely as I possibly can. If these posts enraged you, I hope I've explained it in such a way that you can at least maybe understand why you might be coming off as callous, why you might be coming off as uncaring, and how that is upsetting me when I see that. Because, listen, everybody wants their side to be perfect villains or perfect monsters. That's what I get out of this.
No, I think that's what you want. I think that's the black and white dichotomy that you have in your head and can't overcome. I don't think most people feel that way. I don't think it's callous to condemn the genocide of an entire people. I don't think that's callous at all. And yes, time and time again, I've also said it's very sad Israelis died. What the fuck else do you want? What else do you want? Should we just mourn the Israeli deaths until the end of time? And that's it? We can't ever mourn the Palestinian deaths? Bro, man, I'm really trying to be empathetic. I am trying really hard. But holy fuck. The willful ignorance. That's
really what I get out of this. People say I'm silencing you guys, so I don't know if anyone wants to say anything.
Then people gotta condemn the IDF. Right. Yeah, you can't do one without the other.
All right.
I feel like it's a conversation that's better for someone like you and Hassan to have together. I don't know if I'm properly equipped to give my side in the correct way.
Can I advocate for you for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
The people who are saying AB needs to respond, AB needs to speak up, fuck you guys. I'm not going to say. I'll say it. You don't have to say anything. And I'm not speaking for AB. This is my opinion. Who the fuck are you to demand him to talk about something?
I appreciate that.
Let him fucking process it.
I didn't see anyone compelling AB to say something. What I saw was, in fact, people being mad at Ethan because he's just spewing Islamophobia in front of his Islamic worker. I think that's the issue, which I think is an issue. It's a little bit of a hostile work environment. You know what I mean? Even if he wanted to speak up, would that be a comfortable situation for him to do so? I don't think so.
And feel what he wants without your expectations and fucking coming down on him from all different angles. How dare you?
Probably get him fired, yeah.
Oh, here's my favorite one, actually. Excuse me, medium beef jerky. I don't even know what this means, but apparently Israel state-funded ads on the podcast. I don't know what this even means. This explains why certain channels can monetize videos on sensitive topics while others get demonetized. YouTubers do not have direct control over which ads are shown on their videos. Advertisers determine where the ads are placed and what kind of channels they advertise on. YouTubers can block specific ads, but do not have the freedom to select ads. Israel state-funded ads on the podcast.
Yeah, I mean,
I've
Israel has just been running ads on all of YouTube. I don't know if it's specifically targeted in that way. I don't know if they like hand selected Ethan or they just like blanket advertised to like commentary YouTube or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, YouTube should just not allow genocide ads. You know, I don't think this is an issue with Ethan per se.
Has anyone ever seen an Israel ad on the podcast? Is this a
blocker?
Is this anti-Semitic or no?
I have to watch them ads too. I know. I keep getting the pop-up. It's so dumb.
I mean, I think it's just stupid. A lot of stuff goes to. I mean, a lot of funding goes to Israel. You know, and a lot of shady bond investments, whether it be a university or what you buy every day. So it's...
Wait, they're trying to defend me? How do you read that? Which one?
This post, I think.
Wait, how? I don't understand it.
Because there was some other post where somebody said they got an Israeli ad on the podcast about the war.
Okay.
And they were pointing out that you have no control over that.
Got it. Someone said, I knew right after this there would be another thread. So wait, I didn't see that one.
I because of that comment, I went looking for it. It didn't even have any upvotes. It was somebody saying they got an ad from Israeli. Like
now's the perfect time to visit, guys. Fly to beautiful Israel.
I don't think it was a tourist ad.
I saw that. It was like a video.
Oh shit, I did see one that was so crazy and weird.
No, it's just propaganda. It's just like anti-Hamas propaganda.
I remember that
I don't think
post.
it's ever run on our channel. There,
I think there was a post from last week or 2 weeks ago that I'll try to find it.
I don't have the ability to turn those off, but I saw that and it was fucking crazy.
No, you can. You can turn them off. You can specifically say you don't want these ads. I learned that during last election season. when people kept getting fucking like Trump ads and shit, and they didn't want to. So
It's like this could be your kid.
You should pull it up. I'm actually curious to watch it. It's
Right,
so
I
weird.
remember what it was. It was like, your kid won't understand this, but da da da. Yeah, it was really brutal. It's very weird.
It's just like, dude, what are you doing? This is not going to help at all. And so, this is my perspective. This is the pain that I'm experiencing. So many of my contemporaries, people on the left, fans of this show, I feel are callously saying now is not the time, and also accusing me of being.
And you're saying it's not the time to talk about all of the deaths in Palestine. You know? One of us is right. I think it's probably the people saying we should talk about the genocide.
Genocidal, insensitive, for speaking about something that's important to me. And I hope I've explained to you guys and why I think it is important. And how this whole thing is just so unfair. I'm sorry. It's so unfair. And I'm not getting angry. That's just my fucking opinion.
It is. It is incredibly unfair in that Israel has the backing of the entire West, all of their military, and Palestine has nobody? Fucking nobody? Fucking Hezbollah? Kind of?
That's all I can do. I'm not going to stop talking about it. Why should I? All I'm saying is that Israeli civilians died. If that offends you, then you might be lost. You might be lost. Did you find it?
He's just so sure that he's 100% correct about everything, and no one else could ever have a correct point, ever, about any point regarding this fucking genocide. He's just so fucking confident.
I doubt we'll find it. It was a while
The
ago.
ad, I googled around a little bit, but I have not seen it.
Remember there was a rainbow in it or some shit?
Yeah. It's very weird.
Oh wait, I think I found it.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Real? There's this one.
Oh, nice. Dude, this is so... The way they did it all like... Ugh, it's so fucked up. Hold on. So this was run as an ad for sure?
I don't know if it was this video, but...
Yeah, this is incredibly fucked.
The Reddit post I saw was alleging that this ran as an ad.
I believe it.
Oh, I've seen this as an ad, yes. This is the same.
We know that your child cannot read lists. We have an important message to tell you as parents.
So hold on, let me read it for audio listeners. It's a picture of like a rainbow and beautiful, almost like heavenly My Little Pony vibes. We know that your child cannot read this.
Lullaby.
We have an important message to tell you as parents. 40 infants were murdered in Israel.
Jesus Christ.
By the Hamas terrorists.
Jesus
Hamas terrorists, ISIS?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see how that talking point that you've been repeating is in this IDF ad? Do you not fucking get it yet?
I don't know where.
That's not.
Just as you would do everything for your child, we will do everything to protect ours. Now hug your baby and stand with us. Now, I'll say, this is fucking crazy.
What are they
doing?
Hell. What offends me is, at the moment, every Israeli person over there has food, water, power, medical care, while thousands of Palestinians are homeless and out of everything, even hospitals getting bombed, yeah. It's completely unilateral. Like, there is no comparison here. There's no fucking comparison. Like, it's genocide. Like, we need a harsher word than genocide so that he can fucking get it.
Protecting your children, indiscriminate bombing of Gaza has nothing to do with protecting your kids. In fact, I think there's a good argument to say it makes them less safe. In fact.
Thank you. Hey, thanks for
I don't-
finally saying the most obvious fucking thing.
know what else I can say about it. I mean, if at this point, if you don't understand my perspective, then I don't know if there's never going to be a bridge between us on this topic. And if that's too much for you, then
So he understands that the IDF propaganda is fake and that they're not making Israeli kids more safe by bombing Gazans, but you're still gonna run with the 40 fucking beheaded babies line because it's catchy. Because what?
I invite you to go listen to other shows that will echo your beliefs 100%, and you won't ever have to feel uncomfortable again. Truly. That's it.
Asking you to take a principled stance on genocide is not the same as wanting an echo chamber, my guy.
You can turn chat back on.
Okay.
I don't ever come in here planning to do this, by the way. It's just, these are things I have to say. I have to say it.
Do you? Do you have to?
What happened should have happened. What should have happened happened, and it is what it is.
Well said. Well, hold on. What does Babel? What is his theory on this whole thing? That's it.
You are touching your eyes a lot.
Because I'm trying to rub it in.
No, you rubbed it in an hour ago.
Yeah, no, you're making it worse.
Oh.
Nice try.
You're stressed right now.
I am stressed, man.
He's flaring up right now.
I am flaring up, bro.
Oh,
Chill.
no.
I'm
I
stressed.
just look stupid.
All right, whose side are you on? Are you on Hamas or IDF? Choose a side. Maybe that means squeaky floor. It's hard to decipher that. Oh my God!
looks
Jesus,
disturbing.
dude,
What
get that
the-
out of here. I don't like that.
What is happening?
Did you show that on screen? You did
Oh, you
not
did?
show that on screen. Okay, good. That's way too violent.
What?
It just looks.
It's Indiana Jones.
I know you can't show that shit, dude. YouTube's crazy.
That looks
now
insane.
It did look really disgusting.
I think that's anti-Semitic of YouTube to not let us show that. That's a Nazi having his face melted.
That scared me a little bit.
Have you never seen Indiana Jones?
Man.
I have when I was really young, but
You don't
that was
remember it that well?
before I was conscious.
Okay.
The way that was edited made it look especially
Yes, it,
heinous.
I'll post it on Twitter.
I gotta,
No, maybe not.
I gotta add more lube because the sides of my eyes feel super dry and shit.
Mm.
Do you think you could be stressed?
Gotta loop up my eyes, balls.
Who knows?
Stop.
I think it could definitely exacerbate it.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, the other thing
I gotta say, I didn't want to make it about me, but the last couple days, I've been having something like around my eye.
Oh, no.
I swear to God.
You know what it was, Dan? I think it was the butterfly kisses we were doing the other day.
Has someone checked the office for mold?
Oh yeah.
Go to the hospital, seriously.
Shit.
It might have passed the.
Wait, lupus is contagious?
Yeah, lupus.
Yeah, I think I caught lupus from you, dude.
Fuck.
Oh,
I
God,
didn't
you
want
guys have
take.
to use protection next
take-
time.
I just started putting some lotion on it yesterday, and hopefully it'll relieve itself a
Oh,
bit.
Jesus Christ, man.
Damn.
Thank you so much.
Can't wait to put it on you.
Someone said it's there was some kind of dermatitis shit. I don't know. I don't know what those people are saying to me. Long clinical names and shit. But to everyone else who's, able to watch this, something that I do think is very important, and just to be open-minded and hear me out is, all I could ask for. And I am trying my absolute best to lend the same empathy.
Are you? Are you, though? Because I've seen little to no empathy, actually. So little empathy that you think Free Palestine is an outright endorsement of everything Hamas does. Where's the empathy there?
To everybody. Thank you. So who's going to take my phone away? Who's going to come get it? I dare you. Come get it.
Someone has to.
Now, put that phone down.
From my dead, cold hands.
I just wanted to get to the part where he's talking about, like, ending leftovers.
Thank you. All right, well, we have a fun episode today, believe it or not. Lots of stuff to get to.
What you're doing right now?
Just so you guys know, timestamps are up literally 5 minutes after the podcast ends, or like the live stream ends. So if you're...
Just skip it.
Just so you know, timestamps are up this second. So if you're like, can't listen to it, you know, you can skip it. Easy. Just saying.
Literally, babies are being murdered right now and yesterday and the day before. You are not... What? Ethan, that's the fucking point. Right. Now is not the time.
Bro! He really won't get it. He refuses to understand. He has just decided to simply never to try to understand anybody. I went into this like, nah, I got empathy. You know, he has a family in Israel. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. I can't keep extending empathy to someone who has literally fucking none.
Now is not the time. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Thousands of babies have died, and you're focusing on 40 because they were Israeli. You don't see the thousands of Palestinian babies as human because you're still focusing on the Israeli 40 babies, which don't exist. They never existed.
All right, let's move on. So let's see here.
iDubbbz just posted a video that I think you're gonna want to see.
Really?
Yeah. It's a content cop Israel.
Israel?
Ain't no way.
That's gonna be an interesting.
You know what?
International criminal.
Okay, sure. Let's pull it up. Let's pull up.
This is big.
He's content comping a country.
Yeah, he's going hard this time.
He really upped his focus.
Mm-hmm.
But
I sent it. Did you get it?
Genuinely, if you read this stuff and get outraged, then I genuinely think that. Yeah, you're probably right. You shouldn't watch. I think, at least for now. You know what I mean?
Or maybe you should listen to them. Hey, maybe their outrage is actually justified. Maybe your outrage is only based in bias.
Did you send me the link?
Uh-huh.
All right. Let's see. iDubbbz's my friend, so I'm going to watch this, and I know he's fucking okay with it. So shut up. Wait, he changed the title. I should be able to flush paper towels.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking got me good, bro.
Oh, you believe it?
Yes. And I was like, oh, maybe he changed the title as a gag. I should be able to flush paper towels. I'm goddamn right, dude.
So true, King.
This is a iDubbbz complains. I was ready for Israel content for it.
You thought they were serious?
I was like, maybe it's an interesting angle.
Israel is crazy, dude.
How did I know? I don't know.
Insane taste.
Israel.
I mean, shit. They are fucking.
Yeah, how could you know? iDubbbz only stopped Content Cop like 10 years ago. Who could know?
Fucking up.
You got that right.
All right.
Of Israel.
What's his point?
We don't. I mean,
someone watch this and tell me if he agrees or disagrees, or
It seems like he thinks you should be able to.
Yeah, I think he
from
agrees.
the title, so
Thank you, bro. He's obviously been watching the show.
I guess so.
The Lupus Man? What is this?
I love this one.
Who's
Lupus
the
Man.
Who's this? Isn't that Batman?
It's Batman.
Oh, the Lupus Man. Okay.
Because you have like the makeup.
Instead of super strength and power, I am sick, tired, and rashes around my eyes. So here we've been talking big debates about the dishwasher ultimate test.
Wait.
And
we got big plans for that on Wednesday. And we've been
We're
discussing.
we're gonna get
Wait, he
scientific
didn't talk
with
about
it.
it.
This to me, this is a really good test because this is pushing it to the limit.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Why did that happen?
I hadn't seen this one. I'm gonna go ahead and say I would expect that not to work.
All right, I gotta pee and then we'll get to the. You think so?
I think it's bringing out the red, and it's.
Let's order some boba.
It's not a surprise.
It's a surprise.
Surprise.
What?
Not the boba.
For the like if
Asked if you're gonna make it one day over to Scotland.
Scotland?
Yeah.
It's not eczema, dude. I've seen the dermatologist.
Nothing works better. I swear. No. They.
Those eggshells.
All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'll put it on.
Yeah, try it.
I'll put it all on.
And there was another. Somebody suggested that you go. Notice the
ligma, bro?
What's
yeah, I don't see
ligma?
anybody saying
Maybe
anything
they
more
cut it
about
out.
Lick my balls, bro.
Somebody suggested that you go to a chiropractor for your eye.
True. Oh, you know what? We have actually a your aunt is coming, right? To do the.
Yeah,
Well,
my
not
godmother.
chiropractor, but,
Not chiropractor. She does acupuncture.
She's gonna acupuncture me.
Yes, we're gonna do live acupuncture.
Which is a lot less. The consequence of doing that, which I believe is a pseudoscience, is zero unless they are not cleaning their needles or something psycho. Whereas
that would be very, very bad
that
if they
would be
weren't
weird,
cleaning
right?
their needles. That's super important.
so, it's more harmless than chiropractic.
Zero.
All right.
Zero.
Something that I need to discuss. And shit, I didn't even realize. But yeah, I don't want to talk about this
Oh
whole
yeah.
conflict.
Okay. This was all right. At the very end, he started like being way more fucking dramatic about this.
Oh, let me hear what he has to say.
I mean, it's a 10-minute video. Do you want to?
All right, we'll do it next time.
We'll find out.
We'll do
I'll
it
look
on-
into it. Got a lot
I
of
was
views.
supposed to do it. Now if Dr. Mike says no, I mean he's
Like,
my
Mike's gonna
guiding.
talk us
force.
out of it. No.
You think it got a nerve? Isn't that the whole point?
That's what I thought.
Unblocking cheese.
Chandra will never do you like that.
I didn't think so.
Oh yeah, it does say in the timestamps nerve damage. So interesting.
I'm sure that's no biggie.
I think he got a shoddy acupuncture.
Nerves grow back,
Ist.
right?
Right.
I think he's blaming
Yeah, I think it was his fault.
yeah.
Actually.
What a
Yeah.
little needle did a nerve damage?
Maybe he
please?
should have moved his
$100
nerve.
Ethan, straw itch mite, oak itch mite, steroderma, Did you what the fuck did you say to me? Steroderma domaschism mite. Use baby wipes.
You're speaking German?
I thought so, but no, that's all English. Use baby wipes and 70 to 90% rubbing alcohol. Doctors don't know about this. Doctors hate this one trick. Also, parasitic worms from dogs can be found in your eyes. Stop. Don't stop with this.
That is fucking. Yo, you got fucking worm eyes, bro.
Doctors hate this one trick.
No, what the fuck? Is that true? Worms in your eyes? From dogs? I hate that. I hate that so much.
Thank you for the advice. I appreciate it. I'll take everything into
Got
it.
them worm eyes, bro. Nasty.
Yeah.
Touching.
Stop it.
Oh shit! I
Stop.
didn't realize. But yeah, I don't want to talk about this whole conflict anymore, really, at all, ever. And I'm frankly also thinking about putting.
I kind of wish you had never talked about it in the beginning, you know? You weren't prepared for pushback on your take on Israel-Palestine. It's probably best to not talk about it. I'm not sure, but I ain't around where it might be seen. Yeah.
something that I need to discuss with Hassan, but I do feel like I'm probably going to pause leftovers for the time being.
Dude, the way he just said this without talking to Hassan first is crazy. That's crazy. You just canceled a whole podcast without discussing with your co-host? Without even floating the idea? Bro, come on.
You know what I mean?
Okay, Ethan.
Because you know what I mean? It's just, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I mean,
that's it.
Y'all could talk about other shit.
And it sounds like a lot of y'all don't want me to talk about it either.
Fuck.
Fair.
True.
So with all that being said, I shall go.
The whole point of Leftovers was that you were supposed to be there to learn from Hassan, to have debates. Right? Was that not the point of the show? I don't know.
Suffer at home in silence with worms infecting my fucking eye sockets, and I will just sit at home and stare at the wall in silence and in dark.
Oh my god. Ethan.
For that
Oh my god, why are you being such a baby?
is what I deserve.
So butthurt. Everyone didn't tell me I'm right, so I'm never talking about this again. Bro, grow up.
You can end it.
Grow the fuck up. Holy shit. I got called genocidal a couple times, so I'm not even gonna talk about politics anymore. Well, that was a lot more angering than I had anticipated. Yeah. I'll be right back.
What the fuck? That's so disgusting. What's wrong with you? Will you do it again? Nasty, icky, filthy and sticky. Fuck it. I love it. Dirty, creepy, thirsty and freaky. Fuck it. I love
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours, bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. For people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar hates shit, and it's taxed to no end. Those are rich men, those are rich men. I wish politicians look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the whole beast milking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay, but your bags are full drowned. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. For people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. We're living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men, north the rich men.
Is that on trending again? Hassan has ate so hard lately, he didn't leave leftovers. Get it?
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Man, it's already getting late. How did that take me so long? That's kind of crazy. Alright, so do we do the Brett Weinstein brain rot, or do we just get into Fear and? I know the Weinstein rot is gonna make me mauled again. Gonna make me mad. It's not too long, though. 10 to 20. Oh, it's only 10 minutes? Yeah, we can do this.
I love the analysis of Catherine Austin Fitts when she describes the silos that the money people, as she calls them, have when they design, or the most powerful people in the world, and some of them are bankers. She says they try to keep the silos intact so that you will not connect the silo of media to the silo of defense to the silo of elections or politics to the silo of money, etc., etc.
Okay, that's capitalism. Yeah, capitalism does that. I hope she's not saying this is unique to Israel.
So that you will not make these connections and see the bigger picture. You would think the Israeli Gaza attack is related only to the conflict in the Middle East, and you would think that the elections in the US is related only to the elections in the US, and Ukraine and Russia is separate, and it really blocks you from seeing the bigger picture. And I think, and that also takes me to, sorry, it's like intuitive, taking me to remembering Edward Dowd saying,
I love when I do geopolitics analysis by vibes. I just intuited it. Okay.
That when he saw early on in 2020 the head of the Bank of International Settlements, the BIS, when he saw him making a speech saying that they are about to create green passes or vaccine passports, that before the vaccines even came out. And this is a banker, a mega banker. The BIS, for those who don't know, is the big brother of...
There it is. There it is. Yes. Okay. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. I was not prepared to make this connection. I was not sure where she was going to go with this. That's insane. So bankers who, I mean, I think she's using as code for Jews, are in control of everything, including vaccine passports and geopolitics. Bro, you're just so close. You're just so close. It's just capitalism. It's not Jews, it's just capitalists.
Of central banks. He's sitting there talking about moving into a new system of digital passports for vaccinations and health. And Edward Dowd,
it's the 21st century. Yeah, we can move away from paper now.
Being a former BlackRock analyst and a Wall Street guy, is looking at it saying, that moment I knew that this COVID thing is way larger than just health. Because if a banker is sitting there talking to me about a digital passport, a vaccine passport, then he gave him the clue that here's a connection between those two.
It's almost as if public health should have been determined by public health officials and not by economists. Financial experts, bankers. It's almost as if there's a conflict of interest there. Interesting.
Silos that you normally cannot see, right? So, and you have to be really sophisticated, I think, in order to spot those small connections between those silos, because the system will try to make it almost impossible for you to detect them. And so you...
No, I don't think it's that hard, actually. No. What? Oh yeah, it's so obscure. They hide it so well. Like, no. No, you can see who's lobbying for what. Like, all the time.
You have to, in a way, that's why, I like the term conspiracy theorist, because you are open to so many ideas and to so many different points of information, and you have the ability...
Not a compliment.
...to try and connect them, and you also need to have the humility to say, no, with that connection I was wrong, and that's not a proper theory, and I'm going to throw it away. But then you stay open, and, you take on more. And,
Yes.
I got carried away, but yeah, that just...
Yeah, keep your mind open, but not so open your head falls out. I mean, your brain falls out, right? I think that's the phrase. Man, she was just spitballing. Just making connections on the fly. Wow.
Sparked this for me.
And how does this connect exactly to Israel and the genocide they're doing now?
No, I get it. I will say, in my professional life, I am a theorist. I'm an evolutionary theorist. And so I think very carefully about how theory functions.
Right.
It functions. You don't come up with a theory. You come up with a hypothesis. The hypothesis makes predictions. If those predictions turn out to be true, then you tend to think your hypothesis is probably overlapping reality. So there's a rigorous way to do theory. It doesn't mean a guess.
Yes.
So what I would say is, for decades, in fact, partially downstream from the CIA, which set a...
I'm one of the very serious conspiracy theorists. Okay, dude.
About poisoning
Okay.
the idea of conspiracy theory. The CIA actually advanced the concept that the term conspiracy theory should be used to dismiss alternative explanations for the Kennedy assassination. But in any case,
Alternative explanations. All right.
the point is they have now overplayed their hand. For years, people were spooked by the idea of conspiracy theory. Now the question is really not, are you a conspiracy theorist, but are you good at it? Are you good at being rigorous and throwing out bad hypotheses of conspiracy?
No, that's not the question. No. The question is, which conspiracy theories have been confirmed to be actual conspiracies? Very, very few. Very few. Incredibly few.
Conspiracy and following evidence to where it actually leads, even when it upends an idea that you looked on favorably at first. So that is unfortunately where we are. But I think people are getting used to the idea that it would be absurd, given how much collusion we've seen, it would be absurd to dismiss the idea of conspiracy out of hand. That's just naive.
Yeah, and I think with the size of the beast right now, we are going to see more and more narratives collide. We're going to see more and more things that don't add up.
Man, I don't even know, like, when conspiracy theorists are being racist or it's, like, on accident. Like, the beast? Bro, you're talking about bankers. Bankers. I have a feeling you're not talking about capitalism. Who is the conspiracy group?
That maybe even internal battles between different powers of that beast. And I think this is to our advantage in a way. It's going to be very messy. It's dirty. It's gory. This is exactly what's happening in Israel right now. But it's revealing at the same time.
Well, I like your point about when we
Revealing what? Revealing what? They're so vague.
glimpse a connection between silos that tells us something, like Edward Dowd was
What are you talking about?
awakened to what COVID was by a banker talking about vaccine passports, right? It's a classic moment. But it speaks also to the importance of, just as we are jerked around by events and simplistic narratives that cause us to see familiar lines on a map and think we know what's going on, we are also triggered into betrayals of people who are on our team by these takedowns, right? The Mike Benz takedown is
On your team, huh? What team is that?
particularly important in a world where the glimpses of the connections between silos are actually the map of what's really taking place.
Yes.
Not many people can do what Mike Benz does. And
Oh, hey, Nori, welcome in.
whatever, the takedown of him, I did not find very compelling. They did find something that does have a kind of moral complexity to it that requires you to think very carefully about to even know whether you're comfortable with it. But at the end of the day, Mike is playing such an important role in revealing a world that is controlling how we interact with each other.
Wait, is he talking about Mike Lindell? I missed out on that. There's no way he's talking about Mike Lindell, right?
Whether you're comfortable with it. But at the end of the day, Mike is playing such an important role in revealing a world that is controlling how we interact with each other, that we ought to look at the fact that something suddenly emerges about him that causes us to feel one way or another and say, well, why would that be happening? Right? Why are we suddenly questioning Mike Benz? Why are we suddenly questioning Russell Brand? Why are we suddenly questioning Joe Rogan or Robert Malone or any?
Well, Russell Brand is a predator, so that's why we're questioning him. I would question any predator, even if even if he was on my side. You know? Not just the fucking deep state trying to take him down, buddy. The guy did assault.
Of the dissidents who have proven that they can actually withstand the stigmas and reveal things that others cannot.
Yeah. This is a very important clue in deciphering the game that is being played against us. And I'm just hopeful that more and more people will understand.
Dude, what the fuck dirt is coming about Mike Pence? What have they said about him? Like, at all? He wears 2 pairs of Mormon underwear? Like what? All these men are stranger danger, 100%.
That when this becomes so common and so, with all the mis and disinformation laws now, it's becoming like they're trying to normalize it. And it is weird even to the most normal normie out there that they're trying to silence so many people on so many topics. And
Is that right? Is that right? Brett says, rolling his eyes as he's on his own podcast. With 250,000 views. Okay.
I think that's where they're gonna get a, how do you call it, like a foul, like in soccer that you.
Yeah, a foul.
A foul, right?
Yeah.
Because they're digging their own grave in a way. They're showing the normal people out there that, yeah, we told you in the past that you should behave a certain way and you should comply with certain rules and you should be in a certain way in society, but now we're enforcing all these things in laws and we're hurting people who are not doing that, and they are escalating this. They are exaggerating, and I think this is their mistake because it will wake more and more people up.
Hey, who's they? Hey, real quick, who's they? Because, I thought we were talking about Israel. Maybe I needed to watch the whole thing to get the connection.
There's no question that they are waking more and more people up, but I also think it is very important that we understand that was not... They did make an error, but I don't think it's exactly the one you've described.
Mm-hmm.
I think, so another principle that I took a long time to realize, but I find very important, is that what we are facing in this complex environment, I call it Goliath. Goliath is the force that opposes meaningful change. And why doesn't it want meaningful change? Because it's a winner, and it can only end up as a loser through change. It could stay a winner, but in general, change is not good for the winners. So they prevent it. But Goliath, that force that prevents change, has 2 parts. It has a part that colludes, that knows what it's doing. That part is intelligent. It also has a part that's emergent, right? People who realize that they're going to be stigmatized if they think one thing, so they think another, and then they reinforce each other. Or journalists who accidentally discover that when they write stories that look like this, they don't do well, and when they write stories like that, suddenly, their quality of life goes up, so that they don't know why they're writing those stories, but something is paying them indirectly, something that they will never meet. So that emergent part.
What? Someone is paying them indirectly that they'll never meet. So, what? He's insinuating that these stories are botted? Or, like, what? Like, how do you artificially inflate the viewership of a news article? I don't even understand what he's trying to say.
Is dumb as hell. Just like the real Goliath probably was. The real Goliath was probably a giant, meaning that he had a pituitary tumor, and he was a dimwit, and he was vulnerable, and it wasn't David who took him out, but the story is recorded as if it was David. But in any case...
Dude, what? just taking the Bible way too literally to the point where you're like, yeah, he was a giant. Yeah, yeah, definitely a giant. Yeah, he was probably stupid. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Goliath is partially an emergent force, and an emergent force, that's a synonym for an evolved force. The thing about evolved forces is they can be ferociously powerful when they are facing the thing to which they evolved. They are clumsy when they are facing something novel that they have never seen before, right? Goliath had never seen Elhanan, who we record in the
Bro, this analogy is really falling apart.
story as if it was David, right? A little guy who understood that this battle was not just about force, but was about, agility and slingshots or whatever. That is something Goliath does not anticipate. And our Goliath...
Yeah, it was about slingshots. Yep, that was the moral of the story. Slingshots.
did not anticipate the ability of people with a camera and a microphone and an internet connection to outfox massive institutions and people with superior access to information. So what I think happened during COVID was
Superior access.
Goliath literally didn't know what a
Superior access to information, i.e., I'm on a Telegram channel.
podcast was, and he certainly couldn't figure out why whatever happens in Joe Rogan's man cave should matter to anyone, right? Goliath knew that he owned all of the major media properties, and that was sufficient to control the public mind. And what Joe Rogan says and what Joe Rogan's guests say doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference. Goliath was sure of that, and he was wrong. So the reason that they have revealed themselves is that we are figuring out how to talk in spite of the controls that they wish to apply. They try to keep us in a sandbox, and we've figured out a way to speak that isn't...
They, huh? Always with the they. Never explaining who they is. Curious how this conversation started with Israel, and now you're just saying they. Interesting.
We figured out how to tunnel out of the sandbox. So that's a battle. I'm not saying we won. We didn't.
No, but
we didn't
we're
lose.
on the right path. Yeah, and that's the thing that I love the most about human species, that we, in times of trouble and when we're being pushed to the corner, our creativity comes out. We find another way, just like water. And this is what has happened here. We've been pushed to the corner. We found another way. And again, like you said, we didn't win yet, but there are different paths that are opening up thanks to that limitation that has been forced on us. And it will continue to happen as this escalates. And I'm looking forward to see what humanity unravels. We can be unpredictable and we can be very creative. And those are two traits of the human species that we sometimes underestimate. And so I love your story, your analogy. And
All
what
right,
killed Goliath in the end?
Say what? What killed
What-
Goliath? A guy named Elhanan. As best we understand it, a guy named Elhanan killed him, and I think slingshot was approximately right. A rock of some.
Why do we know that David did that?
This is...
I have never heard that at all. Dude, what? Some biblical revisionism or and why again are you talking about this as if it was a historical event? Come on.
narrative license that basically, because David goes on to...
Oh, they're citing from the Hebrew Bible. That's where Elhanan comes from. Oh. Of course they are. Of course. Wow.
to play the role that he does in the Bible it was sort of necessary
to attribute.
Right, that his origin story. So, it's like when they take a really good book and they composite two characters in order to make it into a movie, right? They streamline the story.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I will put one more piece on this puzzle. There's something I've noticed, and I think this discussion with you is the perfect place to deploy it.
Please.
There are a great many people who I didn't have a tremendous number of heroes before COVID, but so many people I thought stood up so bravely that they really do have that status in my mind. And it's not a superhuman thing. It's just somebody has shown terrific strength of character, and they now have this status of hero to me. The heroes are overwhelmingly, at least in this era, they are overwhelmingly people who have a healthy dose of what I would call lone wolfism.
Oh,
there's
God.
a part of them. There's a characteristic that
God, that's enough. I think that's
important.
enough. I think if we listen to this part, we might understand more about the COVID Israel connection. But I think vaccine passports is all they
I want to
needed.
put words in your mouth. Do you want to describe what the early relationship that you were alluding to is? Because it may be that we are looking at an evolved version of that same relationship.
Yes, I would love that, but I am no expert in that, so I don't want to say things that are wrong, and I want to be responsible here because there is a history about it. I need to go back and look at my notes and read more about it.
Thank you, ZX.
Before I answer this, I know that Israel was the one that sponsored and created the organization, and with the different administrations that have changed during the years, there were different relationships with this organization. But again, I don't want to bring the details because I don't have them on me. And, and as I said, I'm not an expert, so I don't want to go into it too much.
So
I don't have details, just vibes.
I appreciate your caution. It does remind me, I think there are a number of different examples in history, but Afghanistan.
Right, let's get to the most replayed and then
You know,
we'll be
another
done.
point that I want to add to that, which is interesting, speaking of the narratives or the clues that we get from the mainstream media, is that we've seen in the past few days many narratives coming from global media about what's happening now in Gaza and Israel is the Israeli 9/11 or the Israeli Pearl Harbor. And it's mainstream media that is making those parallels. And
yeah, to manufacture consent for genocide.
I'm asking myself why? What is behind this? Because we know what has happened before Pearl Harbor and what happened.
The military-industrial complex is behind it. Yeah, they like when, they can secure supply lines for their arms dealers. The U.S. is the largest arms dealer, and war makes, supply go up. So
happened after 9/11, we know what kind of triggering of bigger events have happened after that. Are they trying to prepare the audience for something bigger to come?
Well, it's funny. Those comparisons
yes.
Have exactly the opposite ring to me. They're almost like an admission. Because although I don't think we have a good understanding of either event, there's the implication in both events that there may have been awareness, at least, and that awareness suggests larger forces in play. And I think this is, believe me, I am anything but comfortable saying this, and I know that you're not comfortable in this territory, but the idea that we little people are being played and pushed into a battle in which we will lose a tremendous amount for reasons that we can't understand because we're not at the table and we don't hear the discussions and we don't know what the objectives are, is almost inescapable.
It's not a shadowy cabal of secret people like pulling strings. You know what I mean? I'm lost. Me too, honestly. Just spitballing. You know, like you said, like they have to like talk around the point because they can't say what they really want to say. I'm guessing it's really anti-Semitic, but I can't really nail down even a single like coherent point.
And it is the reason that we have to have these conversations is we have to stop being manipulable into conflicts that are serving someone else at our expense, whoever it may be.
And you
Yeah, like Jews at large are not fucking profiting from this war. You know, whoever they might be.
mentioned there the Saudi deal, right? And trying to normalize the efforts between, trying to normalize a peace deal between Israel and Palestine. And I wonder to myself whether a prisoner exchange deal is something that could only be seriously considered by Israel if a shocking event like that happened. Like, did they need such an atrocity in order to justify us releasing really dangerous prisoners from Israel, security prisoners? Or is there
No. What? No. They wanted a reason to justify genocide. What? Oh, wait, what?
A bigger play here to try and wipe out Hamas, which Abu Mazen cannot control, as I said before, or even Benjamin Netanyahu cannot control, and try and get a peace deal with pulling out, like maybe it's an exchange deal of Israel pulling out its settlement.
Dude, what? They're doing the opposite of pulling out of the settlement. They're doing quite the opposite. What? You think there was a secret prearranged agreement between Hamas and Israel? Huh?
It's from Judea and Samaria area, which is a big problem on the table when you come to talk about the peace process. So is it, okay, we'll pull out from there in exchange to those hostages? And I mean, but you have to justify it to the Israel.
They're not negotiating about hostages. Oh, this was 2 weeks ago. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, all right. Well, fair, I guess. Sure.
Israeli people. So did you need such a big thing in order to, build your path towards this? And again, this is just my speculations because
it doesn't make any sense. I can tell you're just spitballing because it's not grounded in reality at all.
You even heard yesterday the deputy Hamas leader Saleh al-Aruri suggesting using Israeli prisoners for leverage in negotiations. It says, and that happened I think it was even 2 days ago. It happened almost immediately after they captured them. It's as if they were doing it in order to have it, in order to say it. It's so. I don't know.
Let me say, I think we're damned if we do and damned if we don't with respect to having these conversations. Obviously, we are at a tremendous disadvantage in terms of knowing what's really going on.
Really going on. It's funny because you haven't really said what you really think this whole time. It's just implied the whole time.
Inside of any of these things, because I think it is fair to say you and I are both outsiders to all of it. But not discussing it leaves us as pawns in a game we do not understand, and that is a terrible position to find ourselves.
I mean, Brett, your tax money is funding a genocide. It's pretty straightforward, Like you don't have to know the intricate details of like U.S. IDF discussions to know what the fuck is going on.
The one thing that does not fit about the narrative you have...
Like, the fact that you think there's some deeper conspiracy here is insane. The conspiracy is military. military-industrial complex wanting to sell arms.
Just proposed, I think, is the barbaric atrocities that were committed. Had this been a strategically careful operation, had they grabbed prisoners and not harmed them, their leverage would be greater, I think.
Yeah. You know how when you like go into a town and take everyone as prisoner and no one fights back? Yeah, that would have gone so well.
I agree, but since Hamas is Hamas and it's a terrorist organization, it's not a
well-regulated force.
It's not a well-regulated force, but it's made of really evil people. It may have gone out of control.
Oh yeah, they're just inherently evil. Okay. All right, that's enough. I think we've seen enough here. Oh, the brain rot is too strong. It's too strong. All right. I guess it's time to get into Fear Ant. Go. Money counter.
Austin. That is so bad.
Austin, do you want to go?
No, I'm not missing this podcast.
I'm just gonna tell.
Shut the fuck up.
I got it.
Oh, I thought it was me. It must be them.
I like that there was a brief moment where you
look at my hands.
I like that there was a brief moment where you unironically pointed at Austin and said, "Do you have to go?" I would kill him.
I'm trying to make
It's
everybody
somebody's
happy.
wedding.
Hey, I'm missing Canute's wedding for this podcast. Canute, I'm so sorry.
Listen, I wanted
Oh no.
Austin.
Oh no. Is Austin sick?
Missing Canute's wedding for this podcast. Canute, I'm so sorry.
Listen,
Austin is sick as fuck. Oh no.
I wanted Austin to not be here for this next part because the internet's gonna skin him alive
Dude, Austin too? I mean, Will too? Fuck.
for this.
Dude.
Oh God, what's going on?
He walked in to my hotel room, my temporary room, and he said, "Will, I'm starving. Can I have some M&Ms?" And he grabbed the bar M&Ms.
Those are like $35 a pop.
Instead of the hospitality suite that's free.
Yes.
That's a
and-
block
and
away.
So I was charged for those. And then today, again, in my room, without asking, he grabbed another $20 tin of M&Ms. He has spent $40.
How many did he have? He didn't have
Of
all of
M&Ms.
it. He didn't have all of it.
On
Both had direct contact with confirmed COVID cases. Yeah, I've been following that in as well. It was just so fast, and they just had to do the podcast. Of course.
my room service tab when we have a hospitality suite with unlimited free candy 2 minutes away.
In my defense,
there is no defense for this one.
In my defense, they're in a nice, beautiful glass jar.
I don't like you.
Okay, so how
I
many
don't like
did he have?
anyone
Though? How many
today.
did he? 'Cause he
I
didn't
ate
have-
I ate all the bottles.
You ate the entire bottle of M&Ms?
No, they were
only like 6.
Okay.
They are small.
But hear me out. I didn't know how much they cost until just recently.
What were you in a coma until yesterday?
No, I
you never stayed in a hotel
I
before. You know the
didn't
cost of
know.
the
I
mini
knew they
bars?
were going to be a
He knew
little
exactly
No,
how
I
much-
knew they were going to be a little bit more of an elevated cost. But you know what? In the Patreon, I'll be making a phone call complaining about the price of the M&Ms. I think it's a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, you should get it free since you almost died.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's dial back a little bit. We are Fear End, and we are live from TwitchCon.
Las Vegas, Nevada. That's right.
And if you couldn't tell by the fact that we all sound like Fran Drescher, it's been a long weekend.
Very long weekend. We're also sitting in the iconic place where the Beatles played in 1968. Right here overlooking the beautiful Las Vegas.
Am I meant to believe that you sound like that because it's just a long weekend?
It's a long weekend.
Okay.
Austin, you barely did shit.
Excuse you, I hosted
You
a
had
show.
one show.
And a meet and greet.
Are you kidding me? I had a meet and greet. I had a long show.
I had 3 meet and greets and 2 shows.
Well, that's your problem.
Cutie, no one can keep up with your pace.
That's kind of your
I'm
fault.
recording this stupid podcast right now. I'm supposed to be at the women's dinner right now, and then I'm supposed. All I want to do this weekend is see boobs.
Cutie.
I spit so much on this mic.
We're your biggest show. You can't call us stupid anymore.
I'm just mad.
Exactly. Nobody wants to hear women speak.
That's right. That's right.
Why am I here?
How does that
I'm gonna
feel?
go to the women's dinner.
Nobody wants to
the
hear
women's Twitch dinner.
No, they want to hear us berate you.
Honestly,
Cutie and I are going to be going to
Honestly, do it. You're too good for them.
the women's dinner after
You're not
this.
invited to that or the sex show.
Whatever. I'm going to the sex show alone then.
Which
I'll be at the sex show alone.
Yeah, that's because if I go to the sex show with you, you're gonna make me late.
Cutie, do you know what his first question about the sex show was?
What?
Do they serve dinner? I'm a little peckish.
I was hungry.
Oh my God.
That's a valid question.
I think it's valid.
And the answer may shock you.
Wait.
The answer may surprise you,
Wait,
actually.
they don't serve food.
No, they do. Titty bars actually have beautiful buffets.
Wait,
usually.
we're going to the titty
It's
bar or
not
a
a
sex
titty bar.
show?
It's like a burlesque
It's
show.
a burlesque
they probably
show.
serve food there,
but
too.
I heard it's like crazy, and I have a table, so they will probably serve food.
Thank you so much, Kitty. I look forward to sitting at our
Wait,
table.
who else is going?
No
I guess
one
we're
right
all
now.
going.
Nobody wants to go. We're going. It's boys.
us.
It's girls' night.
Wait, you're gonna go to a titty show by yourself?
Nobody will go.
It's boys and girls night.
That's me because they're all going to the women's dinner. And all I wanted to do was go to Dita Von Teese. She's my famous burlesque dancer. It's all I want to do. She's so famous, and I wanted to go, but I got the dates mixed up because I'm dyslexic, and her show was yesterday, and it's not today, and now I can't go.
Vegas is
the
made for you.
dates 21 and 22.
As an ambassador of this
Yeah, that's not dyslexia. That's just being bad with dates.
dyslexic community, you just fucked that up.
Wait,
No.
okay. There's more that she fucked up than just that. She first night we're in Las Vegas. Cutie's like flexing how she booked a spa date for herself in the group chat, talking about how she's like, well, you know what, guys? I got a spray tan in the hotel room, and then tomorrow morning I have a spa day. And I was like, oh, spa day? That's pretty cool.
I was
She's
so
like, how do we
excited.
do it? And then she sent a link to do it as well in the group chat. Unbeknownst to all of us, because I didn't click on it, turns out, what happened, Cutie? Where was the spa?
Okay, we're staying at the Conrad Hotel,
Yep.
and
Doxed.
I booked the Conrad Spa.
Yep.
And then I go down and I walk to the spa and I
Big
say,
mistake.
hello, it's under Cinderella QT. And then they said, we don't have you. And I said, what? And they're like, I said, they just called me for confirmation. What do you mean they don't have me? And they're like, you're not on here. And I'm like,
Yeah.
then who called me? I called the number back and it's like, this is the Conrad Spa in Los Angeles. How can we help you?
Oh no.
And I've never felt more
no.
sad
No.
because it was like the only 3 hours.
Devastating. Devastating. The way they say that it's in Los Angeles too, like that must not be the first time.
Whole weekend I've had to myself, and all I wanted was a massage.
Okay, this is your fault though a little bit. Not the dyslexia thing, but like the fact that you booked yourself silly over this weekend.
That is true.
You
Cutie,
have been
what are you doing?
tricking yourself
To the
out.
point where you called our podcast stupid and dumb and tried
Yeah, she did way too much. So many things.
to skip
I
it.
call you guys stupid and dumb every week.
You belong to the streets, okay?
Wait.
What the fuck are you doing? Her schedule is so stupid. It's
How do
like
you have 3 meet and
Long
greets?
for streets.
Hassan didn't even show up to the convention.
I did. I
he
was
did.
there.
Oh, you
I was
were
next to you.
Oh,
He
he was on our show.
He was on
I was on
Austin.
every
our meet
event
and
that
greet.
you did. I
Our
didn't
meet and
go
greet
your
me
side.
before.
God, I forgot about that. It's all blur this weekend.
Every event that you had, I was there.
And you sold him for future events.
He
too.
wasn't. He was.
The COVID brain fog already setting in.
He was. By the way, we sold a lot of tickets for that.
I'm oh my god.
We sold a lot of tickets for that show.
Oh my
Look,
god.
What?
Cutie, you are fabulous and fantastic and beautiful and natural. Just want to
Bro, nobody wants to be here right now.
let you know that.
No, this Las Vegas is like I always wonder like who Las Vegas is designed for. It's Cutie Cinderella. Like
Why?
She's texting
like just
right
like a
I'm trying to get. I was supposed to go with a group of girls to the sex show, and now none of the girls can go because they're all at the women's dinner.
I will go with you to the sex show. I've got a beautiful date, and him and I will join you.
I don't know how many times I have to tell him that you're not a girl.
I don't think she wants to go to the sex show with you,
I'm
dog.
gonna go and you're gonna complain.
No, are you kidding me? I would never complain at the sex show. You guys make me seem like I'm some sort
He's
of
gonna
monster.
go to the sex show and be like, "Why are there no dicks here?"
Why is it such a straight show?
I think it's both
I love.
actually.
In fact, no, hold on. I want to go.
Stratosphere.
Wait, do they fuck at the sex show?
No.
They don't? What the hell is the point of a sex show if they're not fucking?
Have you never seen burlesque?
He's already complaining.
You started complaining before you went to the sex show.
Left yet.
How is that possible?
I wanted to see some hardcore fucking at the sex show.
Wanted to see IRL live sex.
Is that what it is?
I just told you it's not.
No, it's like it's burlesque. It's supposed to be tasteful. It's
Awesome.
like
Why do they try to make sex tasteful?
Braziers, like people dressed up in like it's like a Gilded Age era fit. You know what I mean?
God, you know what? I'll do it for you.
I might have to go to Austin because no one else is. Everyone's saying no to me.
Yeah, I hated this weekend with a passion. I hate Vegas with a passion.
Oh, come on. You had fun last night. You little
I
bitch.
did, but the problem is
The way that everyone went is just like, I hate Vegas anyway. Fuck this place. I can't wait to get out of this hellhole. Then why did you go? Hey, you could have just not gone. Yeah, a hot idea.
I get punished. Allah, here, can you throw that? Here, I'll give this to Will. Allah punishes me for
Allah.
drinking alcohol and doing other haram shit by
having a gay friend.
By giving me. Well, no, you punish me for that. Okay. that's just a punishing relationship in general.
Yeah.
No, but Allah has punished
You
me.
must like it.
For being a sinner and giving me a crippling hangover for like not even like I wasn't fucked up last night. Like I was buzzed.
Oh, he was fucked up.
I was drunk.
You were asleep at the blackjack table.
It was 5 a.m. That's why I was asleep at the blackjack. I was like, oh God, I'm so tired. What the fuck am I doing? I was on autopilot. Getting cleaned out. 12s every time. This woman, let me say something, okay? Agatha.
Oh, thank God it wasn't.
Was that
me.
her name?
Let me look right at the fucking camera. I know your
She
shit.
doesn't deserve that.
Who's
Okay,
Agatha?
I know what you were fucking doing. We're at the high roller table. Okay, we're at the high roller table. She busted out the big gun. She was like, "You, fuck you,
Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck you up." That's what she said to me.
Wait, like
with her
legit?
eyes.
No, she didn't say
No,
that.
she didn't say that. But she was actually
Why would you
very
think she
short
said
with me
that?
Yeah.
because like
She didn't like
I would hit like this, and she would not register. She'd be like, "No, you have to do it like double tap." I was like, "Come on!" Like,
the person at the table.
like I've been
been gambling my whole life.
I've been gambling a lot. Like I know what the rules are. Like that's not for the camera. Like you don't have to double tap for the camera.
Yeah.
And you know, she would just like, if I didn't put my chips down quick enough, she would literally start serving immediately and would not give me a card. And I was like, she's like, yeah, you got to keep your eye on the ball.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she was like,
What the fuck?
she not only took like $1,000 out of my
Jesus.
pocket and put it
Just a Son hater.
directly into the casino funds.
Why did you stay at the table?
You know why? Because
I would have gotten up and left. So
Okay.
you don't deserve my business.
I have a weird social anxiety about this. I've talked about this before. I wonder if you guys feel the same way. When you sit down at a blackjack table and you're getting fucking cleaned out,
You don't want to walk away like you're poor.
No,
You're like, I'm poor. You took
No,
all my money.
I don't care about that at all. I don't give a shit. No, I feel like it's rude. Like there's a social dynamic there. You're on the table and you're establishing rapport. And I feel like it's very rude to get up. Like if a new dealer comes in, for example, I can't immediately leave. I always feel bad. I'm
you
like,
just,
oh fuck.
as soon as you lose a hand, you say, "Oh shoot, that's my sign," and then you get up and leave. That's what I say.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't
It's so
tend to-
easy.
You're like
Easy.
afraid of technology. How do you not have this hang up, this social hang up?
What technology?
You're
Well,
like
we did just hug
pissing
in
your
the
pants
elevator
in the elevator.
because you thought
Okay,
we were gonna die.
You literally, number one, I'm afraid of heights. Number two, you literally almost died in the elevator.
I did almost
These are
die,
valid
and somehow I'm
fears.
still not afraid.
Yeah, speaking of which, have you guys gotten any
We haven't talked. Tell the podcast.
Yeah, explain what happened because like this trip, I think,
And I still have to go down that elevator, and I'm not ready.
No, different elevator.
Well, it's next to it.
Okay. So yeah, Marshy boy and I and some ladies were in an elevator that had a really interesting
Some
thing
ladies.
happen.
House mods. Ladies.
On the way up, Hassan and I were in the same elevator, and we heard a loud ka-chunk. And we were both kind of freaked out by it, but we...
Yeah, it didn't even register with them for some reason. We were...
No.
Will and I were looking at each other like, did you just fucking see that?
Yeah.
Because, like, it was a loud thunk. And
While
the
you-
elevator...
wait, when
while
you
we
were
were
going
going
up.
up
Wait,
originally...
you were in it too?
Yeah, the
when
same
we were
one
going
when
up.
We were going up on the way
There
up.
was a loud thunk, and followed by, I'm not kidding you, pieces falling off
Yeah.
of the elevator. Like screwdrivers falling off the top and falling next to the elevator in the elevator shaft. And we heard it.
It was like dust from the tiles in the top of the elevator. So, yeah. So we go into the room and we hang out for a second. He goes back down by himself, but Marcy and I and the girls get in the same elevator to go down. And
Why would you get in the same elevator again?
right around like the 44th floor, it just free fell. And it felt like maybe like brakes caught, and it just went like that.
Yeah, there's probably like an
And
e-brake.
Dust and stuff came out of the ceiling, and then it was not moving for like legitimately 3 or 4 minutes while I was pressing the emergency call button. And during this period of time, the attitude in the elevator was simply making peace with our saviors. Everyone was ready to call it, dude. And I had
Just the worst fucking nightmare. I always get scared of that happening. And like, I always tell myself like, oh, that'll never happen. Like, oh, that just happens in movies. No, apparently not.
this weird epiphany. I had two thoughts. First, what a cool way to die.
I am not okay talking about
And second, I was like, dude, the candlelight vigil that Twitch is gonna put on at TwitchCon is gonna be so fucking tasteful. And I just imagined Austin was gonna take advantage of my death in a way that no one has ever taken advantage of my death before.
I would have canceled the show.
No, you wouldn't have.
No, you wouldn't have.
No, you wouldn't have. Why are you lying?
You would have given out my sauce from my room.
Yeah.
You would have sold tickets to the Houston show.
You would have sold his clothes.
You'd have been like, Houston show, now co-hosted by Will's hero Jack Black, as a memorial show.
Sell freaking shirts
Well,
that say, I
remember-
miss Will Neff.
Unfortunately, we've doubled the price of the tickets so that we can give a small portion of that to charity. 5% goes to charity, folks. 5% of the tickets.
Look, I would have. The show. Will would have wanted me to continue to do the show.
Oh my God, we said this verbatim. Will and I were talking about this. We were like, Austin would 100% start it off by saying, Will would want me to do this.
But Will, would you?
He would have wanted it that way, folks.
Will, you would have wanted it.
Real.
Right? You would have wanted it that way.
I've always told him, don't let my death go to waste. Don't let my death
he's
go
like
to
farming.
Go on a book tour.
Hassan, I would have called Hassan and would say, Hassan, Will, you guys have a relationship unlike any of us. I want you to know what I should do. And Hassan would have said, Austin, the show must go on.
Yeah. My one request when you're pimping my death is, you know those like those shirts that they make in the inner city when people die, where
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like
with
the
a
date,
halo.
like a hands,
Yeah.
and like a really nice picture of me with like doves, R.I.P. I just
Yeah.
want merch shirts of me
With
like
like,
that.
with like
The airbrush.
the cursive airbrush.
Yeah, fuck.
Will
yeah.
Neff.
Classic.
Yeah, but it was scary, man.
Died of self-suck.
Marsh had a 5,000-mile stare for the
You know there's gonna be died of self-suck memes immediately. Of course. And he would want it no other way.
rest of the night, and
eventually they got out.
But the emergency call button didn't work. It just,
Yeah,
just
no,
a
I'm
hole.
so.
Did you call 911 or like?
I would have called 911.
Cutie, in the 5 minutes that
That
I
it
was making
just-
peace with the
okay,
fact that I was
yeah.
about to die, I was just holding my thumb on the emergency call button going, and you know what? Everybody asked me, and I was doing that thing in my head. If I jump at the very last second, can I negate the downward momentum of this elevator?
Yeah.
And I was looking at the little girls in the elevator with me, all 100 pounds of them, because they're, what are they, like, the heaviest one is like 100 pounds, right? Yeah. And I was like, how many of these girls?
Were you there with a bunch of children? The heaviest girl was 100 pounds. Were you there with 12-year-olds? Bro, what?
do I have to stack up to brace my impact so that if they turn to jelly, my body will be protected?
Wait, there's like a little like airbag at the bottom. There's like a little metal thing
I
for
think
the
you
base
made
of the
that
elbow.
up. You've been saying
No.
that.
Airbag.
No, it's not an
He's made
airbag,
this
but
up.
there's like a piece of it. It like it's not elevator and then pavement. There's like a little. There's something below the
Dog,
elevator.
there's no 55 floor airbag. I'm
He
gonna tell you
thinks
right
there's
now.
an airbag.
No, there's like a metal thing that will like maybe not save you, but it'll at least.
Just turn your legs into dust.
So I was thinking you would pin yourself up, like on the, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I was gonna go jump or human body bag.
I feel like
I don't think I would have survived that.
I don't know enough about physics, but I feel like that's not how any
No,
of this works.
I don't think it works, but everybody at the convention asked me, did you do the little jump at the end? And I was like, I started to realize, I was like, damn, how do you time that?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, how would you know when to jump? Wait, good point.
Skill issue.
Can you imagine being in the wreck of an elevator where all your friends have just been turned to liquid and the emergency
You're
crews
like,
pulling
you're
you
like,
out?
thank
and they're
God I jumped.
How did you survive? I jumped at the exact right time. It was fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah. So here's the deal. What frustrates me about this situation?
L. Walk out. Hey, March. L.
Skill issue. Get good.
Fortnite dance on him.
Yeah. Just he's covered in March.
Did you guys get compensation?
No, so we're doing that in the paywall episode.
Yeah, so I will be calling the front desk, and
I'm not gonna lie, I let you white-hatted the first day.
Yep, and I got you a little voucher.
You got me $30 at the food court.
Which he literally reneged. Like, he took more than that with the M&Ms.
He got me $30 at the food court and spent $45 on M&Ms.
Well, Will had a temporary room. His door didn't work. Yada yada yada.
My door didn't work for 12 hours, so I didn't have a room for the first 12 hours after I drove through the night. So I had nowhere. It was not great.
So Will was very upset.
Fuck.
So I went down to the front desk and got him a $30 food and beverage voucher. Didn't realize that like everything, you can't get anything for $30 here at this hotel for food.
I enjoyed one of Austin's M&Ms that he took from my room.
That's like an $8 M&M, dog. What do you mean?
Yeah.
It was singular.
Speaking of which, are there any in here?
No.
You ate them? See, Marsh has been eating the M&Ms.
Marsh, your Vegas trip, you need help.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say how much money Marsh
has lost by far the most money gambling, and when I say
no.
by far, I
Oh,
mean
no.
exponentially.
No, Marsh has lost more money gambling than I've ever lost in my lifetime.
Fuck.
Just on this weekend.
How much have you
100%
lost?
true.
Can we say?
Marsh, no.
We can't.
He
We
said
can't.
no.
There's so much shame in him.
He said
wish
no.
he
No,
could-
there isn't.
God
Last night,
damn.
he literally was like staring at me with those fucking beggar eyes, where he was just like, "Come on, just like you're leaving. It's late. Give me your chips. Give me your chips."
Oh
I need
no, he
he's
got
like,
it
to win it all
twisted.
back. I need to win it all back.
He's like, yeah. He's going. You can afford it. Come on. And yes, of course I can. But I was trying to get you to fucking stop gambling.
Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
I have not gambled at all.
Just enable him. It's fine.
Surprise, surprise.
I haven't gambled
I'm
at all.
shocked.
You're the
I'm
che-
shocked.
you're-
I've never gambled ever. Yeah. Crazy.
You're the cheapest guy I've ever met.
I'm not cheap.
Yeah, you are so Lebanese.
You think I'm cheap?
Yes, you are so fucking cheap.
You think I'm cheap? Name one cheap thing that I do.
You are the most frugal person on the planet. What are you talking about? You will literally take trips specifically so you can have points that you can offset in the future. You inconvenience yourself sometimes.
I don't do that anymore.
Oh. I stopped yesterday.
You ate M&Ms from everyone's rooms besides yourself.
No, I had 3 from my own room.
You had 3 boxes of M&Ms.
No, bottles. I had 3 bottles.
3 bottles.
Like of the little jugs.
You ate 3 jugs?
Yeah, and
little
I
jugs.
had the Evian waters, and I don't even want to look at the price of those.
Oh, you paid $12 a water.
You really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, I
For Evian. It's not even good water.
spent $47 on waters.
See, this is what I mean. You're frugal. You're like already sweating it.
It's all right. It's all good. You know what? You're not in Vegas that often. I can have a few M&Ms and a couple of waters.
Hey, if you get the White Hat Karen operation to give us some chips for almost
Oh,
killing
I'm going to tell
us.
them to comp everything.
Wow. All right, we're doing that on the
Because-
paywall. We're doing that on the paywall.
We're going to do this on the paywall. I'm going to make sure
everything.
that Marsh doesn't have to pay for this room, and all the money he gambled gets back to his bank account.
Yeah, no, there's no
No
way
shot.
about Karen that
No fucking shot. No. Yeah. I mean, you might be good, but nobody's that good, dude.
Lets you. No. Let me tell you, you don't know the damage.
No. One option. No. There's two options they have. They kneel to our demands, or we own the hotel.
My father.
That's it.
Own the hotel.
That's right. We'll own the hotel.
Well, guys, I actually have had a lovely trip. This has
I
been
have too.
this has been a phenomenal TwitchCon. Name your price.
Name your price.
Totally sold out theater.
Totally sold out. Packed. Couldn't get a seat. It was.
Can we talk about the Elvis?
It was fun. I can't stop thinking about the dirty tissue, though. That shit was so nasty. Did you have to? And if you had to, couldn't you put it in a bag or something on a plate? Anything?
Impersonator?
He may watch this now.
Why would he watch this?
Well,
he
whatever.
should know. I'm fearless. You went too fucking long, Elvis. You went
did.
way too long on your segment.
He had a great ass, though.
He had a great ass. He did a good job. He was a good Elvis. But
Yeah, it was good Elvis, but he just went a little too long in the
He
ceremony.
got up there. He was excited. And what a segment that was supposed to last all of 5 minutes went for about 20 minutes.
Oh,
It's
no.
always it's always funny when you have like
It was
old
so long.
school traditional media type, not even traditional media type, but like what would you say? What kind of entertainment would this be? Would this fall under? Like live performers?
Off Broadway.
Yeah, like live performers.
Right.
No, it reminded me of the hypnotist guy at Cutie's thing. Like where
Yeah.
where when you have a situation like that, when you have like
the hypnotist.
new media entertainers who are like all ADHD and like weird and
Yeah.
and then you have like that super old school guy with a fedora come in and just like talk for
The
an
most
extended-
respectful of hats.
He is the most and he's the most respected hypnotist in LA.
I love
He
that.
works with the Yankees.
Oh,
so
God.
like,
Well, he
chill.
The Dodgers.
he didn't care because he was getting paid either way.
Yeah.
The Yankees in LA.
Yeah, he was but like I felt the exact same way that I did about that guy with Elvis as well, where he's just like this is my show. Like
Yeah.
I've been doing this for 35
Yeah,
years,
exactly.
baby. Like let me just run this crowd,
I like
and
how,
I'm just
Austin, I like how nervous you are about the Elvis.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Did you
I just-
fuck the Elvis guy? What's going on?
I didn't fuck the Elvis guy. All right, I fucked Elvis. Whatever. Fuck it. We'll move on.
He did have a
Stop.
nice ass.
He did. He had a
I was
great
staring
ass.
at his ass the whole
No,
time.
he had Hassan kept looking at me during the performance. He was like,
But Name Your Price was excellent.
Name Your Price was excellent. On top of that, we're
Wait, did he really fuck him? I can't tell if it was a joke.
continuing our show on the road.
Oh, that's right.
That's right. We're continuing our show on the road.
I didn't mean for this.
Right
To
after this, we go to Houston, Texas, and then to Long Beach. Tickets are still on sale. NYP
Yeah, I hope a COVID test is in your future.
Live.com. Hassan's going to be in Long Beach. Cutie's going to be in Long Beach. Will's going to be in Long Beach. I'm going to be in Long Beach.
This was our meet and greet.
I was there.
Austin threatened every single one of our fans where he'd be like, "You're coming to Name Your Price, right?" And they'd be like, "Actually, I'm meeting my mother. We're going to my father's
bring her.
funeral." He'd be like, "You gotta go to Name
bring
Your
the father.
Yeah,
Bring your
cremate
father.
him and bring him to
Cremate
Name
him.
Your Price."
There were people like
It's what he would have wanted.
they were like, yeah, I took a second mortgage out on my home so I could go to the Houston show, but I can't attend tomorrow. It's like, oh, come on, you got to do it.
Yeah,
You
rates
gotta
are
do it.
good. Double mortgage.
It is funny that I'm finally on a show of Name Your Price, but
Yeah.
I'm just the presenter.
The presenter's a major gig.
Cutie, you don't know how big that is.
The presenter's.
I haven't announced you
the,
yet.
The presenter is like a co-host for us.
Yeah. The product presenter.
Yeah, but I want
is
to
almost-
win the money.
Cutie,
There
you didn't
is
Do you know,
no
wait, do you know how much
money.
I won? I won
$3.
Name Your Price, by the way, finally. Yeah,
I want to win
$3.
$3.
Cutie, you didn't tell me you wanted to be
Oh my
the
God.
contestant.
I
Even
don't want to
Schooled
anymore.
Has like
Hey,
a, like
you know
Man, she really needs those $3 that salon appointment set her back.
what?
that they
Cutie,
give out.
I don't know what I want.
Listen to this. Cutie, listen to this.
I just want to go to sex show.
I will do this for you.
What?
I'll be the product presenter. You be the co-host.
No,
in
I won't do
your
a good
appearance.
job. I'm too nervous. I take back my pinky.
You and Austin.
It's okay, Cutie.
Don't touch me.
I'm losing
Guys,
my
I'm
fucking
going to have to
mind.
go.
No.
I don't want to go down the elevator later. It's really stressing me out. That's all I can think about.
It's cool. You'll walk down 55 sets
Cutie,
of stairs.
Cutie, we'll jump. We'll jump.
No, you're fine. You're
Up the elevator, I had to be held by Will Neff, and I had to talk to myself out loud, and everyone in the elevator had to gaslight me that we were on the floor already.
Yeah, they're like we're on the 30th floor. We hadn't even moved yet.
there was a random guy who also couldn't get onto his floor, which I feel like it compounded on your fears.
Yeah, he was.
Because he's like, oh, it's not working. The elevator's not working.
He just kept talking about how it wasn't working.
Yeah, he's like, I'm an elevator technician. In 35 years, I've never seen an elevator do this.
And now I have to write it back down. I'm like, when is this episode over? I'm so stressed.
You're gonna blow out your knees walking 55 fucking stairs.
You won't make it. You already have your girl already has her shoes unzipped.
All I feel is fear, and now the podcast name finally makes sense.
Yeah.
Cutie, it's gonna be okay. I'll write it down with you. I'll be there with you.
No,
I
Poor Cutie. She's really going through it.
told Austin again. Do you not know what our podcast is named after?
Fear and Loathing, your favorite movie.
No. Well, Hunter S. Thompson. Everything he did was Fear and Loathing on the campaign trail, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Fear and da-da-da-da-da. So we are a continuation of that gonzo style of journalism.
I didn't realize that. I didn't know that until just yesterday.
Yeah.
I can't see straight.
Are you okay?
I think I'm having a panic.
I didn't know until yesterday. What? Austin, what? You've been on the show the whole time.
No, you're fine.
But I'll be fine.
I had a very Hunter S. Thompson day.
Should I have candy?
Except for the menthols.
Wait, they have some M&Ms in here. Hold on, let me get.
Or the whiskey.
Are you out of M&Ms?
Tell me about. Oh.
They're on the
Wait, so you just did a bunch of drugs? Is that what you're saying?
mini bar right above at the top. There's M&Ms, almonds, pistachios.
Also, if you see an upskirt on the podcast, I'm wearing shorts, so like, don't freak out. Don't be excited.
But in the Patreon. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I am skipping the Patreon episode. I love you guys so much, but I just really need to go to the sex show.
Wait, so you're gonna go to the sex show by yourself instead of be a
Maya
part
said
of the
she will go.
Wait, Cutie, the sex show
Yeah,
is
Maya is gonna be on the Patreon paywall episode.
No,
Let's go.
Wait.
I'll film the entire sex show for the Patreon paywall.
Cutie,
Let's go.
Cutie,
Can I do that?
Cutie, the sex show's not till 9.
I know, but I have to leave here.
It's 7:20.
She has to walk down 55 flights.
I'm just stressed. We keep.
Cutie, we'll make it.
I'm really stressed.
We'll make it. Don't worry.
Cutie,
What?
you can go now if you.
I'm not going now. No, I can't ride down the elevator by myself.
Okay. We're moving the conversation
focusing.
forward.
I got a spray tan at 2 a.m. on Friday night, and it was cool. And Thursday night.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
so how
looked
was
great,
that?
and you looked great.
You look
Easy.
you look
Easy.
great. Cutie, can I tell you something? You have looked hot all weekend.
It's because I've
Slay.
actually done my makeup and I've actually tried to get dressed.
Cutie, you always look hot, but you've looked exceptionally hot this weekend.
It's called trying.
Well, you always try, but
No, I don't.
You tried harder.
I would like
a
to make
little
it
bit.
very clear. I do not try.
does not try.
99% of the time.
Fair enough.
She just looks that good without trying.
Wow.
That's what we think. She
Natural.
looks good.
Ow. I hit my teeth.
Real.
Without
Natural.
even trying, she looks that good.
Natural and beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, this has been a probably the least productive weekend of my entire life.
He's been
Hassan
stressed.
took a day off.
I came here.
He took one day off,
He
and
took
he's like,
one day off, and he's like in fucking
his life is in shambles.
Yeah, he was like losing it when his stream wouldn't connect. Like, bro, you can take a day off. It's okay.
Slept the entire day.
He gave
today.
his fans an excellent performance on Name Your Price.
Yeah, I feel like fucking dog shit. I feel like dog shit, but it's not even like the alcohol or a hangover or anything. I
it's
feel
the autism.
I feel awful for not even being able to stream today. I just like, I didn't bring the right equipment. I fucked it up. If I was able to stream in between all the free time that I had, I probably wouldn't have.
Did stream
I streamed one time. That doesn't count.
one time in 3 days, where you also did 2 shows.
Yeah, that's like nothing. That's nothing.
And a podcast.
I mean, yeah, that's like more time than he's taken off in fucking months.
Hassan, I got you a flight tonight. Are you flying back tonight?
Did you get me the flight?
No, I didn't buy it yet.
Oh my God. What? I thought you were supposed to buy it.
Buy it.
You want me to buy it?
Just in case.
What do you mean just in case? It's
Just
like,
in case.
right now?
Use the Fear and card.
I don't have the free anchor. Marsh
is the only one with our money.
There's a flight at 10:45 on Southwest Airlines.
Don't touch me.
Austin, you are sick. Please, for the love of God, take a COVID test. Jesus Christ.
2 bags fly free. 10:45.
And anything else we can put in a car.
If not, Hassan and I are gonna drive back together.
Okay, the most stupid Will. We're in the car, and Hassan's like, okay, guys, I've got to drive back as soon as the podcast ends. I'm going back to LA with Will. And Will was like, podcast ends? I thought we were like hanging out. Me and Austin are like, did you not read the group message yesterday? When Will is begging Hassan to go on this road trip back, he's begging him.
Yeah.
And Hassan's like, as long as if we leave right out of the pod, I will drive with you. And you're like, yippee, best friend road trip. And then you're like, we're in the car, and you're like, wait, he wants to drive now? I thought I was joking yesterday.
Cutie, I know for a fact you lied to your friends. And I knew I had to lie to my friend to get him to have a good time.
He is not having a good time. Look at him.
He's gonna have a good time. We're gonna gamble more.
We're gonna go to
We're
a
gonna get
sex
some
show.
pizza. We're gonna go to the sex show.
Okay.
I love that.
I need to
We're gonna have a good time whether you like it or not.
go back home
We
so
should
I
have a
can work
sleepover
out.
too.
I need to.
Let's have a sleepover, Hassan.
I
Boys
need-
pajama
I
party.
need to-
I'm gonna bring a date, but you
Cutie,
guys.
you gaslight us all the time.
How?
I need to go back home so I can work out tomorrow
gaslit me
and
on this
stream.
episode.
When?
When you were like, oh, I'm only a product presenter, and I was like, be the co-host, and you're like, I don't want to be the co-host. I want to be the product presenter.
That wasn't gaslighting. That was
That is the definition of gaslighting.
no.
I think
No.
Cutie just sometimes wants to complain. I
yeah,
think that's what it is.
That's my favorite. My
that
favorite.
is gaslighting.
No, gaslighting is something else. That
To insinuate that you want a different role on the show, only
it's something
you
else.
admit that you're happy with the role on the show to make us feel guilty is gaslighting.
No, gaslighting is me saying, Will, your hair is blue.
So
No, your hair is blue.
So you want to be the product presenter?
Your hair's
No,
blue.
she wants.
Yeah.
She wants to be a contestant.
But you told us you didn't want to be the product
No,
presenter.
I just want to complain.
No, she wants to just complain. Yeah, that's what it is. I can tell. No, it's
What
like
don't you get?
Do you have a vape,
women, ladies.
no, it's
Women
literally
be lying.
Cutie
Ladies.
went girlfriend mode. That's what that is.
But you know what? It's beautiful,
Where she
natural,
just
and I'll
wanted to,
support
where
you
she
no
just
matter
wanted
what
to
you want.
complain.
I want to complain. My
She
favorite
wanted-
hobby
she-
is complaining.
She wanted to complain, and she wanted us to go. You know what? You're natural and you're beautiful,
Hassan does understand women, after all. Wow.
and you're right and you're valid.
Thank
you.
And we fucked
You
up.
are so.
Don't touch me.
Off to sleep. Much love and respect. You too. Sleep well.
Just kidding. You can touch me.
Oh really?
Aw.
I just listen.
Was that
Can
weed?
I? This is. I'm gonna be honest for a
This
second.
podcast is
Yeah.
off the rails.
I just wanted Hassan to have fun, and last night,
We had fun.
despite his best efforts, he had fun.
No, I got punished for it.
You didn't. You're punishing yourself. Everybody
Yeah.
else was so proud of you. Everybody was like, "Oh, Hassan was so fun last night.
Yeah,
that was awesome. We loved that, Hassan."
I hung out with you at the club last night. We chatted for a few minutes. It was great.
We gambled. We had fun. We danced.
We did.
I
We did do all those things.
I humped Sear.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. How long were you guys
Nice.
out for?
Nice.
We were out
A
till
lot,
5 a.m.
yeah, we were out
That's
till
why
5
it's
a.m.
funny when he was like, "You were sleeping at the blackjack table." I'm like, "Yeah, it was 5 a.m."
I went to bed. At
I'm not gonna
3.
lie. The pit boss asked me. She's like, "Is your friend okay?" I was like, "Yeah, he's just sad. He's lost a lot of money."
It wasn't even that. I was just tired.
No, I know. You were just like this though.
Also, she did fuck me, like, cause she did. I look. I'm a very particular gambler. I play the book. For those of you who don't know, in blackjack there are like very specific rules of like what you do with mathematical probabilities. But at the end of the day, if you're getting served 12s every fucking time, which is like one of the worst things that you can get because of the likelihood of a 10 or king or you know, something equivalent to a 10 is going to be served is much higher than a lower card.
It didn't help that I just kept winning.
And
too.
yeah, and I gave Will $400. I was like, here, yeah, you don't have to go.
And I won 1,600 off that 400.
He just fucking kept.
Goddamn.
It was like it was almost like a flex because he stopped playing and substituted.
I let my
himself
friend play who had
for
never played
for his
blackjack
friend
before.
who never played blackjack, and they're getting like 21s over and
Yeah.
over again. And I'm
Shouts
sitting
out,
there.
Bats.
I'm sitting there white knuckling through this
Man, beginner's luck.
fucking process, and she keeps serving me 12s and giving me attitude.
And my friend who's never played before goes,
And she did it on purpose.
"Is blackjack good? Is that good?" As they're like shoveling money in front of her.
It's just like, I mean, it's fine, it's whatever, but it's still sucks. It's not great. It's not a great experience, you know.
I'm figuring out my sex show.
Cutie, you can.
I'm actively participating.
No, she can't go. You are not. You're
I've
letting
been
her leave.
helping.
I'm not letting her.
I'm
leave.
helping. I've been helping.
Cutie, I haven't gotten a text yet about the sex show. Are you texting me?
I'm asking Maya if you can go.
I have a plus. I need a +1.
I know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
I said to Maya,
I'm so sorry.
I said, can Austin come or is it just the girls?
No, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude.
And then she said, Austin can come, but I don't want boyfriends. And I said, my boyfriend's not here. And then I said, wait, but can Austin's +1 come?
Oh.
Because it's not a boyfriend.
That's true. That's true. It's not a boyfriend, technically. But I get what she means. Look, I don't want to ruin the night. I may kill the
You don't
vibes.
even want to come.
I really want to come.
That's gaslighting. He's been pretending wanting to.
He didn't want to go, but he's just been begging to go. Oh, Austin.
No, I want to go to this.
Gaslighting.
I want to go to the sex show, but now I feel a little awkward and uncomfortable.
Okay, can we add something to the show where
What is
whenever
literally
someone
playing?
gaslights, we
Let's
get
literally
a
playing Valor right now.
gaslight?
I just got a Discord notification from him.
That he's playing Valorant?
Probably.
What?
Who is?
He's
Ludwig?
he just.
Dude, Lud's been a party animal.
Lud's been having fun.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah,
been.
Honestly,
Cutie
would
got
you
hit
guys-
by one CO2 cannon last night, and she was done. They had CO2 cannons in the club last night, and they go, and I saw Cutie's face.
What is a CO2 cannon?
Face go.
Like a cat.
Was that because of that? You walked past me. She's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
I gotta go. I gotta
I
go.
gotta get the
Yeah,
fuck
it was
outta here.
hard. It was a lot.
Well, to be fair, it was very loud.
It was a lot.
It was abrasive.
Funniest moment of the night. You asked if Maddion was Sapnap.
Yeah, he does look like Sapnap.
Who?
Sapnap.
Maddie Young? Oh.
DJ. He's a very famous DJ. He's March's favorite DJ.
Oh, I'm sorry, March.
After last night, I call him Medion. And
That's
he
not
was
nice.
So,
What if he watches
He was
this?
so mad. He was like, "Fuck you, dude! You don't
No,
understand."
he put
good
on a
music."
great show. He put on a great show.
was his
Was he
greatest
the one
show,
pushing
really?
the CO2 buttons?
Yes.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was him.
So loud. Sorry. Oh my god. So this was blowing like right on her face? That's terrible. No, that I would be mad about that too. If you're like right here, like no, thank you. Yeah, I get that. That's a lot.
Oh, my pants.
Why are you defending him? No,
Yeah, the
that
club
was
does
Maddion. He
You
did it.
pisses me off. Maddion, you pissed me off.
Yeah.
Those CO2 buttons were too
Maddion,
loud.
I would like to apologize on behalf of the Fear End podcast.
Don't push the CO2 buttons.
I like the buttons. I like the CO2. It was cold. It was really hot in there, so I like to get a little CO2.
Yeah.
I wish they would have pushed it more often, to be honest with you. In fact, I wish they could have moved the CO2 buttons above the VIP section so we could get a little cool down.
I feel like.
By the way, we're talking about the offline TV party. Sorry,
Yes.
none of us said what we were talking about.
Yeah, we went to the offline TV Dolce & Gabbana Razor party at
Dolce
Zouk.
& Gabbana.
Zouk is, of course, a part of this hotel that we're in, Resorts World. It's the newest hotel on the strip.
Why
That's
are
what
you
they
like
sell it
shilling?
as. That's what they bill it as. But
Okay.
let me tell you, okay?
It's falling apart. This hotel
Newest
is not
hotel,
good.
but still not great because
Yeah.
Vegas fucking sucks. I
Vegas
think
does
it's,
suck.
I love Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's built for both of you. That's
I
why.
don't want to be here. I don't know why you keep
love
saying
Las
that.
Vegas. I love Las Vegas. Look at this. Look at the lights.
Vegas is so it's for basic
I
bitches.
sat last night.
I don't want to be here, so I don't know
I
why you
want
keep
to be
saying
here.
this
I'm
about
staying
me.
an extra day. I sat last night at an Italian restaurant overlooking the Bellagio fountain.
That was pretty awesome.
Yeah. And Paris, I don't
I
even
didn't get
need
to go.
I'll be honest, I don't even need to go to Paris anymore. We got a better Eiffel Tower here.
Oh
I'm
God,
gonna say
you're
it.
so American. It hurts my
Oh
soul.
my god.
We haven't even like hung out, like the four of us.
Oh, I wonder whose fault that is. Whose fault is that?
Austin.
No.
Dude, I don't know what it is about Austin. Like him loving Vegas is so perfect. Like that adds up. That makes sense. You know? He's just such a city boy. And like that's a perfect city for him. That it matches.
Oh, the three,
No,
the,
and his
even-
date.
all of us have been hanging out.
Even yeah.
You have been
Can we
on
set
a
the record
war
straight?
path.
I have been good for friendship this time.
Yeah, you've
Yeah,
been good.
that's why I say even he.
I was hanging out. I went to 2 dinners with them.
Am I the problem?
Yes.
Yes, it's
it's
me.
you.
I'm the problem. It's me.
You're the problem.
I
It's
don't
you.
It's okay.
wanna
I
be
was-
the problem.
I've been the problem before. It's okay.
Am I gonna have to dress up as Woody and sing a song?
Yes, you are.
Actually,
I
would
it's so funny
appreciate
because our
it.
group chat is literally me always asking, like, so what are we doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? And then Cutie is just like, oh, I have this AT&T sponsored event, and then Verizon sponsored event, and then
I have
Samsung
a
sponsored
dinner
event.
quickly followed by a panel. After that, I have 15 minutes to do my hair, and then I'm at another women's panel for women.
Yeah, it's just like what
I'm
is-
sorry, you guys aren't women. Maybe you'd have more opportunities if you.
Yeah, women have too many opportunities. Let's discuss.
Yeah. Look,
they need to stop
this
giving
weekend
women
is unhappy
opportunities.
for me. I'm barely.
Cutie,
I
why
don't-
did you do this to yourself? Just say no.
You have the opportunity to say no to a lot of this stuff.
Say no to these things.
For the grind, for the money.
Wait, you getting paid to do meet and
You're not
greets?
getting paid to go to the fucking women's dinner.
Okay, FOMO for you guys were doing a meet and greet, and I felt FOMO.
So
I
you
felt
sh-
bad, so
so
I
you showed up,
came. So
which
I
was
came.
awesome. Yeah.
What?
I heard you told Caroline we begged you to show up to the meet and greet.
No, I meant viewers. Viewers were begging me. It wasn't
We
you
would
guys.
have begged if
You would never. You guys
I
would not have begged. I don't want you to
if
beg
I knew
me.
you wanted to be begged, I would have begged you.
No.
We
Yeah, I actually felt so bad. I didn't even.
I like that this is what I've never had a meet and greet for myself only. Now,
No,
this is-
Twitch,
it's over.
Twitch literally didn't even tell me.
It was Will's
this
meet and greet,
time.
right?
It was Will. It was the Will. It was the Austin show. Will Neff meet and greet featuring Hassan Piker.
Well, that's what happened. Okay.
Twitch doesn't even ask anymore.
They don't
Twitch,
even ask.
Twitch literally won't even pay for his fucking flight and hotel, and then be like, "Oh, he's in the
they
meet
paid,
and greet."
They paid
I'm
for
like,
his
"What do you
flight and hotel.
No, this time they did.
Yeah.
But last time they didn't, and I had to yell at them. I was like, "What do you mean? You can't
That's fucking insane.
just like put him on the meet and greet and not even fucking comp
Okay.
his trip?"
This is what happened. So
That's how much they take it for granted. That
They
they're
put,
like, "Oh
they
yeah."
put you on it in Paris, and you weren't even.
Let me.
going-
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Boys, let me tell this
Yes.
story.
Well, he'll be there anyway. His rich socialist friend will pay for him.
So
This is not the women's dinner, okay? This is not your time.
I know I'm skipping the fucking women's dinner to be here. I'm trying to be at the women's dinner to bond with my women.
I just tell them
Sync
no.
our periods.
I told them no. I'm not
We
going
never
to the
sync our
dinner.
periods on this podcast. Okay. Anyway, I show up. I go to the Purple Lounge. I'm really flustered. I see Caroline. Caroline walks out like she's been through a hurricane. She's not well. I'm like, "Are you okay?" And she's like, "I need to get this charged to Will." I said, "I'm going to Will." And she said, "Do you want me to take this?" She's like, "No, I'll walk with you." So she's walking with me. Security will not let us to the meet and greet. So I go to the. I say, Caroline, and Caroline is getting surrounded. She's getting swept. She should have had her own fucking meet and greet.
Yeah.
So she's getting surrounded by photos, and I'm saying, I'm ignoring them. I'm walking. I say, "Caroline, stay here. I'll be right back." I run over to other security. I say, "Hey, I need to go to that meet and greet. That's my podcast." I said mine. I'm sorry. I was trying to get in.
No, it's your podcast.
It is your
And
podcast.
then-
You're our queen.
I don't-
And it is.
What's wrong with
I don't know.
You're our queen.
You are a part of the podcast.
They go. We can't let you in. I said, "But I can Google it." And they said, "What?" And I Google Fear and I said, "See those three boys? I'm the girl." And they go, And I go,
You know-
"What?"
What?
And I went and came and got you.
The fuck?
And so
They were like, "This is why you
They don't believe you?
have to try harder."
so and the whole time.
In a way.
The whole time I'm like,
it's like that's not you. You're
it's because
that girl is a
it's because we
different girl.
yassify me in every picture. They're like, that's not
a
you.
different girl.
Yeah.
You're a different girl than that one. Nice try.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Subtitle gaslighting.
So then I go back over and I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't even be here. And I kept saying, they begged me to come. And I meant the fans. And now I feel bad because Caroline's probably like, "What the fuck are you talking about? They don't beg for you." and then
No, she asked, "Did you beg Cutie to pull up to the podcast?" And I was like, "No, I was glad she showed up, but I don't think we begged her."
I feel bad now. Now she probably thinks I have a complex.
No,
I mean, I have many complexes, but not
Caroline fucking adores you.
She shouldn't.
She thinks you have a complex. That's crazy.
She shouldn't
Nobody,
because
nobody thought that until this very
well,
moment.
then this is what happens. Security lets me through, and I go, "Can she come? She's his girlfriend." And then they're like, "No." And I was like, "Do you want me to take the charger to Will?" And she's like, "Yeah." And
Did you pull up another photo? Look, here they are
I'm like,
together.
look. I was like, "Do you want me to take the charger to Will?" And I feel bad, like I'm leaving Caroline out, and then they let her come, so that's good. But then I felt bad because it felt like one of those things where I'm like leaving her on the Titanic, and I get the boat, and I'm like, "Well, see you later. I got to get on the boat." But then they let Caroline in, and then I came to you guys.
What I'm hearing is that security's kind of lax.
Yeah.
They really need to step their fucking shit up.
Because after you guys sent someone
should have
that
bodied
we were able to get in.
you.
Well,
One thing I will say.
Should have been
What?
sidelined.
One thing I will say about this entire weekend is It's been awesome to watch you guys work. I've been so proud of all three of you. Not Marsh, you've been a fucking degenerate. You lost too much money. I'm sad for you.
You're fucking.
Oh my God.
Wait, even me?
I've been really proud of the three of you because it's not often that you get to like just watch your friends do what they do at the highest level. But all three of you, I watch you. I'm like, damn. Like, there's a reason that all three of these people are here. You guys have been working your asses off.
I feel like
you've
my
been
nice.
incredible.
Thank you.
Every time someone comes up to you, I see you guys light up and give them a moment and really be genuine. And it's just awesome to, be able to appreciate your friends doing what they do at the
Will is so sweet.
highest level.
Thank you, Will. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. No, it does.
This is the most polar opposite. You accept the compliment immediately. She is just steaming like, what a crock of shit.
No, I think, no, it means a lot.
I'm so focused on I feel like I ditched Caroline and I still feel bad about it.
No.
And I will never recover. I love her.
I think we need a vacation together.
No, I don't. That's not the solution.
Why not?
Because you can't fly.
We'll take a cruise.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to go on a plane and Will have to hold me the whole time and you guys will have to be like, we're almost there, we're almost there, we're almost there.
Would you do it? Would you be down to do it like that? Because then, fine.
How long is the flight?
On a cruise? Wait, to
this
where?
is a much better question.
To where?
Have you noticed that?
How long can you gaslight me?
Wait, where are we going? Are we going to Mexico?
We're going to Tulum.
Okay, I'll do
1
that.
hour.
Oh, all there is clubs. You saw me at a club. I can't do
No,
it.
it's like yoga. It's like hippy dippy down in Tulum.
I like
Wait, is there like resorts and stuff?
Beautiful resorts.
That's
the
perfect.
prettiest in Mexico.
Love that.
I do think that the food is mid though at
No,
those
it's
resorts.
awesome.
Wait,
usually.
why don't you guys want to do a cruise?
We'll do a
No one
cruise.
likes
Awful.
cruises.
I love
hate
cruises.
cruises.
I love cruises. You get to sample multiple different countries.
That's so. I'm gonna say it. That's so gay of you.
Yeah, it is so fucking
The
gay.
gays love cruises. I'm not wrong.
All right, well,
I'm not wrong.
fine.
You can't even say anything.
It's true. It's true.
It's
Gays
true.
do love cruises.
They love them.
They have
That's
like
right.
specific.
And you know who
cruises.
else loves cruises? Women. And I just don't understand why you don't love cruising.
I don't like that you generalized.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Cutie, you and I, we're taking a cruise.
She goes, who loves cruises? Gays. He's like, who
Gaslight.
also loves cruises? Women. She's like, I don't know.
This is some real real ladies who lunch.
We need to do
coming from
therapy.
Cutie
We
today.
need to bring. We should have a guest. We should have a
We
therapist.
should just have Dr. K on.
Yeah, that'd be
Oh
great.
God, the Fear and Therapy sesh.
Oh, that'd be so
I
great.
like that.
Please.
I wanna do
like
it.
like the Always Sunny episode where it starts with who does the dishes and it just ends with them all breaking. You cut me open, Doc. Oh God.
Oh man.
I don't even have a voice.
No, I sound like shit. Sorry, guys at home.
Yeah, we sound like shit. I smell like I smell. Fuck.
What?
I sound like I've smoked 3 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the only one who had a health and wellness trip, I guess, by fucking not doing anything and sleeping for the most part.
It's true.
Hassan, you slept for 6 additional hours, maybe, than us.
Yeah.
One day.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Of a 3-day trip, and now you're doing a podcast.
Yeah, it's not.
You might have a complex. You and Cutie have a complex.
I do
guys need to
definitely
relax like Will and I.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
Yeah, he's a workaholic. Do you not know this about him?
get serious for a second. The
Yes.
entire time I was here in Vegas, I felt like I felt like I was juggling 2 different universes. Where on the
Yeah,
one
you're not
hand,
allowed to have fun because there's war on the other side of the country.
yeah, where
Or
on
world.
the one hand I was like trying to keep up with everything that was going on, trying to be well read, hoping that inevitably I'll be able to stream and also continue the fundraiser. On the other hand, I was like, this is not my moment. This is for everybody else. Like, I'm here for them. I have to just forget about that when I see a fan and take a photo or go on stage and perform for Name Your Price. So I did
Yeah.
feel like I ended up, giving not a lot of great performances for either. And
I think you,
that's
did.
what I'm
You
frustrated.
killed it on Name Your Price.
Yeah,
you
you're
killed
great.
me. You're
Yeah, no, I thought he was great. I don't know. I'm sure he's just like in his head. That is like a hard pivot to do back and forth.
your last year's performance sucked. This year was amazing.
Oh fuck! What do you mean?
killed
Lance?
it. You hit out of the park. Everybody was telling me, God, Hassan was so good on Name Your Price. You cleaned the house. You had 200.
He just wants you to show up to Long
You had
Beach.
260 points, and everybody told me, they come to me, they said, Hassan, oh my God, can't wait to see you. in
I
Long
didn't
Beach."
let Austin rig it this year, and I could tell you were
Son
pissed.
of a bitch. I know you wanted to
At
fucking
the end,
rig
I
it
was like,
so
God, it's
bad.
not close enough. I need to say some
Well,
of these points.
well,
are-
because you even bet him, and you're like, I'm not gonna redistribute your points. And I saw you doing it, and I was like, he's played 5 times. Let him win. Let him win.
It's nuts. It's fucking nuts.
It's
and
crazy.
even then, at
Rigged.
the end, I play ball all day because I thought you wanted to keep going. So I was
Yeah.
trying to lose on
He's trying to
purpose
throw it.
on the last one because Will was like, Will put the 45 point one on. And I was like, okay, I know what the assignment.
Dude, why is the orb watching them? Why did they know?
Is like, I'm going to fucking take a dive here.
Yeah.
And I still, at the very end, was willing to fucking
Yeah.
throw. And then there was a little bit of miscommunication. But
Well,
we
we
had
were
gone
out.
over for like 35 minutes. So
Yeah, it's okay. It was great. We did good.
It was a great show.
It was a great show. Really big show. So,
What? Oh. What are we at time-wise?
50 minutes.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Did anybody else have any good moments at TwitchCon?
I went and walked the floor today and met so many people.
Yeah.
I love that. That's my favorite. At the beginning of the convention, it was really quiet.
Sure.
Everybody was a little skittish. And then today, I just walked in and it was crazy every second.
Because
There was so
everyone
many-
is panic mode. They're like, I'm not going to see my favorite content creator Austin show.
Yeah.
Yeah, but today they were coming up, taking pictures. A lot of them asking, "Where's Hassan Piker?" I said he's busy.
Yeah.
He didn't have time for you today. I'm just kidding.
Don't
I didn't say that.
Because like that's what I'm.
I didn't say
okay,
that
you
at
want to know what
all.
I'm thinking? You want to know why I feel like shit? Because in my mind, there's a fucking fan that came from Missouri that flew in. Okay,
They wanted to meet
and
you.
was like, "Oh, I can't wait to see my favorite content creator Hassan. He's been so important in my life and my like political upbringing. I watched him every day in 2020." And like, I can't wait to finally, I put all the money together. I can't wait to finally see him at TwitchCon. And of course, they couldn't fucking get a ticket to the meet and greet because it sold out in like 3.5 seconds. So now they're like, oh, but I'll see him on the floor. And then they never got to see me. And that fucking, like, that hurts my soul thinking about that. That's part of the reason why I feel like a piece of shit.
Look, I didn't mean
Well,
to.
then we should go walk the floor at the hotel. There'll be people around.
Well, also, there's also the security aspect.
Do you want to tweet? We'll tweet about it.
What?
I'll put out a tweet to Hassan and Will
Come
and
meet
I
me at the sex show.
That's like so sweet though that he's even thinking about that. Like, I don't know. Like, he has no obligation, you know. But thinking about the little guys out in Missouri.
All fans come to the sex show to meet Hassan.
You know what the secret hit of the entire con was, though? Will Neff's hot sauce.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Rave reviews
It was-
all around.
That was really cool that you're giving people
I
that.
traded your hot sauce for a naked photo of Blau.
What?
What? That's not. No.
What? No, somebody had a naked photo of Blau, and they're like, "I'll give this to you." Like not naked, but like a underwear photo. It was
Why?
his mom. He approved it. It was fine. Blau said it was okay.
Why does Blau's
Okay.
mods have those photos?
I
This
was in the.
This feels like you should. No, it's cool.
Blau literally talked to me because he came up to me. He's like, "Did you get the naked photo of me?" I was like, "Yeah, I got it." So no, this guy had a photo of Blau in like not nude, but like in his
tasteful.
tasteful nude, whatever. And he had like this poster, and he gave it to me, and he said, "I'll give this to you for some hot sauce." I was like, "Great, bet." So I went and got some hot sauce.
Yeah,
and,
Austin was definitely giving out sauce.
I was giving out sauce for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neffsauce.com. Neffsauce.com.
How many more do you have to give out?
I'm gonna do another giveaway on my stream using only channel points, so
That's cool.
Viewers can get it.
We
And-
could randomly throw some into tier 3.
yeah,
Like
absolutely.
10 random or 20 random
Yep,
tier
we
3
should.
people
I love that.
ship it.
And then
That'd
I'm
be cool.
doing 1,000 bottles a month for the next few months.
I can't. I love your fucking.
You're
sauce.
giving away a
No, no.
Oh, I was
are
like,
selling it.
I was
But
like,
I'm
you've
not-
got to sell it at some point. Yeah.
I'm not making any money on it though.
Are they for sale?
Yeah,
How much does it cost?
I think it's gonna be $10 a bottle.
Well, you haven't even
Oh,
sold them
come
yet.
on. You got to make some money off of it. You got to.
I just
I'd
want
say $12.99 is a great price.
okay. Well, think about it.
I think $15.
$12.99, I think, plus shipping and handling, it's a pretty good deal.
15, baby.
Absolutely.
I think $25 is a good price.
Yeah, that way Austin can get more jars of M&Ms.
That's right, 100%.
Yeah, or we can
I
fucking
got
pay
an
off,
idea.
or we can
Let's-
pay off our wonderful producer's gambling debt before the Italian mafia breaks his fucking kneecaps.
How much did you? I want to know.
Can you mouth it to me in a live reaction?
It's gonna hurt you.
Really?
Yo, write it on a note.
He's
Just
showing.
live
Look at
reaction.
Andre.
They
He's
don't
giving
need
it
to
to
know. I
you.
just
Look
wanna
at
see it.
Andre. He's giving it to you.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Wait, I can see the reflection. Leaked.
He's giving it to you.
Except I can't see that well.
Can you mouth it to me in a live reaction?
It's gonna hurt you.
Really?
Yo, write it on a note.
He's
just
showing.
live
Look at
reaction.
Andre.
They
He's
don't
giving
need
it
to
to you.
know. I just
Look
wanna
at
see it.
Andre. He's giving it to you.
Wait,
Oh, that's not that bad.
he was doing this?
What? That's not. No, I think you're misunderstanding the
Wait, hold on,
number.
do it
1,100 or 11,000?
again. Wait, hold on. Do it one more time. Are you serious? Oh.
Marsh, how do you lose that long?
Oh, that's not bad. No.
Why
that's not
don't you walk away?
Wait.
That's not bad.
That's how they get you. When you're in the hole, you're like, I can win it back. I can win it back.
No, that's,
How did
no,
you
that's
get
not
it-
as bad as I thought.
How
I
did you
thought
get
that
it
was
so
a-
twisted? He got it so
Oh
twisted.
my God.
That's so.
Hassan, when he pulled up to the high roller table, they asked him for his loyalty card, and he took the Trainwrecks card and slapped it.
The Trainwrecks card?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
don't get it twisted
I was
card.
like, this
and
is
the,
what-
and the dealer picked it up and didn't know what it was and tried to scan it, and then looked at it and he goes, "What is this?" And Hassan goes, "Don't get it twisted, dude."
I carry that shit everywhere with me.
So
That
dumb.
is in my wallet every fucking day.
Yeah.
Every day.
That was
Because
awesome.
I get it twisted.
Yeah,
and
he
I
does
want
get
Train to be by my side when I'm getting it twisted. He might hate me, but you know, he's
That's so fucking annoying, but that's so funny.
still with me every day. Yeah, he's I mean, there's this God,
That was awesome.
I feel like I want to gamble more.
Yes.
No, I'm not going
Friendship.
to, but I'm not going
Oh,
to.
oh my God. Wait, friendship?
You have what?
Hassan, stay another night.
That's so bad. For those of you watching that didn't hear that, Marsh just said, "I haven't lost until we leave."
No, he unironically. He
That's
Ain't no
the
way.
ninja mentality,
He
dude.
unironically did the meme where like 99% of gamblers stop gambling
Just keep
before they
mining.
win, before they win big.
Marsh has officially gotten it twisted.
He's
Yeah.
got it twisted.
No,
So
you
twisted.
You need to go to rehab if you keep this going. What the fuck's
Seriously.
happening?
He's
Like,
having fun.
It's time for an
I
intervention.
think it's great. I'm gonna start gambling.
No, you're not.
You would never do that.
You don't think
Never.
so?
You would go to the
I'm gonna
penny
come to
slots.
Ve- I'm gonna
you
come
would
to
go to the
Vegas.
penny slots. You'd lose 33 cents and be like, oh.
No, last time
The
I came to
worst thing
Vegas.
happened.
Last time I came to Vegas, I pulled $200 out of the ATM,
Uh-huh.
and I went and played the low blackjack tables or whatever at the Cosmopolitan, and I got there and I started winning a little bit, but it just like, it was taking way too long to win because I was at like the $15 table or whatever the hell it is. And I just eventually I was just like, I'm just gonna stay here until I lose it all because it's the line was like out the door to get your freaking thing and it wasn't worth
That,
it.
for the record, that is literally how I gamble as well. I will take out a finite amount of money knowing that I'm just going to lose it. Like, this is my entertainment.
Yeah,
This is how much I'm going to lose.
that's how I feel.
Yeah.
I
I'm
get
up
the
800.
little.
It's the only responsible way to gamble is to only take out the money you're sure you can lose without like missing it. And then not take out more. That's the tricky part.
Bucks.
Wait, how much did you gamble this weekend? Like total?
You lost or you
No,
won
I'm
it?
up. I
I'm up
start at
1600.
300 and I'm at 800. Yeah, so I guess I'm up 500.
I've never won anything. Oh, I will say I did win that. Have you heard of Buffalo? That gambling machine? Buffalo. I won like $100 at the airport.
Nice.
You were gambling at the airport.
Is that just a slot
on
machine?
a slot machine?
I had it.
You said, have you heard of the Buffalo machine instead of have you heard of a slot machine?
You are the oldest person I know. You are literally
He's
like,
well, the shuffleboard was full, so
yeah. You're like an 83-year-old grandma. Like, what
I
the
was gonna
fuck?
play Baccarat, but it didn't look like the table was hot.
Listen, honey, it's not because of smoking. I have a polyp.
Look, I had a great time gambling at the airport. I'm gonna gamble again on the way out.
Nandre is here. He just had to leave the room. Nandre just.
He's a good hype man.
Nandre has the best laugh. My
Yeah.
God.
Love
You're such
Nandre.
a particular person. I love it. You're
Me?
like, yeah. Yeah, you.
Am I eccentric?
Yes.
Really?
A little bit.
I don't even
Yeah.
think. I feel like I'm pretty normal.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh,
we
no.
went to Sinatra's,
Oh.
a very famous restaurant. Austin pulls up in a tank top.
my
Oh my God! Wait.
Bro, you look like a greaser.
Yeah, he looks,
Hold
he
on.
looks like he's the guy who sold Frank Sinatra deli meat in the fucking. Hey, Frank, you back?
He had
Let me get some gabagool for you.
He had black jeans on, a
And then-
skin-tight black tank top, and a leather jacket.
This is the best part. This is the best part. The server reads us the specials. He's coming around. Austin's looking at the menu. And he goes, "Do you have any potato soup?" And the server goes, "I'm sorry, what?" And he goes, "Potato soup."
Why-
and he goes,
why
and he
did you
goes,
want that?
"Did you think there was a special?" And he goes, "No, I was just going off menu, and I assumed you'd have a potato-based
No.
soup."
I wanted like
and the server went, "No, we don't have
I wanted like a zuppa toscana, you know, from like Olive Garden. You know, they get that zuppa toscana. It's like the sausages. They've got.
You guys got unlimited breadsticks.
No, they've
What's
got
happening?
like, you know, like the scallop potatoes with the little. It's a great soup. It's one of my favorites. And I thought maybe
He was going off menu.
I thought just maybe. Look, I showed up to Sinatra. I was wearing a
That's not off menu. That's off restaurant.
nice leather jacket from and a tank top because you know and some baggy pants and Rick Owens shoes. Okay, I didn't think I looked that bad. to be honest
Immediately
with you.
popped the jacket off.
Yeah.
You looked great.
Thank you.
You
Yeah.
just looked like an extra from Greece.
Yeah. You look like you were the.
You look like that you were a jet all the way from your first cigarette to your last dying day.
I'm in this new fashion era where I wear a tank top and a jacket.
Yeah.
He's trying to be Ludwig.
I just can't get over the
Fashion
random
era.
potato soup request.
I mean, look, they didn't have it. I ended up.
Of course they didn't have it.
I ended up settling for the pumpkin soup.
I like going
is
off
weird.
book though. You're like,
Yeah.
you guys have the Olive Garden soup, right?
Yeah, I
Come
mean,
on,
I
it's
don't know.
Italian. That's
But
Italian.
to be honest, it's Sinatra's. It's New York Italian. It's not Italian. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Olive Garden.
Are you Italian? Oh shit!
Nandre just told me open up a can of worms. Yeah, the comment section is going to be a war of Italians.
No. Look, I love Italian. My driver's Italian. Okay.
Oh, he didn't even hit it with the my best friend. Oh,
Hey, driver.
Look, I love Italian people. I've been to Italy.
Okay,
okay,
yeah,
good.
okay, yeah, okay.
I am stiffing a hotel for some pasta. Though.
You are not allowed back into Italy after these takes.
I haven't paid for that
I
pasta.
will say this. I go to Carbone a lot when I come out here, usually, and it's all right. It's like they have good food, but they also are like very flashy Instagram focused, and I don't like that. But
I hate that shit.
however, Sinatra, I thought it was like a gimmick restaurant because it's fucking Sinatra. Like it's for Frank Sinatra, you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
the
no
veal-
one likes that guy.
No, but like I not that, but like I just thought it was a gimmick. It was a gimmick
Right,
restaurant. It's not like I didn't realize that it would have good food. Pasta was kind of mid. I will say that the agnolotti was incredible that you had with the white truffles. Decadent.
And he was liberal with those truffles.
Oh yeah, he fucking
He was shaving like it was going out of style.
Yeah, he was shaving it like Austin shows, eating fucking
that sounds so
$8
good.
M&Ms. Each individual M&M is
Okay, he said the food was good, but the pasta was not that good. Isn't that like the biggest thing for Italian food?
We're delicious M&Ms. I'm gonna
Yeah.
have some more. I forgot the M&Ms that
You took the M&Ms and you didn't eat
I
them?
forgot them. They're in my room. I'm gonna finish them later.
Took the M&Ms and didn't eat them?
I called it.
Oh
I
my
told
God.
you that that's
Guys, let me leave it with this. We give each other a lot of shit, but let me reiterate, I was so proud of the three of you. You are incredible.
I don't like
creators.
when you do this because we're all bad at giving compliments back, and you deserve compliments.
No, it's okay.
Will deserves compliments.
You all love me in your own way.
You are an incredible creator, and thank you for including me because I sometimes feel not included.
Yeah, you don't even claim our podcast.
I know, but I've started to. I'm working on it.
Yeah, it's really fucked up.
And thank you for carrying me in the elevator, and I'm gonna need you to carry me down.
I'll carry you. Because you guys carry me on this podcast.
Oh.
Nice.
All right. Patreon.com/fearand is the paywalled side where we're going to do a white hat
very
Karen.
special episode. Austin's show is going to war with the hospitality industry.
Why are you leaving
One-on-one.
right now? Wait until
White
it's-
hat Karen.
He's walking over. It's not gonna.
No.
Oh, he's pulling
You're
the
gonna have to
phone
switch
out of the
seats with
wall.
him.
He's pulling the phone out of the wall.
Okay, they're gonna swap seats. He's gonna not yet. Okay, he's gonna call.
wait till we cut.
Just wait.
He's so excited.
We're doing
so excited to be a Karen
for the Patreon episode. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Because I've got to go to the sex show. I'll cry if I miss it. It's the only thing I've wanted to do all weekend. You can use my mic for the phone. Look, I'm useful.
All right,
Wait,
guys.
you're not leaving.
I am.
No,
Just
not
tell
yet.
them you're staying so they'll
I'm
subscribe.
staying for the Patreon and I'm showing my boobs. See you there.
Hell yeah.
And to our audience, thank you as always. We'll see you next week. Greetings from Vegas and goodbye.
and I'm showing my
He
boobs.
sure has quite the grip strength. Look how cute. The most expensive axolotl setup. Wow. I'm going to go ahead and latrine
Wow.
this little fella. Bats like to hide in these little crevices. He cannot mate with females. He'll just kill them. All right, everybody. All the rhea are over here now where they belong, where there's nice long grass. And all the leaves on these little mesquite trees can be eaten by them. They love them. And I don't love them, which is perfect. We have a ton of long grass throughout this whole area, and that's going to be perfect for DaBaby and his wife to eat. And now I don't have to worry about these guys dying from myopic shock from all those machines. Do you feel better now, my little queen? She's just a small gray DaBaby. I was cleaning up the trash back here last night because I knew DaBaby might eat some. I found some toilet paper. A lot of toilet paper that was crinkled up in little balls. I wonder how that got there. Man, who would have put toilet paper crinkled up in little balls with brown stuff on it in the back here? Huh? I also blocked the edges of this off with these panels so none of the animals can get back behind there.
I mean, bro, did you give them a porta potty or something?
I don't want them getting stuck. And once again, DaBaby longs for the open road and ponders the infinite. Good morning, garbanzo bean. But boy, oh boy, is this area gonna be real fertilized. Especially after I dump all this out. Oh, that's nasty. I'm gonna move this over so that they can drink it. Bro, typical Petunia behavior. Come on, Petunia, go. I'm gonna stab you with this, Petunia. All right, I got a call about an injured hawk in Goulson, but I can't find my welding glove. And we finally have someone scheduled
It was literally a chicken?
to come
Oh my
out
god.
today from the city to inspect this, so it should be good. Okay, so we're finally done working for today. The inspector did come out and he said that we would pass if we re-grounded the wire. Thankfully, Colton rented a trencher and we just got that hammered out today. Looks like this is the new poop spot for all these boys. All right, everybody.
Use the left lane to keep left to merge onto I-30.
I'm currently going south.
Keep left.
I'm currently going to pick up a squirrel that a woman's been taking care of for much too long, a nice older lady. So my job is just going to be to take this little fella and be real mean to him and just grab him by his little face and go, "Blah, blah, 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 blah." So that way he hates people and loves other squirrels. And this little fella doesn't really need to be bottle fed anymore. But these are all of his bottle feeding logs. Time to bring a squirrel to Bucky. Oh, here's a nice little parking spot.
Wow, Bucky.
And no, guys, Bucky's isn't just a quote-unquote giant gas station. It's a way of life. Okay, I'm looking for pecans, cherry sour. But we'll give him one of these. I fed the bird. I saved this bird. Okay, guys, this is the squirrel that the woman raised without a permit, but she did an amazing job, honestly. A lot of people will feed him the wrong stuff and then they'll die. As you can see, this little guy takes the bottle really well, and look at this. He even sucks in the syringe on his own a little bit. I'm not even touching the syringe. So at that point, you kind of know that he's a little too old to be taking this. I'm gonna go ahead and latrine this little fella right here. After that, we went to the brunch for All Things Wild, which only 10 of the 2.7 million of you went to. Kind of cringe. But they brought all the ambassador animals.
trying to cringe.
Out like Bujo and Speedy. This little red screech owl with partial blindness. A small threatened Texas tortoise. Big Ounce's long distance girlfriend name of Daffodil. And this other partially blind screech owl. Wow, what a great brunch, huh, guys? Let's go over to the spyglass overlooking Austin. Right here in the middle of downtown Austin, there's a big old cave. A beautiful place where one can get free bats. You just gotta go in here, scan along the ceiling. Bats like to hide in these little crevices up in here. Let's see if we can find a nice juicy one. And people have little fires and do all kinds of drugs and rituals in here. Isn't that fun? Dang it, no bats today. All these dang kids and their drugs are scaring the bats out of my cave. Man, this place is beautiful, but even the cactuses have people's names carved in them. How did someone even put a beer can there? Whoa! Thankfully, I still got to see some bats at the bridge downtown. These guys fly out from under it every night. My favorite weekend activity is spitting on the bats from the bridge. I fed all these
Okay, mean.
grackles because they look kind of hungry.
That bat bridge is super cool. I think that's like one of the largest bat colonies in the world.
Currently in the Walmart parking lot. After that, I got invited to a reptile convention in Waco, Texas. Sean from YOX2 Reptiles was there with his legless lizard. Look at this beautiful thing. And as you can see, it's not just a snake, it's an actual lizard. And there are a bunch of people selling axolotls for next to nothing. All right, everybody, I'm leaving, but I did get a ton of mice, frozen feeders for all the raptors we're going to rescue next year, and a wife for Master Oogway. Ethan from Texas Hedgehogs and Exotics gave us a really awesome deal because he watches the channel. Thank you, Ethan. We love you. We appreciate you. Uncle Ben finally just might be a tortoise grandpa. And this guy was selling axolotls for $30 a piece. Binja boy eating a banana. And Jared from Pineapple Exotics, who recognized us at the show, gave us this Culver's Dwarf Cayman. He was given to me because he cannot mate with females. He'll just kill them. Anytime this guy was ever brought to another female to mate, he just tried to kill them. So
He's a murderer.
now living
Have you considered maybe he's gay?
here with us. I'd put a sponge filter in here to clean everything. And to drain the water, I just have to do this. Is it just goes right down this little chute here, out into the yard. I'll work on the execution of that a little bit better next time. Eventually, he's gonna go ahead and move over here once we get power ran here. I'm gonna fill this up with sand and mulch. I'm gonna fill this whole thing up here with water. So he will have a basking spot in the sun all day here. He should get plenty of sun in here. But all right, everybody, here he is. This is my adorable little Cayman. And this guy can get out of the water whenever he wants. This is the most expensive axolotl setup anyone's ever made. Not because of the cute little stand or the state-of-the-art aerator, sponge filter, and decoration. But this little cave here is made up of pure Ferrari aluminum from the hit YouTuber Whistlin' Dingleberry's car. And now it will be the home to all of these adorable little creatures. Name of Steve and Hero Bride. Okay, guys, take a look at this. These are my first ever
They're so cute.
axolotl. They are all female from what I've been told, so they are not going to be accidentally breeding. And we're doing a creature feature today, you guys. A creature feature on axolotls. I know you guys wanted to see this for a long time. You guys have been asking me for a long time. Uncle Ben, when are you going to do a creature feature on axolotls? Here you go. Hey, can you guys please help me? I can't find my... But this is an axolotl, you guys. They can be found in Huaquimilco, Mexico, in lakes and canals. These guys are neotenic, meaning they don't undergo metamorphosis to reach adulthood, and they keep their cute little adorable gills. Look at this beautiful little creature. In the wild, these guys...
They're so cute.
Guys are critically endangered, but thanks to TikTok and Minecraft, these guys have become very popular in the pet trade. And they can also regenerate limbs, rebuild their jaws, spines, and even brains without scarring. All of these guys have their own little...
Did he just say rebuild their brains?
Minecraft, these guys have become very popular in the pet trade. And they can also regenerate limbs, rebuild their jaws, spines, and even brains without scarring.
Regenerate their brains without scarring. How? Wait, how?
All of these guys have their own little caves that they can hide out in. Hero Brian can live in this spooky cave here. And a couple of these little guys I'll probably be giving as a gift to Sean or actually trading with him for one that's a different color. And now we are officially playing Minecraft in real life. Oh my goodness, look how cute this man is. Okay, that's enough axolotls for now. I'll let these guys get used to this little place without the lighting because they are nocturnal. I'm gonna let these guys get accustomed here. But okay, we're at Sean Sean's place now. I just went ahead and put the rest of the sand in here. And now Nigel has this beautiful enclosure with all this delectable sand to bask on. This man's been getting into the papayas. They're teaching him over here, but he clearly doesn't like it at church camp. Okay, Master Uguay, time to meet your wife. And Gustavo, our other rescue crocodile, is doing very well here at Sean's place. Okay, so we have one more nice week where Master Uguay can meet his new wife. And get this out of here just in case. We're gonna use this to decorate the croc enclosure. And this boy's about to go home to meet his very first wife. They're finally meeting each other for the first time, and they just
Love at first
don't
sight.
care about each other at all. Like I said, we have about one more week of good weather where these guys can just walk around. And a true Sigma lets the ladies chase him. As soon as I get water in here, this is going to be the perfect little spot for our new Cayman. No, you stay out of here, boy. There it is, you guys. We are officially done. And I'm ready to move Gustavo or our new baby in here. And these guys have all been free ranging because we're setting a ground wire here so we can run electric to this building. But the Cappies are doing well in here, and they have both stock tanks. So plenty of space to swim and graze. But just look at all this grass, you guys. These babies are getting bigger and more agile every day. And they love to just run around and jump on things. We're gonna move this cringe little man to All Things Wild so he can try one.
Baby goats are my favorite. I love that.
One more time to be with a ton of other raccoons, and hopefully that'll help him get wild, but chances are this little guy's gonna have to just be an educational ambassador, which is okay because he's adorable. But this is why you guys don't rehab them on your own, because most rehabbers would just euthanize one that is a little too friendly like this, especially if they already have an educational ambassador raccoon. Sadly, but also rather conveniently, River over at All Things Wild, who was their little educational ambassador raccoon, has just passed away. And this little fella has an even better temperament than River did. So hopefully this fella will live a long life as a little educational ambassador animal where he can teach the public about raccoons. Oh, look at Queen. We also sawed it in.
Yeah, I had a feeling that raccoon was not going to be rehabbed. It's been way too long. I mean, at this point, yeah, it's not. It's not happening. But I'm glad he found another home.
All of this. And Queen and Poggers are still in this enclosure until we can finish running that ground wire around the barn. They've got plenty of fresh water, and I'm not worried about them ripping this liner because it's crazy strong. I've been running the sprinkler system back here like crazy so that these guys will stay watered. But we have sod everywhere here for these clappity blappity. This whole thing here is my turkey enclosure. As you can see, Remington is our pardoned turkey for the year. Remington number 3, that is. I'm gonna have to catch a garbanzo bean and throw him back out there because
That does not look like it's taking.
I think he's stuck in here. I love him. He sure looks tasty. Just kidding, buddy. There you go. I have Soldier Boy free ranging out here because he's my favorite. Literally just one heron.
Hi, Orchestran. I'm doing okay. I'm tired. I'm starting to get a headache, but I'm all right. How are you?
Came and murked half of the fish that I have in here. But the gar were too big for him, so I'm thinking about just doing a gar pond. Maybe just having one large alligator gar that's maybe about 3 feet long. We have all kinds of jets and water flow, so anything could survive in here. This is this little man's first time swimming in here in 3 days. I cleared out all the trash back here except for the wood. So all the Rhea have plenty of grass and space to eat back here. And I'm letting these guys destroy our mesquite trees, because these are basically just little jagger bushes at this age. The eagle flight pen is officially done and ready to have any kind of bird we want in there now. And all of these muscle mommies eat out of my bucket. So all these ostriches are friendly with me now. But all these guys have plenty of food and water here. But the baby here's been enjoying all this fresh new saw. And his wife comes up and
Much better after my second bout of COVID, so good. Oh, awesome. I'm so glad to hear that.
attacks me now too because she sees him doing it. Look, guys, she comes up to me too and she'll grab on. Sweet wampum. But yeah, the baby's been enjoying all this new sod. He's in a lot more of a fighty mood now because the temperatures are going down. But it still doesn't really hurt. The baby's still got a little ways to go before he's a big old buff boy. But he sure has quite the grip strength. And as the last thing I'm gonna do today, I'm gonna go ahead and
The kangaroo is way too strong. This is terrifying.
put Big Ounce in his little enclosure because this little guy hasn't been out here in a little while. At least about 3-4 days this little guy hasn't gotten to run around in here, so he's really excited. And now Big Ounce gets to hang out with Pob and Queeb. As you can see, he's already running over there to talk to him. This little dingus is for sure ready to be moved in with some other little squirrels. I actually have to hold the syringe to keep him from doing it too fast, because if he does suck it too fast, he will aspirate and potentially get sick. Okay, buddy, time to let go. Time to let let go now. Come on. As you can see, he's weaning, he's drinking water, eating pecan, broccoli, apples, grapes, and he even has this little wheel for exercise. And look, guys, they're eating their food. What is it, Pierce? He's still what? Wow, this is the greatest day of my life. Good work, buddy. Wow, you guys, nature is healing. From all of us here at the Urban Rescue Ranch, I love you, I appreciate you, and we'll see you guys in the next video. Oh, almost forgot to tell you. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hello everyone, this is your...
Oh god, I love that guy. Even though he's like, you know, kind of a chud sometimes. Squirrel that are a problem here. Have almost wiped out our native red squirrels. Oh no. Oh no. That sucks. Yeah, they will just go wild.
Or daily dose of internet.
Yeah, what the fuck? It literally went inside his nose. What?
What?
Could I take your picture for my grandson?
No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. You totally may.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna respect it.
She wanted to see if she could sneeze with her eyes open.
You might not like it, but this is what the peak male...
Carry a virus our red squirrels aren't used to, or they're much larger too. Damn. Yeah. That sucks.
athletic form looks like.
This guy figured out a smart way to get rid of bugs.
Asik. Mengenali laron, guys.
And then what?
Breathe, dude.
This is the true meaning of what a family
Just like me for real. Literally just like me.
dinner looks like.
So. Oh.
Here we go.
This woman tried out this exercise machine and got stuck and had to call the police.
There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck. Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Thank you.
This horse only drinks the finest water. This guy found an eastern king snake. They can coil up and form into a spring, which they can then use to launch themselves away from predators. They have the ability to travel over 15 feet on a single launch.
No, don't do it.
Goddamn.
It's too early. Don't do. Oh my goodness.
So many kitties.
This has to be the deepest voice I've ever heard.
Why'd you spray it?
Because the water help, it'll suck up when you heat it up. The water will kind of moisten it up, make it soft.
One of my subscribers made this out of
No, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. You know when you like reheat rice and it like dries out? Perfect.
dominoes. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again
Texted himself in a corner with a buttload
very,
of
very
bugs.
soon. Later.
We're doing some magic. We have a very special
Ludwig.
guest joining us today. You are Paul Draper, right?
am.
Do you want to go by your full name?
Sure, just Paul. It's
Just
good.
Paul.
I have my name on
Just
there, though.
Paul. Oh my gosh, it is. It is
Just in
right
case
there.
we forget.
Well, welcome. We're very excited to see what you have for us today.
So nice. We're going to start with some sleight of hand,
Sure,
okay?
okay.
Something you rarely see a man in a suit carry in his pocket. I have 3 metal nuts, car parts right there, okay? Imagine we're building something. We're connecting things together. There's 2 in that hand, 1 in this hand. Now, you were over there. You were staring in that hand. How many did you see go into the hand?
2?
2, right. 1, 2, because I'm magic, there has to be 3. Here we go, watch. 1, 2, this one goes in the pocket. Now, you saw it once before. How many do you think are in there now?
2.
2, right. 1, 2, because it's magic, there's 3.
You only had one
You'll
job.
catch it. You have one job. What?
Huh?
You're making me a little nervous, cutie
Sorry,
Cinderella.
I wasn't paying
Now
attention. I
look.
thought there was 3, and then you said 2.
Cinderella, look.
Okay, I'm in.
Look,
Sorry.
Cinderella, I'm being a little
can call me
thrown
cutie.
here, cutie. So
Okay.
now I have 1, I have 2, I screwed up. Did you see me screw up? It's right there.
It's a screw.
It is a, oh no, actually it's a bolt. But because I said I screwed up, everybody says it's a screw. That's verbal misdirection. I'll take that, throw it over there.
I know what a bolt is.
Yes, she knows.
I don't.
She knows.
I think it's screw.
Now look, I pull out the first nut invisibly.
Okay.
Like the nuts and bolts on Wonder Woman's jet. She's a
Okay.
Disney princess now, like you,
Right.
cutie. Throw it on right there.
We could dream.
Pull out the second one, just like that, invisibly. Throw it on. Give it a twist, and suddenly that's on there.
Whoa.
Would you check that out?
How did
Actually,
you
it's
time it?
metal, it's solid, it's
That's
really
all-
on there,
that's all
right?
in there. That's all in there,
Totally
Paul.
Here, let's take that. If you would help me, cutie, just hold on to that for me. Great. Okay, so...
This shit is so incredible to me.
Oh!
Sure,
Is it heavy?
That's cool. Where'd it go?
I sucked it up.
Nice.
It's a part of me now.
It's a part of you. It's a part of your world. Does anyone have a ring I could borrow? A ring?
We're all broke.
You have a ring? Yes! Yes!
Like where the girls should have.
What is it? What is that? What is the symbol there?
It's an F.
It's an F.
Yeah.
That's
2
an F.
Fs.
That's
2
2 Fs. Okay. Here, pull on that. Make sure it's solid. Well,
So,
my
yes.
fault.
Good
That's a piece of good
Yeah,
catch.
yeah.
That's a piece of satin cord.
It's a piece of satin cord.
I'm going to take and put that right through the center, just like this. Right, goes right. Everybody's burning it. Would you hold on to that? You hold the ends. I have the ring. Can't come off unless it goes through you. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I'd have to hypnotize you. Awake. Suddenly it comes off, just like that. The 2 Fs, right? Here, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Have the ring right there. Watch it. This is going to go right.
This shit is so incredible to me. Like, I know there's a trick to it. I can never figure it out.
Right through the center of the string, right through the center.
I see it going through the
You
center
see?
right
Oh,
now.
see?
Yeah.
See, he says he saw it. Do you
Yeah.
believe him?
Yeah.
You don't want to see it dangling from the thread.
I want to see it.
You want to see it? Okay, you're getting sleepy.
Okay.
It's really on there.
Okay.
Now look, I'm going to take, some people think, cutie, that I take and slide it off the end when no one's looking.
Uh-huh.
The only problem is, how do I get it back on the string again so fast?
Oh, dude! How did you do that?
See, now we're on board.
That was good.
Now we're on
That was
board.
good.
Boy, dude,
Hold
no
on
one's
that,
ever
would you?
seen
Dude, literally how?
Well, that really on there, right?
It's on there.
Right on
Yeah,
there. Okay,
it's on
good.
there. There's no
Now-
holes in your ring.
Right. I
No
want
holes
you
in
to.
my-
I want
well,
you to grab
there
the
is.
ends right there. Grab the ends.
Volunteered for hypnosis once? Oh my god. To be told I couldn't be hypnotized. Same with magicians, because I can spot what they're doing. Smart. Smart. I'm just easily entertained, I guess. I don't know.
Grab the ends. Ready? 3, 2, gone. Just like this. If it could appear anywhere, where would you want it to appear?
My mouth.
Is this string trick, like, I don't get it.
Put my mouth.
Your
Your
mouth.
Your mouth.
No, no.
I'm scared.
Ouch. Here, watch.
Wait,
Let's
no,
take it like
don't put
this.
it
Let's
in-
imagine. Let's imagine you spit it out of your mouth onto your hand, and you throw it onto her finger.
I'll put it on your finger.
Boom. Hold up your hand. What?
Wait.
What?
Wait, you're in on it?
Don't
You're
let
in on
her
it?
know how
Paul,
it's
what's
done.
happening here?
Don't let her
do that?
How did you wait?
I'm going to
No,
give that
I'm
back
not
to you.
even-
Wait, you're in on it.
No, I
You're
swear
one. You're
to
an
God.
op. You're an
I
op.
swear
She's
to
an
God.
op. She's an op. She's an op.
You gotta believe
Are you even Lily?
I can't trust
What's your
you.
last name?
I can't trust you.
What do you have in your fanny pack there?
So much.
You have so much? Can I see what's in this pocket?
Yeah. This is.
Well, hold on. Let's see. You have chapstick.
Yeah.
You have what's that?
That's face spray.
Hairspray.
It's face spray.
Wait a minute. Okay. Can I borrow your ring for just one more second?
I never. Here,
I handed it to you. Where is it?
It's right there.
Okay. Look. This is what we're gonna do. You take it just like that.
Okay.
Give it to you again. Take it right there. Throw it into his fanny pack. Look in the fanny pack. Let's see.
Come on, man. You got a lot of stuff in there, man.
You got a lot of stuff in there.
No ring? No.
No
Wait.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait.
Oh.
Ring.
There it is. Yay!
Who's the op now?
You're up too.
You're an op.
No. Who is it? Are you an op?
I'm not
It was on your
innocent.
fucking.
It was.
You're an op. You're an op,
I didn't
bro.
know.
How did she convince you?
How did you? Why?
I don't get it.
How was it?
Hi.
It almost makes me mad because I like don't get it at all. Like how? Literally how? Like he just gave it to her and she just threw it. I don't understand. What could? Is there a second ring?
Hi.
I haven't. I'm not a witch.
This is creating.
She's in on it. Tell us.
Friendships are being.
Tell the
ruined.
viewers she's in on it.
Sorry. No.
No.
We've never met before.
I literally never met him before.
So I'll show you something you've never seen before. You ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Spoons! What, you've seen this?
I've seen those.
I've seen it.
Something similar.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted to be on your side.
Two metal spoons. They nest together as if they are
One metal
spoon.
spooning.
Right.
Come on, guys.
Which is
Sorry, that
which
was
is
really
why I
obvious.
don't use forks. So you get that joke, whose fault is it really? Two metal spoons. What is it? It took her a minute. Growing up Mormon, it's hard. It's hard.
I get it.
You got there, though.
I got there.
Two metal spoons. Check them out. Make sure they're metal. They're solid. They're spoons, right? Those are serving spoons. You wouldn't eat cereal with that. It's a big spoon right there.
It's like gravy.
It's like gravy, right? Yeah. One of these two is going to bend in your hand. Which one?
That one.
Pick me.
That one.
How easily swayed she is. You just have to be adorable for a second. Is that how you ended up with him?
Yeah.
No, for real. Take the one you want for real.
This one.
Take it. Okay, check it out. Don't bend it. Shake it back and forth. Imagine it's bending. Ever so slightly. The metal just starts to bend in your hand. Good. Stop. I don't know if you can tell. Not a lot. It's just started. You didn't bend yours, did you? No. It's just started to bend, just a little. Would you place one hand on top of mine, one under? Is that okay?
Yes.
Are you comfortable with that? Place one on top, one under? Am I putting enough pressure on that to bend steel?
I don't think so.
No. It's going to start to bend in between our hands. Look in there. You'll see it actively bending.
Whoa.
Do you see it? I don't know if you can tell. Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Just bending. Just
That's
a little
crazy.
bit. Here. Place one finger right there. Rub back and forth gently. It's going to roll up towards you. Good. Stop. It's good you're not wearing rings on your finger because I sometimes bend rings. A lot of people think that I take and put enormous pressure on it, right, when no one's looking. So this time I won't even touch it. It just melts straight down. Pull on that. That's a solid piece of metal. Pull hard. Really pull hard. Really grab it. Pull hard. For real.
No, it's black magic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm weak. I'm really weak.
Here, you try. Try right there. Solid, right? Good. Yet just a wiggle and a wave.
I think Lassie went to bed.
It just melts straight down. Nowhere that's dug into my hand, right? Nowhere it's dug into my flesh. With enough strength, you can take and straighten it out. But only in the movies you can get to do this, where the metal on its own does what there?
Whoa.
Twists and turns like a corkscrew.
Cool.
I don't know how this is
That's
happening.
changed at a crystalline level. It's fractured and splintered inside. It'll never be straight again. But you can still stir your drinks, eat your cereal.
It's like Aiden.
That's now yours.
Wow.
Check it out. Talk about that for a minute while I go grab something else to show you.
How much did he pay you?
Spin it back.
I'm telling you.
Dude, it was on your.
Are you guys serious?
Give it back.
I'm not.
Give it back. I want it back.
How did he do it? You're an
He
op.
has the ring.
That's because you gave it to him.
No, I didn't.
When did he give it to you?
Good. See?
Right. Pretty good.
Literally, how did he do the spoon? I'm gonna think about that for the rest of my life. How?
I like that we have guys versus men versus women here. We're going to play a game.
Okay.
I have a game.
Is it Jenga?
It's not Jenga, but it's a good game. And we're going to play. How do you want to play it? Should we do the two of you versus the two of you, or should we do girls versus guys?
Girls versus boys.
Girls versus boys.
I'm not about that, but I will participate.
Excellent. Men versus women. Here we are. I have some cards, adorable cards with pictures of animals on them.
I have a gray squirrel in my bird feeder right now. Oh no. See the devil. They heard you.
Okay.
How are you at making animal noises?
Oh, very good.
Very good.
Peter's very
so
good as well.
I'm going to mix these up, Peter. You just say stop anytime you want, Peter.
Stop.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So because you got to choose when to stop, you get to go first. I'm going to scoot you back just a little bit so the camera can see it too. What noise, ladies, what noise does this animal make?
Cow.
No. Genius. Gentlemen, right where you stopped, your turn, equally as hard. What noise does this animal make? You got to take him to the aquarium. The aquarium's just down the road. It's the only ACAC.
I accidentally saw it, so I'm not going to answer.
You're not going to answer? Okay, no, it's okay. Ladies, your turn. What noise does this animal make?
Beep.
Z is correct. Gentlemen, equally as hard. Okay, 2-0. It's okay. We're doing okay.
Okay.
Ladies. Meow is the correct.
That's kind of a freebie.
Meow is correct. Gentlemen.
Kind of a freebie.
You know, I will give you half a point for that. We're going to give you a lightning round because maybe it's not fair. Gentlemen, any of these. Any of them. Gentlemen, lightning round.
Rigged.
Which one?
Hedgehog.
Pretty sure the hedgehog, right?
Hedgehog makes a pretty cute sound.
Yeah.
Ladies, lightning round, any of them.
Dog.
Dinosaur. Good, they doing a good job. Last round, I have a prediction in this bag. Anyone can win here. Gentlemen, tell me stop anytime you want, and we'll go with the bottom card. Which one?
You go with this one.
The thing about it is you have to wait until he's tired.
Yeah. Well, there's one card.
Stop right now, then.
Well, good to guess that. They went with the giraffe.
Okay.
Which does not make a sound.
Okay.
Giraffes don't make a sound. Okay, your turn. Anytime you want, say stop.
Oh, we're good.
They make a sound. They go, yep.
Stop.
Right there. What did you get? A snake. It's called. Okay, let's see. Oh, I messed up.
Uh-oh.
Help me one more time.
Okay.
Let's do one more time. One more.
Okay.
Say stop.
Stop.
Right there. This is what I was going for. What's that one?
Zebra.
A zebra. Okay, look. I gave him the extra boost. Gentlemen, if you are right, there is a giraffe in here.
Okay.
If the ladies are right, there is a zebra in here. And inside here, there is a giraffe zebra. A giraffe zebra. Giraffe.
We both won.
Whenever you make one of those, you also have to make one of these.
Oh.
Okay.
That's
all right.
That's harder to cope with.
Yeah.
That's. I hate that one.
Okay.
Wow.
I wanted to try something cute. I want to try something cute.
It's very cute.
Like
So let's do something more intense. We'll do a little mind reading. We'll do a little mind reading. I have some unusual items here that most of us, normal items that we have around the house.
Yeah.
These are Mardi Gras doubloons.
Okay.
They throw these from the floats in New Orleans with Bacchus on it and different gods. Check those out. Make sure they are as they appear to be. This is gaffer's tape.
Oh yeah, I know that stuff.
You know gaffer's tape. It's like duct tape, except for it doesn't melt under high heat.
Oh. Yeah.
Can you see through it?
No.
No, can't see through it. This is a sleepy time mask. Got that in the Castro district of San Francisco. They have a lot of sleepy time stories. Check it out.
Okay.
Everything you need at night.
Sure.
Now, these coins fill my entire eye socket. Nothing but bone around there.
Right.
The slightest amount of pressure on your eyelid and you can't open it up. If you touch your eye gently, you can't open it up. You gotta take off your glasses to try. Can't open it, right? There are very few muscles there. This coin is going to get embedded into my eye socket.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't hurt going on. If you have empathy, Peter, save it up.
Well then.
The second coin, a friend of mine said, Paul, so much of what you do requires you to look at people, to observe them, to try and sway them. Second coin, It's going to get very dark here in a moment.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, it's act like a pirate day.
Yeah. I'll keep you safe.
Here, what's a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
R. What's his second favorite letter?
C.
C is the C he loves. See, that's good. That's good.
This guy knows his pirates.
Second, he knows his pirates. No, it's gonna get dark here, so don't everybody leave. I don't find that funny.
Your license can go
anymore. Right, here we go.
Anymore.
That's gonna hurt coming off.
You look like Gojo.
Yeah, I no longer need to pluck my eyebrows or exfoliate.
Oh, wow, that's
We'll do the next one there.
You're going crazy on this.
Getting serious.
Well, I want to make sure here. I did this at a charity event recently, and I said, send up someone nice. And they sent up Mike Tyson. And I said, are you reasonably confident I can't see? And I felt a gust of wind pass my face. And he was like, yeah, you can't see.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's so cool.
Let me have the blindfold. Great. Are you reasonably confident I can't see?
I'm pretty damn sure.
You cannot see.
So I have 3 sheets of paper. I would like 3 of you to take a marker and a sheet of paper, don't let me know who, and I want you to draw a picture of anything in the world. I'm going to listen to you and try and figure out.
I feel like he's got to be able to see, right? Wait, this is so easy to fake. You know, like just a line of sight here. You see how it's like not on his eyes? He could like see down. I don't know. Refs do make a noise. They make an infrasound? Infrasound. That's too low for humans to hear usually. They hum and bellow at night that you can hear. Interesting. The more you know.
About what you're drawing.
All of us at the same time?
All of you at the same time. With all the noises of Vegas in the background. So do 3 of you have sheets of paper?
Yeah,
we all, some of us do, some of us don't though.
Okay, so just 3 of you should.
Yeah.
Are there only 3 sheets?
That's right.
Yes. Draw a picture with your markers. Draw a picture.
Of anything?
Anything
What if you don't know the thing I'm drawing is?
It's okay, I'm gonna listen. I'll describe it if I don't know.
Okay, all right, fine.
Draw.
Fine.
Okay, those are straight lines, so it'll be something, maybe something man-made. That's a circle, so it'll be something living. Keep going. Good. Oh, you're an artist. I hear lots of little lines over here. Keep going. Have you started, Peter?
Yes.
Yes. Are you still here?
I'm still here.
Okay, good. Keep going. Good. Excellent. Almost done. You don't have anything, is that right, Cinderella?
Yes.
Judy doesn't have anything. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're holding yours, is that right?
Yeah, wait, dude, stop talking to me.
Good.
You're stressing me out.
I don't mean to stress you out. Are you almost done?
Yeah.
You're not as good of an artist as they are.
What the heck?
It's not your fault.
No, I am.
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, see how he like turned his whole body to like look at him? Yeah. Yeah, he definitely could see.
Good.
Are you seeing what I'm writing right now?
No, are you done?
Yeah.
Here, let me have it to hold up to the audience. Okay, is this facing towards the audience?
It is facing towards the audience, Paul.
It's facing towards the audience? Yes. Okay. And is this the correct, is it like this? Is it like that?
It's like you originally had it. No, other way. Sorry, right there. Yeah. One more right. Sorry, 90 degrees right there.
Right there.
Yes.
That's the correct image.
That's correct, I would argue.
Okay, can I have yours? Good. And if you would show yours to the camera too. This is what I know. He started with a circle, then had some squiggly lines. She drew lots of little pieces, so she drew something organic, living. I felt something living. But she had a very square jaw on it at first. It's a face, and then a round head. And you also drew a face, is that right?
Yes.
And this is like an Easter egg or a mummy. I don't know what it is. There are letters on the sides of it.
It is.
And yours is smiling. Is that right?
Yeah.
And yours is very handsome. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Many people say that.
So he drew a handsome man with a little stubble on his beard, a really happy and excited woman or child, and an egg that says VP.
It says P, yeah.
P?
And well, his eye is shaped like a V.
Oh, a V. Well, that's as close as I got, you guys.
I mean, that's amazing.
Give a round of applause.
That's amazing.
Wow. That's so cool. Now comes everybody's favorite part but mine. Here we go.
Ow. That's not. I don't like this.
I don't like that.
Yeah, right, sorry.
Ow.
Ow, ow. Yeah, I don't.
And we're back!
Yeah! Yeah, that's a dedicated bit. Holy shit. Holy. Yeah, he definitely saw that shit. Because, like, he saw the VP, but he was just looking at the eyes, and it was like a squint and like a nose or something.
Hey. What a strange thing to do. What is that?
It's the watermelon from Suika game.
You're right. That's like, oh, I didn't get the kitty. I like the kitty so much. That's so good. And who did you draw?
I drew Ludwig here.
You draw your buddy. That's very good. Now,
handsome man.
That's good.
Now,
Peter.
before any of you showed up, before we came on stage, I hit a prediction in that bush back there. Could you grab it for me? It's
Get it.
See it back there? So it's been on set the entire time. It's been here since any of you came on set.
Check and prove that.
Right? Don't look at it. Things have been going so well, I am hopeful this will work. I want you to think of a number from 1 to 1,000. Number from 1 to 1,000. Now, no one told you what to say, did they? No one told you what to say? No one told you what to say? Okay, number 1 to 1,000. What's my number?
Who's answering?
You.
Oh, 989.
989. Almost to the top. What's my number?
11.
11. What's my number?
846.
846. What's my number?
393.
393. Now look, 1 out of 1,000 times this would work. 1 out of 1,000 times. But someone got it right, didn't they? It wasn't you, was it?
I don't know.
Who got it right?
Oh my goodness.
Would you read that to camera? Would you read what it says from the start?
I will project the number from 1 through 1,000, and the person who gets it right will be wearing pink and black, tall black boots, pink flowers in her hair, black shirt, a pink shirt that says candy with the cute bunny, and a number.
She's in on it. She's in on it. A paid actor.
Will be 11.
Up!
No, they think I'm fake.
You've been lying to us this entire time. Who even are you?
They don't believe
Do
me.
you actually love Michael?
Police.
No, I swear.
Do you even love Da Vinci?
I do.
Now, I want to know. They gotta trust you. You have so many followers. Have you and I ever met before? Have we ever met before?
I've never met you in my life.
You sound like Bill Clinton on the stand.
She's never met me.
I have never met this man in my life.
I literally never met him.
Never met me.
Never had relations with that man.
You gotta cope with that. She came up with that. So you're going to help me. How do you know him?
He's my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend? For how long?
It's a weird thing to start.
So long.
So long?
I'm trying to think. 3 years?
You still
What
like
the heck?
him?
Way more.
4 years, 3.5 years.
How well does he know you?
How well does he know me?
Yeah.
I think well.
Think well?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna do something together here. I have some psychic testing cards.
Oh no.
They are colorful, so you can see the color.
I do see the color.
In case you're colorblind, I wrote the words on there.
That's helpful.
But unless you're illiterate, I have the colors. So if you would mix them up, so we don't know where each one is. And over here, this is my prediction of what they mean, what the colors mean.
Okay.
I have some pretty rocks.
Ooh,
Look, we have
pretty.
blue and red and green and orange and yellow. Put them in an order, in any order you want, in a line.
Okay.
Oh, I love stuff like this. Yeah, I know.
Any order you
Feel
want.
the
Good.
rocks.
And you touch one, but don't look
I know
at
I
it
do.
yet. Which
Feel
one?
them.
That one right there? That one. Set it down. Don't look at it. Okay. So good. Okay, look at me. Do we number them this way or that way?
This way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Okay, look at me. I'm going to eliminate some. Which
Okay.
do we have? The odds or the evens?
Odds.
Odds. Hold on. That would mean we eliminate 1, 3, and 5. There are 2 left. I want you to pick one up. Okay, put it in there. We're left with 1. We're left with 1. Which one are we left with?
Yellow.
Yellow. Okay, yellow, my psychic says, means warmth, charisma, positivity, and motivation. Would you say that your relationship brings warmth, charisma, positivity, and motivation?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Your smile is.
Yes?
Yes.
Well,
You're
that only works if he chose yellow. Otherwise, I'm going to have to break up the relationship right here in front of 10 to 20.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for the raid, love. I hope you had a great stream. Hey, hi, hello, I'm Lainey, she, they pronouns. I do leftist stuff and fun stuff and sometimes art. Welcome in. We're just watching QTC did a roadshow, like magic show with Ludwig and stuff, so we're just having fun.
20,000 of your friends.
Wow.
Crazy.
No, it's okay. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Oh! Such a good job.
That was close. You almost ended your relationship.
Oh, relationship.
We gotta stay together.
Right here.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm doing all right. Just, huddled up here in my jacket with my space heater. But thank you.
Yeah, entering year 4 apparently.
What?
I said entering year 4.
Entering year 4.
Apparently.
I have. We're going to gamble now because we're in Las Vegas.
I love gambling.
We have to gamble, right? Okay. Vegas is a gambling game. Now, one of you is out. You don't get to gamble. You don't get to gamble.
No.
You 3 get to go because they think you cheated.
That's
but you're
true.
not.
But I'm not!
But we do think we
think you are.
I have 4 envelopes. 1, 2, dollar symbol, and smiley face.
Okay.
So look, I'm gonna keep 1, but you're gonna choose which one to leave me. They all have money in them. Which one do you want?
I want dollar.
Dollar.
Yeah.
It even has an X on the back of it to remind me that it has big money in it. Number 1.
Money
Americans
now.
always want to be number 1. 2, it's my favorite number. Smiley face for people who like people. Which do you want?
I'm 2.
You're 2, take it. It is my favorite number. Last choice.
I really like people.
You really like people.
I'll take this one.
Number 1.
I get number 1?
You don't get to play.
You don't get to play.
He already told you that. That's so dumb.
Do you want to trade?
No.
Do you want to trade?
It's all their fault.
Do you want to trade?
No.
Rip open your envelope. See what's inside. Reach in there. I'll pull it up just a little. What's inside yours?
A $1 bill.
A $1 bill. You won $1. Put it in a slot machine. If you win $1 million, give it to me. What'd you win?
$1?
Yeah, put it in a slot machine. If you win, we'll split it. What did you get? I said that's big money in there. $2.
Wow.
$2. That's big money.
Yeah.
Inside of mine, however,
You're such an
is the $100 bill.
You said we could trade.
No, not now. Not now. But that's yours. It's yours.
I get to keep this?
Put it in a slot machine. See if you
Oh,
win.
wow. You don't have to do it. You can have it back.
The house always wins.
Keep it.
No, I'll keep it.
That's magic.
That's amazing. I was told that was our last trick, actually.
Okay.
So thank you so much, Paul. We appreciate it so much. That was really cool.
Paul, I wish I could
Thank
you.
you,
I
thank you,
appreciate
thank you.
I don't
Are you
care.
sure you don't want this back?
Sure.
Really good performance. Really good performance.
Thank
Our
you.
friendship was
Thank
for
you
this.
so much.
Is that what our friendship was for? Nice meeting you.
Can we go back to what we were
Started out strong and it got so cheesy.
talking about? The ring thing?
Her being an op?
I'm not at all. I've never met the guy
Dude,
before.
yo, first thing an op would say, I'm not in op.
You have to
Me,
believe.
guys, I'm not in op. No
It's like
way.
playing Among Us where you think I'm the imposter, but I'm actually not. And I'm trying to say, like, it's
Dude,
not
it's actually,
me.
honestly, I thought you did a really good performance. Me and Peter thought the same
I thought
thing.
we were actually friends for the past like 5-6 years.
We also
That's
thought
crazy.
That. We also thought
I
that.
have never met him before. Like, I swear.
How did he get it on your hand?
I don't know.
How did you feel that? I don't really understand.
You tell me you didn't feel that.
You can tell us the truth now.
You're such an
Like the
op. You
performer's
felt
gone.
it.
You don't have to lie anymore.
Okay, fine. That was the one thing.
Oh my god!
Okay, but the acting was really good.
Oh
It
my
was
god!
really good.
Oh
It
my
was really
god!
convincing.
When he was
I
doing
knew
it
it.
to you, he passed it behind me. And then I'm like, okay. And I just went with
You
it.
just have to bet.
Dude, I knew it.
That's such a gamble to have to bet.
But that was the only thing.
God, it's so obvious.
It wasn't obvious.
She already lied about one
You
thing.
were questioning it this entire time.
Wait, what about the number thing?
And I was right. A men's intuition.
A broken clock is right twice a day.
A man's intuition, said no one ever.
Whoa.
She's not.
That was the only time.
We're back, everybody. We're back, and I just realized I was still sitting on a spoon. Ow, that hurt.
Oh, can I touch it?
Yeah. Oh, well, I sat on it. Anyway,
Exactly.
we are in Las Vegas, and Las Vegas features some of the world's greatest magicians.
Musical acts.
Sorry,
They got both.
my
They got both.
dyslexia just got the best of me.
No, you're fine.
But we're
It happens
back
today.
with a match.
She keeps saying it's dyslexia. That's not dyslexia. Like when she mixed up the 21st and the 22nd. That's not dyslexia.
Magical act, and we're very excited. You've been on TBS, ABC, and on Good Morning America?
Yeah. John Stessel.
Thanks.
In the flesh.
That's a lot. That's a lot of things to be on.
You're famous, John.
None of us have been on those.
I'm not
cool.
famous.
Can you do it again?
Oh, totally. So on top of doing magic, I do this weird thing called cardistry.
Yes,
it's
I
the
know that.
art of manipulating playing cards.
Whoa.
So it's kind of like juggling, but getting like really difficult skill with a deck of cards.
Can you shuffle it in the air?
Can I shuffle it in the air like this?
Whoa!
That was good.
I think that answered the question.
Whoa.
All right, wait. For the next thing, I want to do this. Before we do a trick, could you just do me a favor and hold these? Sure. And here, can I have you hold your hand up for me?
Wait, first, can you tell us about yourself and what you'll be doing today?
I'd love to. So
we need some intro, you know?
Well, I'm originally from New Jersey, and I'm a magician. I perform all over the country, and I'm just honored to be here with all you guys. We are here to do some magic, so
yes.
I want to try something. Can I have you hold your hand out? I want you to focus your energy there. You're going to hold on to this, and we'll get back to it in a second.
Oh my gosh.
What did you do?
What did you
Lily!
do? Up, fed, up.
Lily.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just wasn't prepared for that emotionally or physically.
Sorry, but my bad. I will do it again.
It was all that, you had just that passion at it.
Yeah,
I said New
she is-
Jersey and the fire came
I
back.
am very angry from having grown
She's
up
a
in
witch.
New Jersey.
No, but here, actually, just keep holding those. Look at back. Let me do me a favor real quick. Peter, look at me right here. Look at me right here.
I don't like it.
I like it. Yeah, Kitty, I think this will work with you. Can I have you stand right here? Stand right here, and I'm gonna have you put your hands like this. A little wider, because I don't want to cheat. I also don't want to be near you, and I want you, here's what I want you to do. Look at me right here. Make two fists. I'm not gonna go anywhere near you. I want you to look at me. Do not let me influence you and answer my question honestly. Right here.
Okay.
Good. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question. Answer honestly. Do not let me influence you. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right.
This is your choice. Shake one of your fists slightly. Shake one slightly. Okay, put the other one down. Hold tight and lift up. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna make a little X on my hand with a Sharpie. You guys know how Sharpies work, right?
I do.
Like, obviously, that's not coming off.
It's not.
But this is where it gets interesting. Watch the X, because I can grab that ink, and pull it off and drop it. Now here's the thing, Cutie, I went nowhere near you. I told you to not let me influence you, and I told you to choose your hand. Take a look.
No way, no way.
You
guys are all off,
She's an op. She's an op.
That's crazy.
She's an op.
It's a plant. It's a plant. There's no way.
She's an op. She's an op.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. I'm just kidding, but that's a tattoo, so you're welcome. That's gonna be there forever.
First one.
That was sick. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I wish you didn't ruin the first one though.
No, you know what? Here, wait. Okay, I have a hot take. I'm gonna have you go stand back in your spot if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, so a hot take for all of you. And I'll probably get some backlash. The chat is gonna kill me when they hear this, but my hot take is that out of all the performing arts in the world, so when I say performing arts, I mean everything from dance, music, playing the cello or the violin, I actually believe that magic is the hardest performing art. And now I'm gonna get eaten in the chat. But the reason why I believe this is because, I'll give you an example. Like, have any of you ever seen, like, went to go see, like, Taylor Swift or Billy Joel?
Yeah, we saw Taylor Swift.
Okay.
How did you know?
Okay.
How did you know it is magic?
Okay, you're gonna understand that. No, you're gonna get it. See, when you go to see someone like Taylor Swift, you get ready, you get geared up.
Yeah.
You go, I can't wait to see her play Taylor's version of mine. And then when you hear it the way it was meant to be heard in concert, you're like, that was great. You want to see her crush it, right?
Yeah.
When people go to see a magician, what's the first thing in their head?
How the hell is he doing
No,
it?
they go, I'm gonna figure this crap out.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he's
Yeah,
gonna
no, you're
suck.
right.
You literally come in and you're like, you know, I got a feeling he's gonna cheat. And you go into it, and I already, before I start, I have to make you like me. That's a hard thing to do.
Right.
Yeah, everyone starts off like distrusting you. That's true. That's true. It's half psychological. Or, you know, like all psychological, really. You know?
But I think the hardest part of it is most people don't know magic tricks. So how about we break a rule for chat and for all of you, if you guys are down, what if I taught you a magic trick?
Oh,
Whoa.
What if we taught you one? So like you get kind of like to learn why it's so challenging.
Inside baseball.
Yeah.
Inside baseball, you guys down?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna come stand here so I'm framed nicely with all of you because we're doing a stream with AT&T.
I'm gonna do magic.
And here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna show you a classic magic secret, okay? A classic magic secret. It is the mystery of the red silk handkerchief. We're gonna take the silk and place it into my fist, and we're gonna try to make this disappear. Watch the silk. It's gonna vanish before your eyes. In 3, 2, 1, it's gonna vanish and change into an egg. I'm not gonna crack it on your head, I promise. I know that happens sometimes. But you know where the silk goes? It appears actually in my pocket. And that's when we applaud. It's a pretty decent trick.
Yeah, that's great.
But I'm gonna expose this. I'm gonna teach you guys how this works. Sure. Because I think once you learn it, you'll have a little more respect for magic.
Right.
And here's what happens. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Chat, you ready? You're gonna be sad.
Sure.
Here we go. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, now you know it's so lame.
The back of the egg.
So, and also, I'm gonna teach you exactly how the trick works so you have the understanding.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See, once you know it's lame. So look here, we have, and also, why did you guys believe those were the same size?
They were different.
They are totally different sizes. So the way it works is
this.
This, one of these starts in your pocket, right? And I appreciate you for not mentioning it.
I didn't want to be rude.
So when I come out, I hold this weird fist, and I wave this so flamboyantly because I'm palming a giant fake egg. And now I start pushing it inside the egg, right? Sure. And that's pretty straightforward, but the key is I've got about 3 seconds from when I show you the egg, right? So when I go, it's an egg, until your brain starts going, okay, where'd the silk go? Is it in like a fake thumb? Is it in that egg? So in that time, that's when I can pull out the next silk and complete the illusion. But the thing that's interesting about this trick is that every time I do it, people always say, they're like, I wish I didn't know. Because when you first thought it was an egg, wasn't that so much better?
It was cool.
It was like a lot more fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, it feels kind of like unfair when you learn the secret of a magic trick if you're not ready for it.
Yeah.
So like, what if I didn't teach you guys it? That's not fair. Like, what if we could go back, right? I promised I wouldn't crack it on your head, but what if we could go back to when you really believed this was a real egg? And what if it actually was, in fact, a real... Oh wait, we can't crack these. Actually, it's hard.
It's actually really hard to crack an egg with just your fist.
Usually I have a glass. Hold on, we'll do this.
Okay. All right.
You ready?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a real egg.
It went everywhere.
Is it a real egg?
It's a real egg.
Are you okay?
Can I have a tissue? No, that was a real egg. Real egg.
Oh. We'll give a tissue.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't expect that.
This isn't egg juice.
We'll get another tissue. I'm so sorry.
Can we have another tissue for Lily, please?
We'll wait for the chat to be responding to that. But here.
That is...
Definitely wasn't expecting that. Are you okay? I'm so sorry.
I don't mind. Egg's good for your skin.
Wait, why are you worried about her, bro? I got mega blasted.
He's
no. I got freaking blasted all over me. We're gonna get a towel. We got this here. Don't worry. We have some things coming in. Thank you. Yeah. My apologies, guys.
No, you're great. It's a real egg.
No, I mean,
egg is good for skin.
I mean, usually.
The magicception, though, man. How does it makes my head hurt thinking about it because I know it's so simple, but like I just.
Speaking, there was a glass back there that I missed. I hate when that happens. We'll give you this. We'll let you clean up for a second.
Sure.
But here's what we're gonna do.
I gave him a $5 to do that.
So we're gonna try something with the cards, but before we do, I also want to try something with a little fire.
Oh.
Oh. I
So
like
Ludwig, I
fire.
am gonna use your help for this.
I like fire a lot.
I had a feeling you did. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a random match. Just say stop for me.
Stop.
We'll take it right out of the middle. I like it. And you're gonna hold it right there for me.
Okay.
Here's what we're gonna do. Watch the match. It's a little windy, but hopefully we'll be good. Watch the match. Watch the match.
No way.
Don't do that.
No.
You're gonna feel it warm up for a second. Right, you did. I saw your face change. You felt it warm up. Open up right where it came from. Take a look. Show the camera. Show the camera.
What the heck? What is this one? This one over here? It's the match. Wait.
And take a look. It's actually burned in there.
When did it get there? How's it back on the stick?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
It's weird.
It is weird.
But
John,
I will say this. Peter has been waiting so patiently.
Right.
So which I appreciate, by the way.
Yeah.
Actually, can you do me a favor? Since I got your hand so eggy, hold your hand flat. Don't let go of this and just keep it nice and eggy for us. Also, eggs are going to be the theme of the chat, so comment lots of eggs below so we can keep eggs, chat. Come on, but here's what we're going to do. We've got a deck of cards. You want to mix them up? You happy with them?
Dog?
Yeah, I'm happy with them.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to shuffle them so people can see how skilled I am. But you
Oh, I
can
don't
see
have egg dog.
all these cards are in fact shuffled. There's no order to this. We can let the cameras see too.
You
There's
see an
no
ace of
order
spades?
to these,
Yeah,
right?
good.
Make sure the chat can see no order. Here's what I want to do. What I want to do is this. I want you to say stop somewhere, anywhere you'd like. Stop. Ooh, nice and early. Take the card, show everyone and chat, and I'll tell me when I can come back.
I didn't see it.
Am I good?
No, no,
Tell me
no,
when
no.
I'm good.
Not yet, John. Wait, man.
I'm trying.
Wait,
I'm
we're not
trying.
done.
All right,
we're good. We're good.
Peter, put it in the middle of the deck somewhere.
Put it somewhere he doesn't know. Fake it, fake it, fake it, fake it, fake it.
And shuffle those cards.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Can I turn around now?
Yeah.
Mix them up. Now, the reason why I have you pick any card and lose it yourself, but the reason why I hold it is because there's been so many times that I say, just look at a card, and immediately, if I'm looking away, people are like, put it in their pocket.
Oh, right.
Can't finish the trick that way.
Wow,
they do that?
Oh, people are the worst to magicians. I would never do that.
Do they ever are nice to you?
Well, I would say right now, people are nice to me, and I'm actually enjoying it.
Do they ever are nice?
But here's what I want to try to
Yeah,
do.
don't
I want to try
stop.
with you, Peter.
Okay.
Look at me.
Okay.
Think about how hard this is. You picked any card, you yourself lost in the center.
Yeah.
It's up to me to find that.
Yeah.
Look at me right here.
Like a 2% chance.
I'm gonna do a couple of tries because this isn't easy.
Okay.
Okay.
He's probably pulling a lot of kings because you give off king energy.
He does give off king energy.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, now you changed one of my views. Nah, I think this might be it. All right. I'm committed. I know it's not in the top half. Hold these.
Okay.
I think it's in the top 5 cards. I'm gonna run through all 5. Tell me if you see your card, but not what it is.
Okay.
Is this the card?
No.
Told you not to tell me that was a test.
Oh, Peter!
Sorry, did. Peter! You tricked me. So all you're gonna do is tell me if you saw the card, but not what it is.
Yes.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
We've got. I'll go here. We've got 2 diamonds. So we've got 1.
This.
We've got 2. We've got 3. We've got 4. We've got 5. Did you see your card? Honest. You could tell me. Honest.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, hold this. Hold this.
Maybe we did.
Perfect. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know which one it is yet. This is how it looks. Watch. I take them. That's 3, 2, 1. Look.
I don't know.
The 5 of clubs vanishes.
What, how did you know it was the...
Was your card the 5 of clubs?
Yes.
So remember before, I ate a match and it disappeared, and then it reappeared? You've been holding on to the matchbook the whole time.
Uh-huh.
If you open that up and that was a card, it'd be a damn good trick, right?
It would.
Take a look. I'm not God.
I
You really think I'm that good?
good?
No. What happened last?
Okay.
Cutie, what happened last? I ate the match. Where did it appear? Do you remember?
In the matchbook.
In the matchbook.
Yeah.
So you have to open up the matchbook. You're an op!
You're an op!
You're an op! You're an op! You are an op! Bro! You're all ups!
It's a
No,
card.
That's crazy!
he's
It's a
an
card.
op. I'm not
It's
an
a card.
op.
Bro, I had it. Meow. I had it. Meow. You're an op.
Rigged. Everyone's in on it.
I'm so confused.
You
How
picked
am I an
the
op?
because you picked the
But
damn
that
card.
was that turned into the card.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was
Here's
good.
what I want to do.
Is it
Can
like
you just take
QR
one out for me
codes?
real quick?
Oh, I
Is
love
it,
that.
it must be QR
While
codes.
this-
Yeah, QR
QR
codes.
code
must
is
be
always
Q-
the
it
answer.
must be
Show
QR
camera,
codes.
whenever show camera, I'll turn around. Tell me when we're good.
He must be using QR code technology.
We are.
Which- which camera?
sense.
Whichever camera is ready, and tell me when I can turn back.
You can
I
turn
saw
back.
it.
I'm
Yeah.
good?
Yeah.
Perfect. We'll take this. I want to try something. I'm going to come stand over here. Here's what we're going to do. I have made a mess, and I'm sorry for doing
It's
that on your
okay.
lovely stage.
You deserve
Lily's
it.
fault, honestly.
But here's what I want to
Yeah.
do. I want to try something with our energy. Do you guys humor me stage?
Wait. I feel like he looked at the card when he took it.
You can
I
turn
saw
back.
it. Yeah.
I'm good?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I think I caught this one.
I want to try something. I'm going to come stand over here.
See, he's like kind of flipping the card up as he's like putting it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just suspicious.
Here's what we're going to do. I have made a mess, and I'm sorry for doing
It's
that on your
okay.
lovely stage.
You deserve
Lily's
it.
fault, honestly.
But here's what I want to
Yeah.
do. I want to try something with our energy. Do you guys humor me?
Yes.
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 We all hold hands.
Okay.
Aw, I
Oh,
love
he's so
Cleo.
eggy.
Everyone's so eggy. I'm sorry. That was my bad.
That's okay.
I thought it was a glass, and it wasn't. It was a plastic cup. I should have known better.
It's
But
okay.
here's what we're going to do. Everyone hold hands. Think of the card. That's what we're going to do. Watch the deck. What I'm going to try is this. I'm going to cut the cards. I want you to focus and think of your card and hold your hand out. Look right here. Watch the deck. Focus. I need to get the energy. Everyone right now, hold your breath. 3, 2, 1. Bro. Wait. One card jumped out.
Yes.
Now there's one way to know if it's real, and that'd be to turn it over and show it if it's your card.
Yeah.
But there's one other way. Everyone, hold your energy, hold your hand up again. Focus, because the cards will tell me if it's real. Watch. If it's real, the cards will tell me that it's happened. That was your card. First time. Seven of clubs.
Why is this
guys,
dark magic?
Seven of
I don't
clubs.
like this guy.
Cutie's face where she's just like, you're a fucking wizard. Unacceptable.
I don't like it. That was legitimately terrifying. That was scary. Cards should not move like that.
Is he still there? I'm still here. I'm sorry. I'm not going to disappear. But do any of you have a $20 bill? We could use mine, but if I use my 20, none of you will believe this is real.
This guy has money.
I like how prominent you took that out. Sign your name right here so I can't cheat. Okay. We'll do this in a second. Sign it big. Perfect. And can I have you hold your hands out, drop the matchbook or keep the matchbook?
I looked for strings and
hold on to
everything.
that other hand on top. So question.
I hate doing this.
I know, but you're just so good at doing it.
but it feels like a bad roll.
No. It's a good roll. It's a good roll. Do any of you have a cell phone on you? A cell phone. Perfect. We have a cell phone handy. That'll be important a little bit. And would you mind helping me out, Cutie?
Yes.
Here's what I want you to do. I just want you to say stop for me, and I'll show the camera.
Okay. Stop.
Right in the center. I like it.
Yeah.
Camera can see the card wherever I'm going. There's so many cameras.
Are we supposed to?
Got it. Everyone take a look.
Oh.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Can I say it out
King of
loud?
Hearts.
Yeah, King of Hearts.
Good card. Here's what I'm
King of
gonna
Hearts.
do. Can
It's
you
like
do me a
that Taylor
favor?
Swift song, King of My Heart. Sorry.
Oh, that was perfect.
Kingdom
I
Hearts.
know.
Hold this. I'm gonna use your ear. Listen closely.
Okay. It
Hold this
sounds-
for me.
Okay. He ripped it.
Because now what I've kind of done is I've made a little now you see me situation. We have money and a bank vault. We got a robber. You're basically a bank vault the way you're holding it.
Okay, yeah.
There was nothing inside there, right?
Well, there's $20.
But nothing in between.
I don't think so.
You want to look before I do it?
Can I?
Quick, but don't let anyone else see. Close it up. Here we go. I'm gonna get a piece of the card inside that bill.
No,
You ready,
dude, I just
Cutie?
looked. I just
You
looked.
ready, Lily?
I just
Watch.
looked. I just looked.
Here we go.
Dude.
First, we have to make the piece vanish. It's gone. The piece is gone. If you opened your hands and the corner was in there, that would be a damn good trick,
I'd
right?
be really mad at you.
Take a look.
No way. No way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's what we call a mistake.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Oh, my bad.
That would have been so good.
It would have been stellar. It would have been stellar.
Oh, dude, my agent's gonna be so. I'm kidding. No, I said something really specific, right? I said, remember before, every time I do a trick, I say things with purpose. Like this time I said, I'm gonna make the corner vanish and appear inside the bill.
Yeah.
I didn't say I would make it appear inside the fold. You have your phone light, right? Can you take your flashlight out? And here's what we're gonna do. Can you stretch the bill over this? Right where you signed, stretch the dollar bill, your dollar bill over this. You're gonna see one thing appears inside your bill. One thing appears inside, but there's only one way to know if it's real. Can you hold your phone for me, Lily?
Don't make me rip my...
No, we're ripping it. It's only one way to know. Look, watch, you gotta know. Watch, look. In the fibers of this dollar bill, in the fibers of this bill, you're gonna see that there's something a little red. And if we open this up, you would swear there's only one thing inside, and that is, sure enough, the King of Hearts. But there's only one way to know if this is real, and that is for you to pull that out and match that up to make sure that is the perfect match to the card.
It's real magic.
Is it you? Is it you now?
That's crazy.
Dude, what the... John.
That's not okay.
John,
That's not okay.
How did you rip it
How did you do that?
Because
I
you
don't
must have
get
ripped
it.
two.
That's
John,
yours.
this doesn't work anymore, man.
I can get you another.
All right. Dang, John, what
Can you
was
make that appear
that?
in his small intestine too?
Can you make $100 bill appear instead?
What's up my ass?
Whoa.
John, this is impressive.
Wow.
This is impressive.
Really
Thank you guys so
That's
much.
insane.
I'm so honored to be out here with you guys.
You
This was
made
so
us
much
all
fun.
That was awesome.
speechless.
John, how did you do it?
It's magic, and that's your bill.
All right.
And now you can keep it because there's no way you can spend it.
Yeah.
That shit's insane. Literally insane. What? No. Nope, he's the devil. Yeah, no, I decided. Which?
Wow. He's so sad he couldn't spend it.
I'm glad I offered Ludwig's money up.
Which one of you doesn't mind getting a little silly sometimes?
That's not the point, though.
I don't
This guy's
like
the
being
silliest.
silly.
He's the silliest.
He is the silliest.
Silly.
I'm
He's
a very serious guy,
He's
regularly,
wacky,
John.
goofy,
Very silly.
I should ask this.
quirky.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do something.
Worked up.
So when I was a kid, I got a magic kit. I fell in love. It changed my life. It's the reason I'm here today. And in it, it had a trick that I performed for my first audience. It was for an audience of 3. It was for my mom, my sister, and my dad. So I need someone that doesn't mind playing the role of my mom.
I can nurse you.
I love this. All right, I'm gonna have you guys sit down, and I'm gonna have you stay standing.
Okay.
And I'm gonna show you that first trick.
Okay.
I'm excited.
That way you guys can enjoy it.
I'll do it.
So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna show you the trick. I'm gonna get us in a nice frame so I'm not in the way here.
Okay.
I think this is good right here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the trick that I did for my mom when I was a kid. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Here's how it went. It required 2 props, some styrofoam cups and some water.
Sure.
And this is what it looked like. What I want you to do is this. I want you to hold this over your head. And I want everyone to watch. We're gonna pour some water in this cup. You're gonna feel it filling up.
I do feel it.
Okay, good. And
I
now
got
ready?
some water on me.
Sorry, a little, but I'm gonna do the same to mine. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do what I did when I was a kid. It was the water vanishing dance. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Here's the idea. I looked at my mom when I was 8 and I said, Mom, what would be the most amazing thing I could do right now? To which she says to an 8-year-old,
clean up your toys.
I love that. She didn't say that.
Oh.
My mom literally looked at me and said, if you can make this cup dematerialize from my hand, it'd be the best trick I've ever seen in my life.
That'd be impressive.
You know, and I go, Mom! And she went, make the water vanish, honey. So, humor me.
Okay.
Say,
Make the water vanish,
okay,
honey.
we're gonna make the water vanish. I'm gonna show you
And I
guys
love you,
the
too.
exact. Thanks, Mom. I love you too. I'm gonna show you the same way I did it for my mom when we were kids. So I created the water vanishing dance. You're gonna study the dance.
Yeah.
Then you're gonna do it yourself.
Okay.
And if we do it right, both of our waters are gonna disappear.
Sure, okay.
So it looks like this. This is the dance.
I don't know if
You're
I'll
gonna
buy that.
study it.
Sure.
But then you're gonna do it after me. So the way it works is this: you close your eyes,
Right.
and you do a tiny little shimmy, but you gotta keep watching. You're not doing it
Sure,
yet.
I'm not doing it.
Then you do a 180.
Right.
Then you do a tiny little squat.
Oh.
And then you finish your 180, and you point to the sky.
Right.
Oh, I felt mine start to vanish.
Okay.
So, guys, give them some encouragement.
Yeah.
Come on, let's see it. You gotta close your eyes. You gotta close your eyes. Do your tiny little shimmy.
Yeah, I'm drunk in the back of the car, and I cried like
And
a
then I do
baby.
180.
And then you do a 180.
Uh-huh.
180.
For whatever.
And then I do 180.
180, and then you point to the sky. And sure enough, did it feel like your cup got a little lighter?
A little bit.
Okay, hold on. So what's gonna happen is this. I'm gonna count down from 3. I'm gonna turn my cup over, my water's gonna vanish.
I don't
Then
wanna do
everyone
that.
here is gonna count down from 3. You're gonna turn your cup
Okay.
over, and hopefully it's gonna vanish. Here we
Okay,
go.
yeah.
For me, 3, 2, 1, my water's gone. Now everybody together. 3, 2, 1. The water vanished! The water vanished,
Oh my
everyone!
God.
Give him a big round of applause.
I really thought you were.
I was so worried it'd be like a fake one.
So what you didn't see was I
yeah.
drank mine. You can take your seat. But before I go, I'll never forget when I was a kid. My mom said that to me. There's things that stick with you when you're a kid. Everyone knows that feeling. I'm sure chat knows that feeling. My mom told me as a kid, if you could make that cup dematerialize, it'd be the greatest trick I'd ever seen. So we'll wait for the guy with the big truck to go by. And so this last little bit is an ode to my mom when she told me to make it dematerialize. We're gonna make the cup dematerialize right before your eyes, as oddly satisfying as it gets. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm John Stessel. Thank you all so much for having me. Have a nice night.
That was so good. He just sneezed.
Holy!
Put it back together now, John.
Which one did you guys think was the best?
Oh my gosh, like not even close. The card worth my money.
The card and yeah, that made no sense.
Wait, the
How
card
did he?
is
Because
like-
Because even if he swapped my, because I thought he spilled water on me. That anyway, I thought he swapped my 20 for his 20. But how did he, 1, get the King of Hearts, and then 2, give you a perfectly ripped King of Hearts?
That was awesome. That was insane. That was so cool.
I honestly went into this with very low expectations, but because I was like, I mean, it's just a magic trick, but I was honestly pretty blown away. That was cool.
No, my mind is blown. I only figured out 1. So
Crazy.
That was crazy.
I'm starting to actually doubt Lily's legitimacy as a human being.
Huh?
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Peter.
Hey.
that was fun.
Yo, I'm interrupting this video to let you know that my comedy special, Stop Crying, is coming out Tuesday, October 24th on this YouTube channel. Don't miss it. October 24th, Stop.
Alrighty. It's getting kind of late / early / I have things to do tomorrow. I will be back later today as soon as possible. I will send you over to Adrian. It's the perpetual raid train. Go to Adrian to me to Adrian to me. That's all you need. All right, have a great night, y'all. Take care of yourself. Drink some water. Bye-bye.